You and I are going to dive right into After Effects now, and we're going to take it slow, but the way that I've laid out this course is to really make it practical. So in this lesson, we're going to work our way around After Effects. I'm going to talk through the different panels so that you feel a bit more comfortable. I know how daunting it can be when you open up After Effects for the first time. There's so many buttons and titles and panels that are confusing. But I'm not going to make this course one of those courses where I just sit back and tell you, okay, this button does this button does that, this button does this button does that, because that's not a great way to learn. Throughout this course, you're going to be working on mini projects and then full real-world projects. And throughout that, you're going to be learning different tools, different effects. And so I really encourage you just to work through each of the lessons. They build upon each other. And so by the end of this course, you should feel comfortable working on real-world projects in After Effects. If you come across a button or a panel that you're confused about, feel free to let us know and to post a question in the Q&A tab of the course. Otherwise, we might answer that question later on, so just keep working through. When you open up After Effects for the first time, you'll probably get a pop-up, the Start module, that asks you to start a new project. You can see here that I have a number of projects that I've worked on in the past. Once you've been using After Effects for a while, you'll see all of these projects appear here. First, when we're starting, we're just going to click New Project. And that's going to open up After Effects like this. I'm using the Adobe 2017 version, Creative Cloud version of After Effects. If you go up to After Effects up here in the title menu and you click About After Effects, this is how you can see the version. I'm using version 14.2.1.34. It's the 2017.2 release. When After Effects updates, as they usually do once or twice a year, they add new features. I'll be updating this course. Really though, no matter what version you're using, especially if you're using a Creative Cloud version, your After Effects is going to look very similar. So just click in the middle to get out of that menu. The next thing you want to understand is the layout. One thing to note is your After Effects layout might look a little different than mine right now. And that's because there are different workspaces. If you go up to Window and then Workspace, you'll see that there's different workspaces because there's different panels that you might want to use to do different effects, but you might not necessarily need them open all the time if you're not working on that kind of thing. For example, if I click Motion Tracking, it will bring up this Motion Tracker panel on the right-hand side. But if I'm not doing motion tracking, I might not need that panel open. So to get on the same page, go to Window, Workspace, and then go to Default. This will be the default view that we'll be working through in this lecture and moving on. All right, let's get acquainted with After Effects. In the top left, you have your toolbar and your menus. A lot of the things that we do in After Effects with buttons within the actual program down here can be done through the menus up here. A lot of these options are grayed out right now, and that's because we can't do much without starting an actual project. Below that, we have the toolbar. You don't see all the tools right now until we start a composition in a project, but you'll be using a lot of these different tools in this class, most of them actually, and this is really what we use to create our own effects and animations. On the left-hand side is the project panel. This is your basic documents folder for your project. If you've used Adobe Premiere Pro in the past, it's very similar. This is where you can import media and graphics. You can organize things. You can add, everything from music to Illustrator files. Everything you can organize in your project. And this is also where you'll be creating different compositions, which in After Effects, a composition is basically an individual video that you're working on, an individual graphic, an individual sequence. So if you are accustomed to Adobe Premiere Pro, think of a sequence as the individual video you're working on. In After Effects, it's a composition. The way that these panels sometimes work is that you have the main tab, and then behind this, you have another tab. So here we have the Effects Controls tab. This is where you'll be adjusting a lot of effects once they're applied to your footage. So that's the project window or panel. In the middle, you have your composition. Once we start a new composition, which we'll be doing shortly, you'll see this is where you actually have your project. On the right-hand side, there's a number of panels. Just by clicking on them, you can open them or close them. So we have the effects and presets, preview, audio. These are all things that we'll be looking at in the future. And then down below, you have your timeline. This is how you start creating your actual projects. To take it to the next level and see more of the options, we're going to have to start a new composition, and we're going to do that coming up next. Let's start a new composition. There's multiple ways to do everything in After Effects. Usually there's a button in the interface. There's often a keyboard shortcut, which you can get to if you go to Help and then click on Keyboard Shortcuts. This will take you to the Adobe website, which has shortcuts for both Mac and PC users, which is really helpful. And then lastly, there might be a menu option up here in the top. So if you go to Composition, for example, you'll see the New Composition button, which will also show you the keyboard shortcut. I'm using a Mac, so it's going to be Command N. Or just click this button down here in the project panel. This brings up your composition settings window. Remember, think of this as an individual video or maybe an individual clip that you're working on. You can always rename this later, but for example, I would just call this After Effects 1. You can name it whatever you want. Then you have all of your sequence settings. Under the basic settings, you have different presets. So if you're using a particular type of camera or footage, you would just select this one of these presets. For example, a lot of videos that I create, I'm shooting at 1920 by 1080 pixels. This is what your standard HD footage is. And I shoot at 29.97 frames per second. So I could find one of those presets that matches those settings, such as this one, HD TV 1080 29.97. That changes the width and height to match that. It also changes the frame rate down here, and you can customize this stuff yourself. For example, if you want to create a square graphic, for example, if you're putting on social media like Facebook or Instagram, which likes square graphics, you can just click in the width or the height and type in the pixels that you want. So if we want a square, we can do 1000 pixels by 1000 pixels, and that would work fine. Typically, your pixel aspect ratio should just be left at square. If you run into an issue or if someone wants you to do it differently, you would select these, but for most of the projects you're using, just leave it at square. Next, you have basically your timeline window options. The duration is an important one. This can also be changed later, but this is where you set the duration of your composition, which is different than, again, referring to Premiere Pro, where if you start a new sequence, it can basically be as long as the video you add. You can keep adding clips. It could start out as a minute, but then as you add more clips, it turns into 2 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour. With After Effects, you set the duration in the beginning. So if you want a clip or an animation to be 5 seconds long, then you would set it as 5 second long, like it shows here. If you need it to be 10 seconds, you would change this to 10 seconds, for example. This can also be changed later, but it's good to start out with something shorter, like so. Background color, this is the background of the composition. This just depends on how you want it to look while you're editing. This doesn't actually change the background of the video itself. We'll be showing you how to add a background color in a future lesson. This is just, think of it as the transparent background so that you can work in your project. Some people like a white background just to see what that looks like. Typically, I'm just going to leave it as black. When you're happy, just click OK. And now you can see two things happen. One, in our project tab over here, we have this composition. And then down here, our timeline has sort of opened up. And you can adjust your timeline to zoom in and out. You can see now that our timeline goes from 0 seconds to 5 seconds. And then you have the frames in between, 10 frames, 20 frames, then 1 second. To zoom in, you can take this top bar, the time navigator, and zoom in by dragging to the left or right. There's also this little slider at the very bottom for you to drag in and out, and that allows you to zoom in and out. You can also use the plus or minus keys on your keyboard. Just a few more things about your composition panel. Down here at the bottom, you have different ways to adjust the view. On the left, you have this percentage. This will depend on the resolution of your screen. You can zoom in according to a percentage, and this will zoom into your composition at that percentage. So if you just want to set it at a smaller percentage, you can choose like 25%. So this is moving your 100% resolution composition and shrinking it to 25%. If you want it to just match the size of this panel, you can choose fit up to 100%. And now you can adjust the panel size by clicking on the edge and dragging up or down. And this is helpful because oftentimes I'll find myself adjusting the size of these panels so that I have more room in the timeline, for example. And that way, the video or the composition adjusts while I change that panel. The other thing I want to mention right now is this resolution. Right now I have it set for full, and this is the playback resolution, not necessarily the export resolution of your video. And this helps if your computer is a little bit slower. Oftentimes, my After Effects students ask, my computer's running slow, it's lagging, the video plays back choppy. How do I make it play back smoothly? Usually the issue is that you don't have enough memory or RAM processing power in your computer. I recommend at least 16 gigabytes of RAM. On a Mac, you can see that information by clicking the Apple button and clicking About This Mac. You can probably find a similar setting on your PC as well in your computer settings. So here you can see that my memory is 16 gigabytes right here. Even still, when I'm using high resolution footage like 4K footage, I do get a little bit of playback lag. And so to fix that, we can actually decrease the resolution of our playback. This will play back at a lower resolution, so you're seeing a little bit lack of quality, but that's better than having a choppy playback, in my opinion. The last thing I want to talk about right now with this composition panel is this button right here, which is the toggle transparency grid button. So see, if I click that, you get this checkerboard view. When you see the checkerboard, think transparent. So if you actually wanted to export this video right now with transparency, what you would get is just a blank video with nothing. It wouldn't even be a black background. Even though the background of our video is set to black, remember what I talked about in the composition settings, which you can get back to if you go to composition settings, or Command K on your keyboard. See, the background color is black. If I set this at white, for example, click OK and then click OK. If I click the transparency grid button again, it still shows that it's a transparent background. We're going to see how this comes to play when we create graphics like titles and we want to put them onto other videos in the future. But just know that you can click this button to see what in your composition is transparent. That's the basics of starting new compositions. In the next lesson, we're going to be importing graphics into our project panel, and then we're going to be moving on and actually working with our composition and adding new layers. Here's a quick update with the CC 2018 version of After Effects. So if you don't have the CC 2018 version, then you won't see this. But if you do, you might be confused about my previous lecture where you didn't see this option where when you open up After Effects or start a new project, in the composition panel right here, you actually have two big buttons. They're just trying to make it easier for you to start creating graphics. And you can click New Composition or New Composition from Footage. So if you click New Composition, that's going to be the same as what we did in the past lecture where you create your new composition from scratch. But if you create a new composition from footage, what's going to happen is it's going to ask you to upload some footage or import footage actually. So you would find it from your Finder, for example, or your documents, open that footage, and then it creates a new composition based off of the settings of that footage. So for example, I brought in this little graphic that I had created for a digital marketing class. The frame rate is 2997. The frame size is 1920 by 1080. So it created a composition that was perfectly that size. So that's just one quick change that you'll notice in the new version of CC 2018. And in this class, you might see some other lectures where in the title of the lecture, I detail or I call it an update just to specify and make sure that you understand this. This is an update to After Effects. If you don't have the 2018 version, then you won't see this. But if you do and you're coming into this class, you might be confused because I created this course using the 2017 version. But that's completely okay because 99% of what you're going to learn in this class is the same for both 2017 and 2018. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lecture. A lot of what we'll be doing in After Effects, we create from scratch right within After Effects. So creating things like titles and motion graphics, you can build most of that right within After Effects. Other times, though, you'll be using After Effects to apply visual effects to video clips, or you'll be using photographs that you created and you'll be adding effects to that. Or maybe you'll even be adding music and sound effects right within After Effects. I typically do that in Adobe Premiere Pro because it's a little bit easier and more efficient for me, but you can still do it in After Effects. To import media into your project to work on, just go to your Finder folder or your Documents folder, and then you can simply drag any asset into your project bin. So for example, if I wanted to bring in this picture of a kangaroo that I shot in Australia, I can just simply drag it and drop it in After Effects, and you can see that when I get that plus green button, it means that I can drop it into my project panel. And then the other ways you can import are just by right-clicking, choose Import, and then choose File. And then you could go to your folders through this. So for example, if I wanted to bring in some music, I can pick this music, click Open. Or I could go up to File, Import, again, Import File. Let's import a video, for example. We'll do this video sample and click Open. Once it's imported, I definitely suggest organizing your footage. I typically create folders or bins for the different types of footage. So for example, I can create a new folder by clicking this New Folder button and then call it Video, for example. And then I would put all of my video clips in this video folder. Or if I'm working on multiple compositions within the same project, which I'll tend to do, I have many compositions right within one project, I might separate them into different folders. For example, I would typically have a name for these graphics, but I would call this graphic 1. And then within this graphic 1 folder, I would put all the music and all the photos that I used for this graphic. And within this folder, I might even create subfolders for photos, for example, and then put the photos within that folder. I find it is going to help you a lot if you learn to organize your footage. There's no right or wrong way to do it. I think you just kind of have to figure out what works best for you, and it might change depending on the project. But please keep everything organized as you work through your projects. It will just make you a better After Effects user in the long run. How do you actually work with this footage or all of these assets that you're bringing in? Well, you basically add them to your timeline. There's different ways to do that. Let me take this photo, for example, and drag it into my composition. There's two ways to do it. You can drag it right onto your composition window itself or down into the timeline. Now let me show you what happens when I drag it onto the composition. See, it just pops in right there. And you'll notice that this layer has been added to our After Effects timeline down here. And it's been added to this entire sequence or this entire composition from start to finish for all 5 seconds. Now let me take the same photo, again, drag it into the timeline, but you'll see now that as I drag from left to right, there's that little icon that moves left and right in the timeline bar, and this is where it's going to start. So if I want it to start at 1 second, for example, I'll just drop it right there. And now you'll see that this photo starts at 1 second. I can move the current time indicator to the right and see where this one starts. But you'll see that I don't see that photo that I just added down here. And that's because it's beneath this other kangaroo photo. So if I want, I can drag this second kangaroo photo, this layer right here, above the other one by clicking on it over here in the left-hand side of the timeline above our other kangaroo. And you'll see that it actually added it to sort of a different position. This first one, it added to where I dropped it. Let me delete that one more time to show you. So if I want to move, drag it and drop it in over on the right-hand side, I can do that. Now, again, I'm going to move this beneath my other kangaroo layer. And you'll see if I scrub through just by clicking and dragging through this composition, it goes from this photo to that photo. So think of After Effects as layering different media assets on top of each other. Whatever's on top will show. In the next lesson, we'll be using and looking at some of the most important tools up here in the toolbar. I'm going to go ahead and delete these two folders and media assets because that was just for example. So I'm just going to select them in my project panel and then click delete. And now let's go over the basic tools. If you hover over them and just pause for half a second, you'll see the name of the tool pop up with the keyboard shortcut. This first tool that is sort of your standard mouse tool that you'll be using for most things you do in After Effects is just the selection tool. This allows you to click on things, and then once you have different assets, shapes, titles, layers in your composition, it allows you to click on them and move them around. The next is the hand tool, and this actually moves around the composition window itself, or the video itself in your composition window. For example, if I set this to 25% and then I take my hand tool, I can actually move this composition around. And this is beneficial if you have something that you want to zoom in on and then you want to move around your composition so that you can see it more clearly. Speaking of zooming, you can zoom in with the zoom tool. So I can zoom in. Now to zoom out, once you have the zoom tool selected, which is keyboard shortcut Z, you can press Option on your keyboard and then click to zoom out. Option on a Mac, and then it will be Alt on a PC for PC users. That's another way other than using this drop-down menu here to zoom in and out of your composition. I'm actually going to bring back my kangaroo photo so I can show you kind of more what this looks like and what these other tools do. So I'm going to drop this in on my composition. And I wasn't going to show you all of these things until next lesson, but let me just show you a quick way to zoom in and out of an asset that you've added or to scale it up or down. If you press S on your keyboard, that brings up the scale property. You have these percentages here. You can just click and drag to the left or right. So you can see I can zoom in and out. It's not necessarily zooming in on my video. It's just scaling up or down the asset that I'm using. So if I want to fill the frame, I'll put it at about 49%. Now you can see more clearly if I zoom in, for example, and let's change the resolution to full so we get the highest quality possible. And then I take my hand tool, which another quick tip is if you just press the space bar on your keyboard, you temporarily get the hand tool. And then when I unpress the space bar, it goes back to the tool that I was using. So for example, if I'm using the selection tool, I can use the space bar to move this around. Let me zoom out really quickly. So let me zoom out to 50%. And then I'll just space bar, hand tool to move this around. With the selection tool, if I click and drag this photo, it's actually moving it around the composition. So if I want it on the right-hand side, I can do that. On the left, up, down, etc. That's different than the hand tool, which is actually moving just the composition window around. Same with the zoom tool. You're not actually zooming in on the video or the media. It's just zooming in on the window, the playback. The next tool is the rotation tool. And so if I click that and then I click on a layer, so I have to have a layer selected, then I click and I drag around, I can rotate this image left or right. Say you do something and you don't like what you did, you can quickly undo by pressing Command Z on your keyboard. We're going to skip the camera tool, which we'll be covering in the 3D section of this course. And then there's the pan behind tool. This is a little bit confusing, so I'm going to try to explain it as clear as possible. But this has to do with the anchor point of each layer. The anchor point is symbolized by this little circle with the lines coming out in sort of a cross section. You see that? It's right there. It's kind of hard to see, I know, but it's right there in the middle of this layer. And what this does is it anchors all of your different properties to this point. So remember when we scaled this photo up and down here with the scale property? So if I zoom in and out, where is it zooming in and out from or scaling up and down from? It's scaling up and down from that point right there in the center, the anchor point. What if I move this point down to the left, which I can do by clicking on our pan behind tool or the anchor point tool? I can drag this anchor point down to the left. And now if I scale up or down, it scales from that point. See how that works? And so the anchor point is going to really come in handy later on when we're changing how we animate different layers. This will also affect the rotation. So if I go back to the rotation tool, it rotates from that anchor point. In the rest of this lesson, we're just going to go over these 3 other tools: the rectangle or shape tool, which is also the mask tool, the pen tool, and the text tool or the type tool. These other tools are a little bit advanced, and we'll be going over them in a later lesson of this course. First, the rectangle tool. The rectangle tool, or if you click and hold it down, you can see that there's more options, such as the rounded rectangle tool, the ellipse tool, the polygon tool, or the star tool. This allows you to create shapes. You will be able to create a new shape if you don't have anything selected in your timeline. So what does that mean? If I click on this kangaroo layer, it highlights this layer. You can see that when I click it, it's this sort of bright purple. If I click off of it just down here in the timeline, it sort of becomes a little bit darker. If you have that rectangle tool and then I just click in my composition window and drag, you can see that it creates this rectangle. And I can change the shape and size, and eventually we can change the color as well. And when I do that, this new shape layer appears in our timeline. Okay, let me delete that. Actually, delete that layer. Now I want to show you what happens when I have the kangaroo layer selected. And then I have this rectangle tool selected. And then I try to create a rectangle. What happens is I'm actually creating a mask of this layer that's selected. Cool, right? So if you want to crop or quickly cut out a piece of your photo or any of your media assets, you can do that with this shape tool, or what becomes a mask tool. Let me undo that and say we want to create a circle or an ellipse, as they call it. We can choose that tool and then just drag around our kangaroo's face. I'm going to show you how to create perfect squares in the next lesson. Let me undo that. The next tool is the pen tool. While this is selected, what I can do is just click around and it basically creates a custom shape. So every time you click, it creates a new point, and then you have to complete all of the points in a complete circle for it to actually become that shape. Again, with the kangaroo layer selected, it creates a mask for this kangaroo layer. Let me undo that. Undo. If I click off of the kangaroo, and then I click with the pen tool, and I do the same exact thing, you can see that without the kangaroo selected, it creates an actual shape layer. So you're now learning that these two tools, the pen and then the shape tool, they have 2 things that they can do. They can either create masks or they can create shapes. Let me delete that one. Lastly, we have our type tool. So with the horizontal type tool, or if we click and hold, you have a vertical type tool. You can select that and then you just click in your composition where you want to add type. Click, it adds that empty text layer down here. And then if we start typing, hello, you can see text. Over on the right-hand side, you'll also notice that the character panel popped open. And this is where we have all of our text options. You can change the font, you can change the style, you can change the color. And we're going to be going over more of these options in a future lesson, but feel free to play around with these settings. Now, it won't change anything unless you have your text highlighted with your text tool or your type tool selected, or if you go back to your selection tool, now that selects all of that text and you can change these settings. So if I want to change it to white text, I can click the text color, which is this window right here. That brings up our color picker, and then I can drag around and change to white, for example. If I want to change the font, I just choose a different font. If I want to change the size via this method, which is different than the scale method that we showed you down here, I can change the text pixels or the font size pixels. Those are the basic tools in After Effects. And as you can see, there's so much in After Effects, and I hope you're learning so far. It may seem like we haven't covered that much, and it's true. There's so much more to cover, and this course has already been, 30, 40 minutes long. So I hope you found it beneficial so far. These lessons are really the basis, the foundation, and as we move forward, we're going to get more into the real world aspects of it. But hopefully this has been helpful. And in the next lesson, we're going to be going over more of these different options in the timeline. Before I move on to the timeline, I promised that I would show you how to create a perfect square or circle. So first, I'm just going to delete these layers by selecting them here in the composition panel and just deleting them. To create a perfect square, take the rectangle tool, and then while you have it selected, just click the shift button. And you can see that as I drag out, I create this square. You can see that it's being created from this upper left corner. What if I want it to be created from the center? Well, let me delete this layer. Now with the same tool selected, if I click and then I hold shift and then I hold command, which on a PC would be the control button, you can see that it creates and it grows from the center, from where I clicked. Cool. Now how about a circle? It's basically the same thing. So if you go to your ellipse tool, and then if you click and drag, you'll see that now it's just an oval, but if I hold the shift button, it's that perfect circle. And remember what we did to create the circle from the center, from where we clicked? We held the shift button down and the command button. That's on a Mac. It would be the control and shift buttons on a PC. Okay, so now I have this shape. I'll go back to my selection tool and I can move it around my composition. Here's another quick tip. If you want to align it to the center of your composition, say you want it to be perfectly in the center horizontally and vertically, go to your align panel just by clicking align and click vertical center alignment and horizontal center alignment. These buttons right here allow you to adjust where your layer is according to your composition. Now, how do we change the color of our shapes? Well, there's this fill button up here. So with this shape layer selected, I can click the fill color right here and I can now change it. So if I want a light blue circle, I can do that. You also have this stroke option. So right now the stroke, you don't see it because it's set to 0 pixels. But if we want a stroke, which is a little hard to see right here, I set it to 15 pixels. It now has a white stroke. I'm going to turn off the transparency. How do I do that? You might have saw me going over there. Is this button right here. So let me turn off the transparency. So now we have that black background. And this is great because now we can easily see this image and our shape with the stroke. If I want to change the color of the stroke, just click the color next to the stroke, and now I can change it. Maybe I want that sort of red and blue look. Super cool, right? And now you have a red stroke. So those are just some basic things to know about using the shape tool, how to align layers to the center. And now in the next lesson, we're going to be going over more of the options down here in our timeline. Next, let's look at the timeline. So I have that perfect circle that we created in the last lesson. I'm actually going to turn off the stroke just by changing the pixels to 0. And I'm also going to add my kangaroo photo back onto the timeline, just dragging it beneath my circle. Cool. So we already learned how to zoom in and out of our timeline just by dragging this top bar or by zooming in down here. You'll also notice that there's this other work area bar. If I press the space button, it's going to play through all 5 seconds of this composition. And you'll see that After Effects is automatically set up to just repeat, to loop the play. So it's going to continuously keep playing. And that's because in After Effects, often we're creating these little animations and we just want to see it over and over to see how it looks, instead of having to press the play button over and over. What if we were creating some sort of animation at the very beginning of this, and say this is just a basic animation where our circle pops on? Well, how do we do that? We can just drag this shape layer over to the right, and you'll see that now it's off at this time, and then if we drag through, it's on. Now, that's not really an animation. We're going to be covering how to actually animate things in the next section, so coming right up. But now, if I play through this, it's going to pop on right there. Let's make it a little later, at 10 frames, for example. Go back to the start. Okay, play there. Now, it takes a while for it to go through the 5 seconds and then go back to the start again. Say we want to zoom in on this time frame, for example, the first second, more easily. Take your work area bar, and now we can drag this in to 1 second, for example, and you can see that it's highlighted. Now, if I take my time indicator and I move it into this work area, then I press the space bar, you can see that it loops the play just for this area of the workspace, which is super beneficial as you create your more intricate graphics. One other use for this, let me bring back our video clip. So let me bring in this video sample. And then a quick way to create a composition based off the size and settings of your actual media asset is just to drag your media asset into the composition button right here. You'll see that it created this video sample composition, and then down here, it's the right size, so it's the same aspect. It's also the right length. So it's all 2 minutes and 20 seconds of this video, which was a video for another class of mine. Say you have a video clip, but you only want to add graphics to a certain part of it. Say I want to add a title graphic right here between 5 seconds and 15 seconds. Well, I can take my work area bar and I can move this to around 5 seconds. And then I can take the end of it and move it to 15 seconds. And now if I zoom in just with this bar right here, and now I have this set up so that my work area is going from 6 seconds to about 15 seconds. You can see that if I click in the middle of this workspace bar, it moves the whole work area. To move the end in or out, you have to click on the end of the work area and then drag. So that's how you can sort of zoom in and work on a specific part of a clip. What if we want to actually just trim this whole composition to this specific part of the clip? Because as you're working on this project, you might not even need everything that's to the right of this sort of work area. If you go up to composition, then choose trim comp to work area, what happens is it trims it to that work area that we had set up. So now it's just that 6 seconds to 15. Now we can't go ahead and zoom back out from this. You see that now our zoom bar, if we use this, it just allows us to zoom in and out from that 6 seconds to 15 seconds. So that's one thing to note. We can, of course, undo this, or we can go back to composition and our composition settings, and now you'll see that the duration is 9 seconds. Say we want this to go for 10 seconds. If I put in 10 seconds and then click OK, then I zoom out. Okay, here's another thing with your timeline. Look what happened. At the end of this video clip, you'll see that, this video clip actually disappears. You can see that there's this little cut point right here. And that's because in the previous part, we went to composition, trimmed comp to work area. It actually trimmed this media clip or the video clip to the comp area as well. So to extend this, what we can do is just hover over with our mouse over this end of the layer and drag to the right. Now, if we go through and scrub through, this video plays through till the end of our work area. One keyboard shortcut that I like and is really helpful is the Command left or right bracket shortcut. For Windows users, it would be Control left or right bracket. So if I press Command and then I press right bracket with the kangaroo layer selected, it actually moves this layer up. I can choose the Command left bracket to move it back down. So this is how you can reorder layers just on your keyboard. All right, that's a lot with the timeline over here on the right, but there's all of these buttons over here on the left. And we'll be going over all of these things in future lessons as they become more applicable. But the things I want you to know are, first, on the very far left is this little eyeball icon. And you have these different columns with these buttons where if you check on or off, it includes that little icon. So to turn off this layer, which is what the eyeball icon is for, you can just press that eyeball for the layer and it makes it basically disappear. It turns it on or off. We don't have any audio in these clips, but we do in the video sample, and that's what this next column is, the audio. And so if you want to turn on or off audio for a specific layer, just turn that audio on or off with that column. Back to our other composition, I'm going to move my time indicator to this point where we have both layers. This next column is to solo layers, and this might be more beneficial or easier to understand if we have more layers. So let me duplicate this shape layer 1. To quickly duplicate a layer, instead of going up to our shape tool and creating another layer, we can select it in our timeline and press Command D or Control D for you Windows users. Or you can also copy and paste by selecting it, pressing Command C, and then Command V. That's Control for PC users. So from now on, if I ever say Command, it's typically going to be Control for PC users. Sometimes it's different, and so you might be confused, and you'll have to go up to the Help Keyboard Shortcuts menu to find out what it is, or you can always ask me in the Q&A tab. And I'm just going to move this layer over to the right. So now we have 3 layers, and this solo option allows us to basically make only one of those layers appear. So if I click solo shape layer 1, only this layer appears. Same if for the kangaroo, it makes all the other layers disappear automatically. And this is beneficial if you have projects where you have dozens or hundreds of layers in a single composition, which actually has happened to me in the past, and you want to really just see one layer, you can use that solo button. The lock button right here locks this layer, so now I can't move it around. You'll see that it does this little highlight when I try to click it, and I can't do anything to this layer. And that's beneficial if you're done with the layer and you don't want to do anything, mess it up, move it around, just click the lock button. To the right, you have this drop down arrow, and so you see that if I click this, it drops down more options. We're going to be covering these things, which are more properties for each layer, in the next lesson. So I'll just skip over that for now. The next is this color option, and this is the color of your layers. So you see that the photo layer was automatically this purple color or this violet, and then the shape layer was this blue. If you want to customize the color of your layers, you can click that color block and then change the color. And this is helpful for organizing your compositions. Say you have, again, a bunch of layers, you want to make sure that you can easily find the right layer. And if you know that, hey, all my red layers are text layers, for example, which this isn't, then it's easier to find that. The source name is the name of your layer. If you click that source layer text up here, it changes to the layer name. And this is how you can actually rename your layers in your timeline to be more organized. So instead of shape layer 1 and shape layer 2, which can get confusing in the long run, what I would do is I would select shape layer 1 and then press the return key on your keyboard. That highlights this title. And now I can call this circle 1 or blue circle. Then if I go to this second layer and I change the color by going up to the fill, changing it to red, clicking on the title, pressing return, and then call it red circle. This is just an easier way to, again, navigate, making you more efficient. And that's pretty much as far as I want to go today in this lesson. I know that this lesson and the past lessons, it's more of that, hey Phil, we're just going to go around, go through all the menu options. This is boring. But don't worry, the next few lessons are going to get a little bit more interesting. We're going to start animating very soon. We just have to cover the basics right now. So I hope you're learning. I hope you're understanding. If I'm going too fast, please let me know. If I'm going too slow, please let me know, but also be a little patient because there's other learners who are starting from scratch and need a little bit more information. Thanks so much for watching, and in the next lesson, we'll go over more of the layer options that are within each of these layers. Let's talk about our layer properties. To do that, I'm going to delete this red circle, but I'm also going to just leave this blue circle on and our photo. I'm just going to extend this one to the left and extend this one to the right. You'll see that when we created the shape layer that we automatically have some of these options already open, the contents and the ellipse option and the transform menu. Every layer has the transform menu. So if I go into our kangaroo layer and I click this drop down button, you see this transform menu that pops up. To open up this menu, all we have to do is click this little drop down and you'll see all of the transform properties. Anchor point, position, scale, rotation, and opacity. These are transform properties for every single After Effects layer. We already looked at scale. This is how you scale up or down a layer. Anchor point, we already kind of saw that with the pan behind tool. This is just the representation of it in pixels based off of where it is on your composition here. So if I take my pan behind tool and then I click on the anchor point and I move it around, you can see that it actually moves the anchor point numbers down in the timeline. Back with my selection tool, if I move this photo around my composition, now you can see that the position is also changing. We can also change these things just by clicking and dragging these numbers here in our timeline, or by clicking the number and actually putting in the exact number that we want. So if we want this to be at 100% scale, we can put in 100%. If we want it to be at 25%, 25%. You'll see two percentages for the scale, and that's the width and the height percentage. And these are typically locked, which you can see with this little link icon, which is the constrained proportions option. If I want to be able to edit the scale of the width and height individually, I can click on that to unlock it. And now I can stretch this photo with the different scale for width and height. So you can see this is also scaling from the anchor point. So it's scaling from this point. And you'll also notice that I can go negative. And so when I go negative, it actually flips the image. If you want it to flip exactly from the center, an easy way to put the anchor point in the exact center is to hold the Command and Shift buttons down. And you can see now, as I drag the pan behind tool around, you see these crosshairs pop open, and this helps you, and it kind of locks the anchor point to the center horizontal and the vertical center lines. If we want it to be in the center, we can drag it and it snaps it to the center. Now you can see if we flip the scale, it flips exactly from the center of the image, which makes it a little bit easier. We have rotation, which we also saw before with the rotation tool. If we rotate, that changes that. And then the other thing we didn't see is opacity. So this is the transparency of this layer, also known as opacity. 100% opaque means that it's fully there. None of it is transparent. If we put it down to say 50%, and then we toggle on the transparency of this composition, you'll see that there is some transparency. Say we move this kangaroo above our blue circle, and then we turn on our blue circle again. Now we can see the blue circle behind our kangaroo. That's because we're at 50% opacity for this photo layer. I can turn off the toggle transparency grid, and you can still see that this circle is behind this photo layer. So let's bring that back up to 100%. All of these transform properties have their own keyboard shortcut, and by the end of this course, you will be well aware and fluent in using them. So for anchor point, it's A. For position, it's P. For scale, it's S. For rotation, it's R. And for opacity, can you guess what it is? It's actually not O, which would make so much sense, but it's actually T, which you can think of as transparency. So with any of these layers selected, you can bring up those different properties. And if you want to quickly close down this layer, instead of just clicking this triangle button, which is relatively fast, but I think keyboard shortcuts make everything faster, you can use any of those buttons, for example, S to bring up scale, and then when you press S again, it closes down the scale property, so none of them are open. T again, closes it down. You can also select multiple layers in your timeline by shift clicking them or by control clicking them or command clicking on a Mac, and then you could bring up any of the properties together. So scale, T for opacity, A for anchor point, and so on and so forth. So if I drop this down and open it up again for the kangaroo image, we've gone through all of the transform properties. In the shape layer, you'll see that you have your transform properties, but you also have this contents dropdown. This is different for shape layers, and you'll see this with shape layers. You won't see the contents for layers like photos. And here is actually the ellipse, and let me turn off our kangaroo so we can see the ellipse. This is the ellipse shape that we created in this layer. The confusing part is that we can create multiple shapes within this one layer. We're going to be going over shapes in much more depth in the future, but let me just quickly take the ellipse tool with this layer selected. If I click and drag, you can see that I'm creating another circle. It doesn't create a separate layer, it creates another ellipse within the contents of this one shape layer. So if I turn this on and off, it's both of those shapes in one. And underneath this ellipse layer, we have more options. We have the ellipse path, the stroke, the fill, and transform properties. So there's individual transform properties for each shape layer within this shape layer. Confusing, right? And within these transform properties, there's more options for shape layers, such as skew, which skews a shape, or skew axis, which changes where it skews from. Confused? I know it is confusing, and you're going to learn these things as we go and as we use them, but just note that while all layers have the basic transform properties, some layers have different properties. For example, the mask layer. So let me delete the blue circle, which deletes both of those circles we created. Actually, let me undo that and show you that you can drop down our contents folder, and then if you want to just delete one of these ellipses, we can select that ellipse and then delete it. If you want to delete the whole layer entirely, just select the layer itself and not the content layer down below and delete. So if I turn on the kangaroo, then we create a mask. Do you remember how we did that? We went up and used the shape tool, such as the rounded rectangle tool or the pen tool. Let me show you the polygon tool because that's a good one to know too. With this layer selected, now I click and I drag and I have this polygon. It starts out as a pentagon with 5 points. Now we have this mask, which is another option underneath this layer. So if I open up the mask tool, we have mask properties, feathers, opacity, expansion, all of these things you can adjust the same way by clicking and dragging to the right or left, or by clicking and inputting a specific number. I think that's a lot to grasp right now. Go ahead and play around with your layers, play around with your timeline, play around with all of these properties for your different layers. And in the next section, we're going to jump right into animating in After Effects. It might sound confusing, but once you know the basics of it, it actually is relatively simple. So get comfortable with everything that we've learned in this section so far, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey, Phil here, and I hope you're enjoying this class. If you're interested in learning more or taking your video production to the next level, have you checked out videoschoolonline.com, my website, yet? We have tons of great resources, guides, and all kinds of tips there to help you out. So if you go over to videoschoolonline.com, which you see now on the screen, click that blog article in the top of the page, you'll see all of our latest articles. So we have all kinds of stuff like choosing the right microphone for your video, how to choose the right camera for your video production, all the equipment you need to make awesome videos, a recent article about equipment list for making videos with your smartphone. These are all of our latest articles. If you click this link right here at the top of the blog, you'll go to an archive of all of our articles that's broken down in an easy way to find out what you're looking for. So if you scroll past the photography articles, you might be interested in some of those, but you can also see we have a ton of video production articles on everything from production to audio recording, post-production, the business side of video and filmmaking, and we're constantly adding and updating this list with our recent articles. And yeah, like I said, just check out videoschoolonline.com, go to the blog where we have our latest articles. A lot of these topics come from students like you who ask us questions, and we think, oh, well, there's probably a lot of students that are interested in that topic. So we'll go ahead and actually make an article or a guide there. So again, videoschoolonline.com, click the blog, click the link at the top of the blog to get to this page, which is an archive of all of our articles in a nice, neat way to find and easy to see. Anyways, I hope you're enjoying this class. Have a beautiful day and continue learning. Bye now. Welcome to this brand new section. We're going to be animating in After Effects. So throughout this course, what I want to try to do is challenge you based off of what we've learned in previous lessons. So sometimes I might ask you to pause the video and do something. A lot of what we're doing in this section and in future sections, we're building completely from scratch. And I want you to get into the mindset of, I can build it from scratch in After Effects. I don't need a template. I don't necessarily need the project files. While we do have project files for some of the projects so that you can see exactly what I'm doing, in this section, we're creating everything from scratch. So what I want you to do right now is to start a new composition and make it 1920 by 1080 pixels and make it 5 seconds long. So go ahead and pause this video, do that, and then I'm going to show you how to do it if you forgot. All right, hopefully you paused the video. To create a new composition, remember we click this Create a New Composition button. We set our settings, 1920 by 1080, and then for the duration, I'm just going to choose 5. And I'll call this Animations. Next, what I want you to do is create a perfect square and center it to the composition. So again, we've learned this in the past section, so you can do this on your own. So pause this video, create a perfect square. How about you make it a white square and put it in the very center? It doesn't matter how big or small it is for this example though. So pause and do that. All right, hopefully you paused. So to create a perfect square, choose the rectangle tool from up top. Under Fill, or next to Fill, click the color and select white, so it's going to be white. Now, click in your composition and drag while holding the Shift button down, and that creates that perfect square, right? To center it, we have our Align panels over here on the right-hand side, so click Horizontal and Center Alignment for vertical. So now we have our perfect square. Let's talk about animations. To animate in After Effects, we use what are called keyframes. Keyframes is related to the word frames, and you know with video we have frames. We set our composition to 2997 frames per second. So in every second of our video or our composition, there are 29.97 frames. So if you zoom in on our timeline really far, you can see each frame, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get it? So a keyframe is telling After Effects that at one point in time, we want X, whatever type of property to be this. So for example, let's bring up opacity. Remember how to do that? It's T on your keyboard, or if you drop down your transform properties, you can see it under opacity. I'll just bring up it with T. So our opacity is set at 100%. Let's go to 1 second on the timeline. So let's go all the way here. To set a keyframe, you can click the stopwatch icon, this little stopwatch next to opacity. And you'll notice if I bring down all of the transform properties, and even if I dive into contents, you can see that some of these things have those stopwatch icons. And that's because you can set keyframes for many, many different things in After Effects. Again, clicking T to bring up opacity, click the opacity stopwatch, and that creates a keyframe. You'll notice that on our timeline right at 1 second, this little diamond appears. Let me move my indicator over to the right. You see that little diamond? That's a keyframe, and that's telling After Effects that at 1 second, we want this square layer to be 100% opacity. Let's go back to 0 frames or 0 seconds. If we click on our opacity and say we choose set it to 0, press return to lock that in place, what happens is we're telling After Effects that at 0 frames, we want the opacity to be 0%. So what happens between 0 and 1 seconds? There's this animation or this transition from 0 to 100. So if I scrub through this, you can see that it creates this fade on effect. That's what opacity can be used for fading on objects or layers. I can move around these keyframes, so I can click them, I can move them around. So if I want a longer fade for it to go 2 seconds, we can move the distance between the two keyframes from 0 to 2 seconds. And now our fade is longer. See that? Or if I want it a lot shorter, we can make it half a second, like so. I can delete keyframes, so I can just select one and delete, or let me undo that, Command Z, and select both and delete. One thing you'll notice, let me undo that. Let's go back to where we had just our one keyframe at 1 second. You'll notice that as soon as I changed the opacity to 0, that a keyframe was automatically set. I didn't have to click the stopwatch to do anything. In fact, if I set our opacity to something different than the 100%, and then I click the stopwatch, what happens is it deletes all the keyframes. Or if we go back again, and our opacity is at 100%, and I click this now, it again deletes everything that we've done so far. So to create a new keyframe, once you've set one keyframe on any individual layer, all you have to do is change the value of that property. So if I drag this down to 0, that is set. Now say we want this to fade on and then fade off. Let's go to 2 seconds. We can set this to 0. And now we have our object fade on to 100%, then fade off to 0%. How do we get this to fade on and then pause at 100% and then fade off to 0%? Well, we can either go in between these second and third keyframes and either change the opacity to 100%, or I can copy and paste keyframes. So I can select this keyframe, copy it on a Mac, that's Command C. On a PC, it would be Control C, and then paste it, Command V. Now, between these two keyframes, nothing happens. It just stays at 100%. That's the basis of most things we're going to be doing in After Effects. In the next lesson, we're going to take it a step further and start animating other properties, and there are some key things that you'll need to know, especially when animating things like position. That's coming up next, and I hope you enjoyed this lesson. Let's move on to some other properties. So to get rid of all of these keyframes, remember we just click the stopwatch again. But once we do that, it actually stays at the value where our timeline indicator is, basically. So if I click this there, it's going to stay at 0%. So I'm going to move that back up to 100%. So let's bring down all of our transform properties. Let me just make this a little bit bigger, fit up to 100%. All right, so now you know how to set keyframes. So it's rather simple to create a position animation. So say we want our square to end up here. Let me take my selection tool. We'll set a keyframe for our position. So decide what time you want it to end at this position. So we'll do 1 second and set a keyframe for position there. Maybe we want it to pop up from beneath this composition itself. So I went back to 0 seconds, and I'm going to drag this down. And you'll see as I start dragging, because I have a position keyframe, we get this sort of line with little dots stretched between the 2 points. You'll also notice that as I drag down, it's kind of hard to make it precisely going perfectly vertically up without going from side to side. Well, to lock it in place, press the Shift button. And as I do that now, it's kind of locked in place like so. And it locks horizontally or vertically. So now if I drag down below our composition, then let go, and then let me bring in my work area so we can see this animation, and then press the space bar, we have this animation of this square popping up. Cool, right? We can actually add multiple animations to the same object, and that's how we get things to be more intricate. So maybe we want it to grow while it's moving up on the screen. So at 1 second, let's set a keyframe for scale at 100%, and then go back. And sometimes I like to leave it on. I don't want to go back to 0 seconds because I can't see the square. So I'll just go somewhere right here in the middle where I still see the square. I'll decrease the scale to where I think I want it. And then, because I don't want it to just go like pop up and then all of a sudden grow, I want it to be growing the whole time. I'll just drag this keyframe for scale all the way to the left. And I did that just so that I can see what I'm working with. So let's play through this. So it's growing as it's appearing on the screen. And then let's just add rotation. So let's rotate. So this will be the final resting spot at this rotation. We'll go back again, and let's rotate to the left. Now, the problem that I see is that our anchor point isn't in the center of this object. So what happens is it rotates from that anchor point, which is a little off center, which actually looks kind of cool. But if we wanted it to be from the center, you're going to have to do a little extra work. We'll take this pan behind tool. So let's move this back to the center. And then what we'll have to do is see where the position starts. So if we'll go down to where the position starts, we have to put our timeline indicator over this keyframe or it's not going to work. And then we take our selection tool and let's move this down. So now it's rotating from the center and it's moving straight up. And remember what I just did, I pressed the space bar to move my composition up or down. You'll notice that outside of our composition that we still see the outline of our square. And this is just a way that After Effects lets us sort of see what's happening outside of our composition when we have a layer selected. When I don't have that layer selected, you see the square, but you don't see the path that it's on. A good rule of thumb, though, is if you want your animation to be from the center of an object, make sure that you set your anchor point first. All right, now we have this pretty cool animation of the square popping up. What if we want to change the rotation? This is just a reminder that if we want to make it rotate even more and we want to change this first one, remember, we can't just go in the middle of these two keyframes and change the rotation. Say we want it from -36 to -94. Because what's happening is now it's going from -79 to -94 and then back to 0. You'll want to go all the way to the first keyframe, and now with our time indicator on the first keyframe, set the rotation to whatever you want it to start at, like 94. Another way you can do that is just by deleting this keyframe and then moving the one that you just set all the way to the left where it started, or really wherever you want. So that has a little bit more of a rotation, and that's how you change keyframe values after the fact. In the next lesson, we're going to be making our animation look better and a little bit more natural. To make animations look better and more natural, there's a couple things we can do in After Effects. One thing I want you to do is wave your hand in front of your face right now. I know it sounds a little silly, but just wave it in front of your eyes. And do you notice anything about the motion of your hand? It's really blurry. That's called motion blur. And it's just natural that things in our natural environment, when they move, the way our brain processes them, there's a little bit of blur. What's different in this animation is that at every single moment, at every single frame, our square is perfectly sharp, and that's not natural when it's supposed to be moving. So you can add motion blur in After Effects, and that's one of these other columns in the timeline. It's this one with these 3 little dots, and if you hover over it, it's called motion blur, and all you have to do is check that button and enable it for our entire timeline. And that's what these buttons up here do. So you see this 3 little dots one, that's enabling motion blur. And so now you'll notice that as soon as I check that on, you get a little bit of blur on the edges of this square. And as I go through and scrub through, you see that little blur, and that's a little bit of motion blur that makes it look a little more natural. If I make this animation even faster, so I bring all of these keyframes into half a second, which I can do by selecting all, by clicking and dragging over, and then selecting one of them and dragging them to the left, and then play through this, you get even more motion blur, because the faster an animation, the more motion blur you get. Off, on. I typically like to add motion blur to most of my animations. The other thing that you can do to make your motion look more natural is playing with the speed. Right now, between these 2 keyframes, this square is moving and rotating and scaling up at the same speed throughout this entire animation. So from this frame to this frame, it's moving at the same speed as from this frame to this frame. But in nature, things ramp up. If you bounce a ball on the floor, it starts off slow and then it'll speed up, and then it'll go slower as it reaches its resting point. If you start running, you don't start running at your top speed, you ramp up. And so to ramp up animations, what we can do is called easy ease in After Effects. Let me just do that with position. So let me press P to bring up position. And now I just have my keyframes here. To add easy ease to a keyframe or to a set of keyframes, select those keyframes, or just for one, right-click the keyframe, go to Keyframe Assistant, and then choose Easy Ease. Or you can just select them and press F9 on your keyboard. So that's what I'll do. Now with that Easy Ease, you get more of a pop to it. It's that speed ramp, but it also has this sort of like pop action that I think looks pretty cool and looks a little bit more natural. If we extend it to 1 second, it'll look a little bit better. But you'll also know that now when I extended the position to 1 second, I didn't extend the scale or rotation to 1 second. So I want to do that. So what I can do to quickly bring up all of the keyframes for this layer is press U on my keyboard. And that brings up all the keyframes. Now I can take my scale and rotation and move it to the right to 1 second. And if I want, I can easy ease these other keyframes. So I can select all of these, press F9, or right click and choose easy ease. Now with that motion, I think it looks a lot more natural, and you can see it kind of slows into that final resting spot. In the next lesson, we'll take it one step further using an advanced technique that I think you'll understand. You just have to dive right into it, and it will help you change up the speed ramp of your easy ease. To play even more with the way the speed works with this animation, we'll use what's called the graph editor. The graph editor button right here opens up what's called the graph editor. Obvious, Phil, duh, right? But we don't see anything down here. Let me just extend this panel, the timeline, so we can see a little bit more. We don't see anything. And that's because we have to choose our keyframes that we want to view on the graph editor first. You can also do it later, but with these selected and then clicking the graph editor button, we see these lines. And these lines on this graph represent the speed of this value change. So for the position, you can see, and if I want to just highlight one of them, I can just choose that property over on the left-hand side. I can see that the position starts at 0 pixels per second, and you have the values on the left on the y-axis of the graph. And then it ramps up all the way to the middle where it's at 1000 pixels per second. So remember how I was talking about with easy ease, it ramps up, and without easy ease, it's sort of this linear, it's always moving at the same pace. If I check off of the graph editor, then I choose my position keyframes and then click Command, click them to clear that easy ease. Then go into the graph editor. You can see that the speed is this flat line right here. It just is always about, well, it says exactly what it is, 767.43 pixels per second for this entire animation. Let me undo that so we have our easy ease. This is the speed graph. If you don't see the speed graph, you might have to go to this button which says choose graph type and options and select speed graph because you might be on value graph. This is another graph that shows the value of your property. So over here you have it starting at 1308.19 and that's right here in our position. And then it goes down all the way to 540. There's lots you can do with the graph editor, but in this course, we're mostly going to be looking at the speed graph. So how do we change up the speed? You'll notice that we have the keyframes down here, which when selected, they have these handles, these little yellow handles coming out from them. If we click on the yellow handle, you can see that I can drag it around. I can drag it up and down, but I don't necessarily want to do that. I just want to drag it to the right or left. And if I drag it to the right, what's happening? It creates more of a ramp. And so it starts out even slower than before. So for the first half second, it doesn't ramp up to speed as quickly as before when the handle was back here. So now we're ramping up the speed from 0. It's only going around 500 pixels per second at half a frame. And then it really spikes up to 2500 pixels per second. What does this look like? See that little pop at the end? So it kind of slows in and then it pops up at the end. Let's reverse this. So let's take this first handle and put it all the way to the left. And then we'll take this second handle for the second keyframe and drag to the left. So now it's going to go really fast and then really slowly go into its final resting spot. One thing I like to do to give it just a little bit more of a pop is grab the handles and drag them both in. So let's drag both these handles in. So now it's going to go all the way up to 5,000 pixels per second in the middle. And you can see this creates this sort of cool pop effect. And we can do this with the scale too, or with the rotation. So maybe we want most of the rotation to happen at the very end of this animation. Just select rotation, click on your keyframe down here in the graph editor to get those handles, and then drag to the right. So now there's not going to be much of a rotation here, but at the very end, there will be this fast rotation. Kind of cool, right? Or maybe you want it to be the opposite, but you can play around. So the graph editor is a cool way where you play with the speed of your animations. Now, if you've gotten this far and you're mostly comprehending what I am talking about, bravo to you. It took me years before I even started working with the graph editor. So you're learning things that professionals are using all of the time in their animations. And I wanted to just dive right into this topic because I want you to be making animations that look professional right now. A lot of newbies, when they're starting out with After Effects, they create these motion graphics and effects, but they look so simple, the motion doesn't look natural, and that's because they're not using things like Easy Ease or the graph editor. So I hope you feel proud of yourself. I'm proud of you. And in the next lesson, we are going to be creating a bouncing ball effect. So this is more of a real-world application, putting everything that you've learned so far in this class, putting it together, and we're going to create that animation coming up right next. With all the skills you've learned in this class so far, you can put together an animation like this bouncing ball animation. So I challenge you to do that right now. In the next video, I'll be following up with the answer. I'll be going through how I did it, but I'm only using skills that we've taught in this class so far, putting it all together to create something that looks like this. If you don't get it exactly right, that's totally fine. I'll show you what I did, and it's okay to be a little bit different. You get a sort of preview of what I did here. I've got multiple layers. I've got these clouds in the background moving to the side. I've got the sky, the ground, and then of course this bouncing ball. One clue is that I'm using a lot of easy easing and the graph editor to make this motion look more natural. All right, so that's my challenge to you. Go ahead and try it, and then in the next video, I'll be showing you how I did it. Let's build this from scratch. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a new composition. This composition is 1000 by 1000 pixels wide. The time could actually be 4 seconds. My animation is a little less than 4 seconds. And I'll call this bouncing ball 2. So that's pretty good. Frame rate 23976, that's fine. And I'll click OK. First, let's just set up the background. So what we'll do is use our rectangle tool to create the sky. And so I'll choose my fill color as sort of a light blue. And one thing that I don't know if I taught yet, but if you want a square or a rectangle to fill your frame, all you have to do is double click the rectangle tool up here. And that creates a new shape layer and it fills the frame. Cool, right? And I'll rename this sky. So clicking on the shape layer, pressing return, and then calling it sky. Now let's go back to our rectangle, change the fill to gray. Whoops. Now actually that's a good lesson for you. If you have this sky layer selected and then I change the color, it's going to change the color of this layer. So I have to actually select off of that sky layer. Now choose fill, color, and change it to like a gray. Then I'll just create a rectangle for the bottom. And I'll rename this ground. So these are our two background layers, and I'm going to lock those so I don't move them, don't do anything to them. I'm going to wait to create the clouds, so now I just want to create the ball. So I'll take the ellipse tool, click fill to change the color. I like this bright red. Then to create a perfect sphere, shift, click, and drag. Okay. So it doesn't necessarily matter how big it is, but something like that looks pretty good. I want to make sure that the anchor point is in the center because I'm actually going to add a little bit of a stretch to this ball when it bounces. So choose the pan behind tool. It's kind of confusing because this looks like it's the anchor point for the layer, but it's actually the anchor point for the ellipse itself. So make sure that you don't have the ellipse selected, but the shape layer itself. Now you see the anchor point. Now I can click it, and then using the control button on your PC or command button on a Mac, just drag and it locks it to the center when you kind of drag it to the center. Now let me rename this ball. And one thing that will help me out is just to color this red. So change the color. So now I know that this layer is the red color. Awesome. So the first thing that I want to do is add some motion to this. So basically it's going to start up from above the frame, bounce down, hit the ground, and then bounce up a few times. So I'll show you the original one more time. So it starts out, drops 1 bounce, 2, 3, 4, and then kind of like a little tiny bounce at the end. So let's use our keyframes to create this animation. For position, bring up position with the keyboard shortcut P. Now let's move this up above the frame of our composition, holding shift so it locks it in the vertical or the horizontal axis so it doesn't move to the side. Now once it's above frame, just set a position keyframe. Now I want to start out doing this kind of orderly, so what I'll do is go to 12 frames and now drag it down, holding shift again until it reaches and it's just touching the cement. So if it goes a little bit over, it's fine because that kind of looks like it's, on top of the cement and not just like hitting it and your view is completely vertical with it. So that looks good. And then we'll go back up to 1 second and I'll just use this number right here to drag up the vertical position. Something like so. We can play around with the positioning later because if it goes too high, it looks a little unnatural depending on the speed. Now I'm going to go to 1.5 seconds, which is basically where this 12 frame mark is. And I want to move it exactly where this keyframe was, so I can just copy and paste this. So copy it, Command C on my Mac, Control C on your PC, and then Command V to paste. Now I'm going to go to 2 seconds and I'm going to move it up, but not as high as we went before. And the cool thing is that you can kind of see the keyframes. It's kind of hard for you to see, I know, but there's these little squares. Those are where the keyframes are that we set. So if we go here, that square is right there on that keyframe, and you can see it. So I know I don't want to go above there. Go to 12 frames. I still have that keyframe copied, so I can press Command V and it pastes that keyframe. Now let's go to 3 seconds. Let's go up just a little bit, back to 12. And then we'll just do like a little bounce at the end. It doesn't have to be as long. Just up and go forward and paste again. Now let's play through this and you can tell me what you think is wrong with this. The motion is all wacky. The way that a bouncing ball bounces and the speed of it does not look like this. We can add motion blur, which will help a little bit. So check on motion blur for that layer and then also for the timeline itself. Still not great at all. Another thing we'll do is add easy ease. So select all of these, right click, keyframe assistant, easy ease. So that ramps the speed, but it doesn't ramp it the right way. If you think of a bouncing ball, what it should do is should go down really fast, hit the ground really fast, and then when it goes up to this point, that's when it slows down. It slows at the peak of the bounce, and then it goes down and it gains speed, and it's gaining speed until it hits the ground, and then it shoots back up. And so what we're going to do is at these keyframes where it's at the top, we're going to go into the graph editor. So click graph editor. If you don't see this and it doesn't look like this, make sure you're on the speed graph, not the value graph. And now with these keyframes, we can select them and take the handles and drag out. So for both handles of this keyframe, we're going to drag to the left and to the right. So that eases the motion and it kind of hangs there in the air, bounces down, and then go to that next keyframe. Then let's drag out those handles. Go to the next one where it's up in the air. Drag out the handles. It doesn't have to be perfect. We can play around with the speed later. And then lastly, for this very last one, you got the little handles over there. So let's play through this. Okay, it's getting better, right? It's not perfect, but it's getting better. One thing that I don't like is that it comes down too slow. And so there's different things we can do. One thing we can do is shorten the distance between this keyframe and this one. So if I move this over here to the right, it speeds up. Another thing we can do is actually move the ball further away so that the distance that it has to go is further, meaning it will go faster. So let me zoom out and show you what I'll do. So if I change this to 12.5%, then I go on this first keyframe, and then I drag up, I can actually start the ball from way up here. Now if I show you, it goes a lot faster, right? So this looks good, but the motion when it bounces on the floor doesn't look so good. It still sort of ramps down. We don't want it to ramp down. We want it to spring back up automatically. So with the graph editor selected, go into your position. And now for these handles, for each of these keyframes where it's bouncing on the ground, drag them in so it's an even faster bounce. So I'll go to the next one. Drag it in like so. This one, drag it in. And then for the last one right here, we'll drag it in too. Okay, so now if we play through this one, nice. It's looking better. Okay, there's one more thing that's kind of unnatural, and that's the fact that between each bounce, it's the same amount of time. So it's 1 second from the time it goes down and bounces to the top, and then from this top to when it pops up again. And that's not natural because when a bouncing ball bounces, the amount of time it takes for each bounce gets shorter and shorter and shorter. And you can see this if you bounce a ball outside. So what we want to do is make these keyframes for each bounce shorter. So for this first one, I think it's fine. But for this second one, we should make it a little shorter. So let's take all of these keyframes, drag them in a little bit. Take all of them, drag them in. Now we could keep doing that for all the keyframes, but let me show you a quicker way to do that. It's a little bit better, so I'll undo. What we can do is I select all of these keyframes, not the first two. Then I click the last one, holding Option down on a Mac or Alt if you're on a PC. Click the last one and drag in. And now that squeezes all of these keyframes together and it keeps them uniform. So those last ones, even though these ones are a little bit closer together, it's still squeezing them together at the same sort of rate as these ones are being squeezed together. So that looks good. A little bit faster for this bounce. Now let's select these ones, not the first four now, and again, holding Option down, we'll click the last one and squeeze it in. And now let's just see what this looks like. Okay, this last bounce right here is definitely a little too long. So let's actually just take these in, drag them in quite a bit. Probably this last one too, just drag these in. So it's a combination of using that Alt click and just moving things around. That's how I use After Effects anyways. Okay, maybe it's a little bit too short for this last one, so we'll just extend it. It's sort of a dramatic bouncing ball effect. Cool. So this looks pretty cool. I think the motion is very close. You can go in and tweak it and keep playing with it, but I want to move on to another technique that I did, which was actually adding a little bit of a squeeze to the ball. You can see here when it reaches the ground, it kind of squeezes and then it bounces back up, and that's to show the impact of it hitting the ground. Okay? So we'll use a scale animation. So bring up the S or scale keyframe, and we'll want to go to when it hits the ground right there. How do we know that's when it hits the ground? If we actually bring up P, we should actually put our timeline indicator there first, and then scale. So let's first just set a keyframe. So now if we press U, we can bring up both keyframes or all the keyframes set for this. And we're going to start out at 100%. So we can move this keyframe over to the left, but here we want it to be squeezed. So let's unlock the constrain proportions lock. So now we can change the width or the height individually. And then let's just squeeze the height to something like 70. What this does though is it also moves the ball up, or it doesn't look like it's hitting the ground. So we'll just, actually with this selected, we can just hit the down arrow keys or shift down to move it even further, one click at a time or one button press at a time. Make sure you're on the keyframe where this position is though. So now let's go to this next one, and up here it should be at 100%. So let's just copy this first keyframe, paste it. Now let's go to this next one, and you'll see that there's sort of an error. I can't move my time indicator right on this keyframe. And that's because when we use this little trick where we selected multiple keyframes and we did the Option or the Alt squeezing of these keyframes, sometimes it moves the keyframes off of the exact frame of our composition. I know that's a little confusing, but what we can do is just take this keyframe and just move it to the side slightly. Now let's squeeze it. I'm going to squeeze it a little less. Last time it was at 70. This time I'm going to be at 80. Again, I'm going to move it down though, so it's hitting the ground. At this keyframe, let's make sure that we have our scale selected and then paste it so it's at 100%. Again, here we can't get to this keyframe exactly, so I'm just going to go close to it, move this keyframe to the side, and now I'm going to set our scale squeeze to 90%, and then just make it go down just a little bit. Another way you can quickly go from keyframe to keyframe is the J and K buttons on your keyboard. If I press K, it goes to the next keyframe. If I press J, it goes to the previous keyframe. So I can just scan through these. And now here I can, with my selection tool selected, I can set it at 100%. So make sure I have it selected and then press Command Paste because I still have that selected. K to go to the next keyframe. This one will just set to 95%, move it down slightly. K again to go here and select the layer and press Paste. And now I'm just going to leave it at 100% because for that last bounce, there's not as much pressure and it's not going to really bounce that much. Let's easy ease these bouncing, or the scale. So let's select all of them. F9 on your keyboard. Now, one thing that looks a little funny is that it starts to squeeze before it even hits the ground, which doesn't make sense. Why would a ball squeeze while it's in midair? So we are going to have to go into our graph editor for scale. So select scale keyframes, click the graph editor, and now we're actually going to go to the value graph. This is how we adjust the value. So you can see that here on this first keyframe, the height of this ball is 100%. Here at this keyframe, it's down to 70. So we don't want it to be at 70 at this point. So I'm going to take this handle and drag it up kind of like so. So it actually doesn't really squeeze until it hits the bottom. And then it bounces up, reaches full peak size. And then again, for this one, I'm going to select that keyframe, drag this handle up. So you can see that we're actually staying at 100% until right about there where it bounces on the ground. And then lastly, for this keyframe, same thing, select that keyframe point, drag the value up for the beforehand of this animation. Awesome. I really like how this is coming out. I think it's even better than the original one that I made. Now let's add just that last detail of the clouds. So take your rectangle tool. Make sure you don't have anything selected on your timeline. Let's change the fill to white. And actually, it's the ellipse tool. Sorry, not the rectangle tool. Now, let's just click and create one circle. Remember how I talked about shape layers? You're actually creating individual shapes within this one layer. So if I just keep creating circles, I can create sort of a cool cloud. And it's all within this one shape layer that we can animate, but it has all of these different ellipses. So if I close that down and let's rename this cloud 1, and I'll drag this down beneath this ground, or at least beneath the ball, so that the ball goes in front of it. And now let's add a little bit of motion. Press P to bring up the position, set a keyframe wherever you want, and now I'm going to drag that keyframe to the very beginning of this composition. Now I'm just going to drag to the left just a tiny bit. Subtlety is really good with animations. And now I'm going to move this keyframe all the way to the right. See how I did that? Sometimes instead of moving my timeline indicator all the way to the end or to the beginning to set my keyframes, I just set it and then I move the keyframe where I want it to go. So that cloud is moving, it's moving actually relatively quickly. Let's create another cloud. So with the ellipse tool, with no layer selected down here, I can just, again, click here. And I'll make one for this one a little bit smaller so it looks like it's more in the distance. And in fact, when you have a cloud or something moving in the distance, it appears as if it's moving slower. So I want to make sure that the position animation is slower than the cloud one is. And by slower, I just mean it moves less. So at the beginning, press P to bring up position, set a keyframe. Now let's go forward in time. Now let's just move it. I'm just going to move it to the right a little bit. It creates a little bit more of a dynamic effect where the clouds are kind of parting. I thought that was cool. And so now that last cloud in the behind, it looks like it's further behind. Really, it's not a 3D space in this After Effects composition, even though we can do 3D work in After Effects, and we'll go over that later in this course. But here we have this cloud moving in the background, cloud moving a little bit faster in the foreground, and our bouncing ball. Awesome. What do you guys think? Were you able to get something relatively close to this? I know there were a lot of sort of more intricacies that I went through with the graph editor and the scale and the squeezing, but I hope that you were able to follow this project. Maybe this isn't something that you're going to use in a real world situation for your own brand or company or one of your videos, but knowing these techniques and knowing how to be intricate with it, have those little subtle motions, have the little subtle sort of squeezing of the ball after it bounces, making sure that the timing is good, making sure that you have that motion blur is all good. We can turn on motion blur for the clouds as well, but since the clouds are moving so slowly, you're not going to get much motion blur. If they were moving faster, you would. Awesome. I hope you enjoyed this lesson and this section of the course. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll see you in another one. Hey, Phil here, and I hope you're enjoying this class. If you're interested in learning more or taking your video production to the next level, have you checked out videoschoolonline.com, my website, yet? We have tons of great resources, guides, and all kinds of tips there to help you out. So if you go over to videoschoolonline.com, which you see now on the screen, click that blog article in the top of the page, you'll see all of our latest articles. So we have all kinds of stuff like choosing the right microphone for your video, how to choose the right camera for your video production, all the equipment you need to make awesome videos, a recent article about equipment list for making videos with your smartphone. These are all of our latest articles. If you click this link right here at the top of the blog, you'll go to an archive of all of our articles that's broken down in an easy way to find out what you're looking for. So if you scroll past the photography articles, you might be interested in some of those, but you can also see we have a ton of video production articles on everything from production to audio recording, post-production, the business side of video and filmmaking, and we're constantly adding and updating this list with our recent articles. And yeah, like I said, just check out videoschoolonline.com, go to the blog where we have our latest articles. A lot of these topics come from students like you who ask us questions, and we think, oh, well, there's probably a lot of students that are interested in that topic. So we'll go ahead and actually make an article or a guide there. So again, videoschoolonline.com, click the blog, click the link at the top of the blog to get to this page, which is an archive of all of our articles in a nice, neat way to find and easy to see. Anyways, I hope you're enjoying this class. Have a beautiful day and continue learning. Bye now. Welcome to this new section of the After Effects course. This section is diving deeper into shapes and solids. In the past sections, we've looked at shapes, and that was when we used our shape tool up here and we created shapes. So you can see that we created shapes down here. Solids are a little bit different, and they have different properties, and you can do different things with them. To create a solid, go up to Layer, New, and Solid. Also, just take note while we're here that this is a cool way to create some different types of layers, such as a light layer or a camera. These are things we'll be getting to in the future. So if I choose solid, it brings up this window where we can choose our solid settings. You can give it a name. You can also change the color. And this is going to be a full frame sort of color or shape. Typically matches your comp size, or you can just click this button to make it the comp size, then click OK. When you do that, it automatically pops up in your timeline, and it also pops up in this folder over here, which is a different kind of cool thing compared to your shape layers, because if you want to reuse these solids in different compositions, you can actually do that right from your project bin, rather than recreating it as a shape layer. All right, so let me actually rename these just so you know. This is solid, this is shape. So we also learned that with the shape layers, that if you double click the rectangle tool, it creates this shape layer that's the full size of your composition. So actually I'm gonna delete this original shape we created and now call this one shape. Because you might be wondering, okay, we have a shape and a solid, what's the difference? If I turn off and on the shape, you're like, it basically does the same thing, right? Well, they do play different purposes. One of the reasons why I like using solids is that sometimes when you apply different effects to a layer, if you want it to be applied to the entire composition, you might need to use a solid layer, something we'll get into in the future as well. Another thing is that the way that you create masks. So with a shape, you can't really create a mask. If I take my, for example, star tool, and I want to create a star mask from this shape, it doesn't do it. It just creates another shape. Yes, I can turn off the rectangle and now I have a star, but it's a little different than creating a mask with a solid. If I do that with a solid, let's turn off our shape and let's take our polygon tool, and I have my solid layer selected and I create a mask. You can see that I create this shape, but what's actually happening is it's just sort of a cutout within the solid layer. Think of it as if you've ever baked cookies and you've rolled out your dough and then you get those little cookie cutters and you like stamp it onto your dough. It's basically stamping this shape onto it, but everything outside of it is still there. And we can actually delete this mask if we want to undo it. Or if you see now we have this mask within our layer, we can invert it. So just by clicking this invert button, now we have this solid layer with this cutout beneath it. And let me just show you how that works by bringing in our kangaroo photo. And that's in the background. Let me just make sure it's the right size. Turning off the solid, scaling down our kangaroo. Let's turn back on our solid. So now we have this mask, and we can take this mask, we can move it around. And there's also different options within the mask properties that you don't get with a shape layer, such as if you see when I drop this down, you have feathering, and you also have mask expansion, which expands the mask using the same sort of shape that you created it with earlier. This is a great way to create a quick vignette in After Effects. Let me delete this solid. To create a quick vignette, just press Command Y, which is your new solid button, or Control Y if you're on a PC. Make it black, click OK, and then click OK. Now we have this solid. That's the same size as our composition. And if we want a perfectly oval vignette, choose the ellipse tool, double click, which creates this oval mask. We'll need to invert it. So we're getting closer. Now it's just sort of this frame. And then we can use feathering to feather out the edges so we get more of a vignette. And then depending if you want it brighter or darker, you can decrease the opacity of the mask itself, or you can decrease the opacity of this entire layer. It's the same thing you're doing, but see, this opacity is just for this mask. But if you bring up the transform properties of this entire layer, you also get the opacity of the layer. So let me just turn this on or off. It's a quick way to create that vignette, and adding vignettes is a cool style. Don't go overboard with it. I know some people tend to add vignettes to everything they do, but it is a nice sort of cinematic style. Then, of course, we can animate all of these properties as well. If we want it to expand out, we can set a keyframe for the mask expansion as it is. Then we can go back in time, and then we can shrink our mask expansion. Let's actually make our opacity 100 so we can see what's happening. And I'm just shrinking it all the way till it's completely gone, negative 528 pixels. Now let's play through this. And then you have this nice sort of reveal. One quick last thing, this doesn't have to do with vignettes or solid layers, but one way to create a more sort of dynamic look with photos is what's called the Ken Burns effect, where your photos sort of subtly grow or shrink or move from side to side. And you can do that with an easy position or scale animation. So I'm going to, with my kangaroo, bring up scale, set a keyframe for 49%, put that at the beginning. And now I'll set another keyframe for, let's just do 53%, put that later on. And now we can play through this. It's a little fast, so I'm just going to extend that a little bit. And that's a nice little opening animation with the vignette, and that's done with the solid layer, and then a little scale animation. Cool, so that's a bit about solid layers. In the next lesson, we're going to be going back to shape layers because there's more things that you can do with shape layers that we definitely need to cover. Let's talk a bit more about shape layers. So I have this new composition. I'm going to take my rectangle tool and I'll just create this rectangle in the middle. I can align it if I want. Align. We've seen some of these options before, but if we drop down under contents and under rectangle, you can see that there's more intricate stroke and fill options. Here's where you can change the color. So if we want to change the color down here, we can. And you can see that it's changing up here. Another thing you can do, though, is drop the opacity of this individual shape. So why would you do that? If you want to create a more intricate shape, it might not make sense to have a bunch of different shape layers, but rather to create your entire shape right here under this one layer. Now I can go in with my rectangle tool. Let me just click contents to get out of the rectangle one and say we want to create a house. So we can add a door right here if we want. We can change the color of that door. We could add a roof if we want. And we can use the pen tool to do that, because using the pen tool, we're still creating shapes in this layer. And let's make sure that our opacity is up for these two. So let's go under the opacity for the roof. You know, this is just really quick stuff. It's not the best house ever, but you can see that now, instead of having a bunch of different shape layers, we've created this basic house all within this one layer. And what does that mean? Well, we can control it all at one time. We can make it grow or shrink. We can move it around. We can rotate it, rather than rotating every single individual layer and repeating to move this entire house all at once. Another option that you'll see is the stroke option. And to really see this clearly, I'm going to delete this layer, and then I'm just going to take my pen tool, and then I'm just going to create a simple snake shape. So I'm just going to click, click, and I'm also going to drag while I click so that I get a curve in my shape. So you can see that curve. If I didn't click and drag, I just get a straight shape with sharp edges. So I want to undo that. I'm just going to click, click, click. Now you'll see that this doesn't look like a snake, and that's because it's using a fill, but it doesn't have a stroke. The stroke is what happens along the edge of your shape, and you don't have to complete a shape if you don't want to. So if I want to, I can go into the fill options, and we could turn off our fill. And now up here, we can turn on our stroke. Okay, that's cool, but snakes, or well, if we wanted to create a snake, they don't have these sharp edges where their head or tail is. It's kind of rounded. So we can go into our contents, down to our shape one, and then into stroke one, and we could change the end of this stroke. So that's where this line cap is. Change that from butt cap to round cap. So you have now a rounded edge. What if we want a dotted line? We can do that with the stroke. Down here we have dashes. Click the plus button to create dashes, and then play with these dash settings to create larger or smaller dashes. And you can see if they're really small, then it ends up becoming one line. But if you want them smaller, you just have to decrease the stroke width. Now you start to see the little dots. So that's kind of cool too. Click plus again, and you can adjust the gap in between the dots. And this could create some sort of neat animation if you want by animating. You can animate the offset. So let's click the stopwatch icon for the offset at 0 seconds, and then go up to 1.5 seconds, and then just move it forward a little bit. Now let's play through. And you have this sort of motion going through. A cool way to create sort of a wave effect. You can also animate the different points in a shape, and that's the path. So let's close down stroke and bring open the path. So here, if we click the stopwatch next to path, it tells After Effects that at this point we want all of these points that we've set. It's hard to see, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We want them to be right there. Let's go forward to a little under a second. Now let's take these points and move them around. You'll notice that if I just click right now and drag one, the whole path moves. And that's because both the path 1 and path down here are selected. Just uncheck that and click path up here. You don't want this path selected. You want just this path 1 selected. Now we can move these points up and down. So now between here, we have this motion. And if we want it to go back to where it was originally, let's just copy and paste this first keyframe. And now we have this sort of wave effect. Kind of weird, right? You can even go into this point right here. Let's make sure we're just on path 1. Select the point, and we can play around with the way the curve works by choosing the handles for each point and extending them, rotating them, moving them around. Weird, huh? So this is how you can create some really organic, intricate motion with After Effects. And that's all just using a single shape layer, a stroke, adding some dashes, and using a path animation. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about layer styles. Another cool thing in After Effects are layer styles. I quickly created this composition with a background solid white layer, a teal rectangle, and then this text layer on top. You can add layer styles to any layer, even shapes or images or video. Just right-click the layer, go to layer styles, and you can see the different layer styles. So you've got your traditional drop shadow, which is cool. And when you do that, if you open up your layer, you'll see that there's this new layer styles panel or option down here. Drop that down, you see the different layer styles you've applied because you can apply multiple. Drop it down and you have the different options. So with the drop shadow, we can play with opacity. We could play with the distance from the letters. We can play with the spread, the size, the angle, all kinds of things. And we can also animate this kind of stuff. So if we want to animate the distance, let's set a keyframe there. Actually, let's move this keyframe to the end of where we're at. Then let's move it a little bit further away and we create that other keyframe. Now if we play through this, you get this sort of cool shadow effect. We can apply different effects to the shape layer itself. So right click that, layer styles. Let's do a bevel and emboss. So you get this sort of beveled look around the edges. And we can go into our bevel and emboss settings, play with the size. So if we want the beveling to be a little bit bigger, we could also change the angle of the shadow, which is kind of cool. Again, creating this sort of 3D effect. Now, this is, you got to go back to your graphic design principles. This doesn't look terribly good, but you can see all the kind of cool things that you can do with all of these effects. The ones that I really like are the drop shadow. I still use drop shadows sometimes. And then also inner shadow is pretty cool too. So let me delete the drop shadow. Let me show you what inner shadow does. Inner shadow, and it creates this sort of cutout look. So it looks like these letters are being cut out from the background. And that's because the text color itself is the same as the background color. If I change the text color of this character to something different, it doesn't really give that sort of look, but it's because the background and the text is the same color. You can also add a gradient overlay. So go to Layer Styles, Gradient Overlay. Let's go into our Gradient Overlay menu. And then here we can change the colors by clicking Edit Gradient. So here we have our gradient editor. And the way that this works is that you choose your colors and you put stops. So here we have white and black. You can see the bottom is white, the top is black. So if we want it to go from maybe sort of like a red to a blue, we can do something like that. And then we change the way that the gradient looks down in this menu. So we can change the angle if we want. We can change the style from linear to radial, for example. And then we'll go back to the angle and play around with that a little bit more of an actual gradient. And so you can see you can do lots of things with layer styles. So I'm not going to go through all of them. I think it's best for you to go through them yourself. But if you have questions about any of them, don't hesitate to post a question in the course at all. Stroke is another one, color overlay. These are all great effects or layer styles that you can use. If you thought we were done with shape layers, well, you're in for a surprise because there's a lot more that we can do with shape layers. And that's under this add button. They're kind of these shape effects, like I like to call them. So I've created this circle and I want you to do that right now. So go ahead and pause the video, do it, and then I'll tell you how to do it if you forget. So pause the video, create it. Okay, let's go. So hopefully you created it. I just added this background, and then with the shape layer, I created this circle using the shift click to create the perfect circle. And then I turned off the fill and I have the stroke set. I can set it 25. Awesome. So in our contents, we have our ellipse, which we've seen before, but we also have this add button. If we click that, we see a bunch of different options. We have things that we've seen before, like fill and stroke, but there's also these ones down here. If I click wiggle past, look what happens. It adds this animated sort of wiggle effect, and we can go in here and make it even more wiggly by changing the size. We can change the detail so there's a lot more of them. We can change the points so that's smooth instead of that sort of sharp edges, and we can play through it. So you get this sort of organic wiggle to this shape layer. And let me delete that wiggle path. Another one is this zigzag, which is similar, but it's not animated. So with the zigzag, I can go in here. We can create some zigzags. We can also animate these things. So if we want this sort of pow sort of look, we can create more ridges, create sort of a gear type thing. That's pretty cool too. Now this doesn't change with time. It's not animated, but it's just for style. One that I love that I'm going to use a lot in this course and for a lot of my projects is trim paths. So go ahead and click add trim paths. Now, nothing happens when you do that, but what you'll notice is that when you drop down trim paths, you have the start and end percentage. Click the end percentage and just drag. And you can see that we have this circle growing on with their percentage. This is how you can come up with some really intricate animations. So say we animate this, the end from 0, then to 1 second to 100. Now we have this circle being drawn on. And this will happen for any type of stroke or any shape that you create with the pen tool using the stroke. If it had a fill, let's just turn on a fill. You'll see what happens. I typically don't do this because it looks kind of funny, but maybe for one of your animations, you might want to use that. But I typically turn the fill off when I'm using trim paths. I'm going to easy ease these keyframes, selecting them, right clicking, keyframe assistant, easy ease. So we get more of a little pop. Let's even go into our graph editor, make sure we're on the speed graph. Select these keyframes and drag them in to create more of that little pop action. Cool, that's pretty cool. And we can add some motion blur, make it a little bit more organic. That's pretty cool. Okay, so that's cool, but let's make this really intricate really fast. There's another thing in the add button called a group, and that allows us to group multiple shapes or multiple effects into sort of a folder. So if I take the ellipse and drag it into the group, and I also take the trim paths into the group, now those two things are combined, and we can actually copy and paste this group right within this shape layer. So I can duplicate it by pressing Command D or Control C, Control V to copy and paste on a PC. Let's open up group 2, and now let's go into our ellipse in group 2 under the transform properties for the ellipse and scale it down. Okay, so now we're scaling it down. We have 2 circles. Let's also play with the stroke of this one. So let's drop down the stroke. Let's make it even skinnier. So now if we play this, you can see that it's starting to get a little bit more interesting. Okay, that's cool. Let's duplicate this group 2 again. And then let's go into our ellipse 1. And actually, let's make this a little bit bigger. So into the transform ellipse 1, let's make it a little bit bigger like so. This looks kind of cool, but let's reverse this animation. So let's delete these keyframes. Now let's set the start to 100 So now we're going to animate the end from 100 to 0. So at this second point, we're going to set a keyframe for the end at 0%. Now let's go to 0 frames and set this to 100%. So now it's animating on the opposite way, like so. So let's play through this. Pretty darn cool. And of course, you can keep going, keep animating, keep duplicating, and that's how you get more intricate effects like this. We're going to continue on, but we'll also be covering some of these other effects in future lessons and real-world projects. Feel free to play around with them and just start creating your own motion graphics using things like the trim paths animations. Hey, Phil here with a quick update for After Effects CC. This came out in mid-2020. It's tapered ends of strokes. So if you have your pen tool out and you want to create a stroke, let's just go ahead and create some sort of lightning bolt type stroke. So just a basic white line. Looks okay, right? But now under Contents, Shape, Stroke, Taper, we have this tapering option. Lots of different options here. So you have your starting point, your end point, and you can adjust your percentage to make it taper more or less. So here we have, it's looking more and more like a lightning bolt. You can adjust the width if you want it to be wider or not. And then the easing, so making it rounder or not. So maybe it's not a lightning bolt, but some sort of, more organic worm type thing. So the end ease or the start ease. So a little bit more worm-ish. And then we would change our line join to a round join from miter join. And so we're getting a little bit more round. Now I think this is, we'd actually have to create our line a little bit different. So say we take our stroke tool again, or our pen tool, and we click, and this time we're clicking and dragging. So we're getting that curve. So now if we go in here and we get our stroke and taper, lots of drop downs. Now we can start to see a little bit more how we can create a more organic, even so for the back, maybe it's more like a snake. The back is pointed, the front, we'll call this the front. And so now you have a more organic snake-like looking shape. How's this practical? Well, you can animate all these features. You can do a trim path to animate it on or off. Maybe we could even draw our name on. So say I take my pen tool, I can draw, let's start with a P. Right here, something like that. So say we have a P, we drew on a P. And now let's take our shape, we add some tapering. Stroke, taper, and we'll add some tapering on the end, and then at the start, and then the end. And the end, we will round it out quite a bit, so it's got a round end. Then let's add a little trim paths animation. So say we end there at 100, go back, and let's play this on. Now this is going to be pretty slow. So let's actually make this faster, like 1 second. Kind of cool. Now you're gonna have to play around with the percentages. It looks a little bit funny growing out like that. So you can animate your percentage of your tapering and stuff. But you can imagine if we add a little bit of easing, easy ease, make it a little bit faster. And if it continued to ride out, you can see how you can create some pretty funky looking text or shapes with the new tapered edges or tapered endpoints. So anyways, just wanted to share this in case you missed it and to update you if you have, if you are using After Effects and you haven't seen it yet. Cheers. Hey, Phil here with a quick update for After Effects CC 2020 and beyond. This was released in the middle of 2020. It's concentric shapes and offset. So what you can do is create some pretty groovy text, which I'll be showing you here. So the first thing you want to do, and I'll just mention to kind of give you a heads up, is this will work no matter what text you use, but it will look better if you have some text that's spaced out. So I have my text here with the tracking spaced out enough. And you'll have to play around with the initial setup of the stroke size. So right now my stroke is set to 1. And they have to be shapes. So you can do this with the shape tool or text, but the text has to be shaped. So to turn text into shape, right click, choose create shapes from text, which is great, except now we can't edit the text. So you have to have your text finalized before you do that. It turns off the visibility of the text layer, so it's still there, but you can't really get back to editing your text easily. Drop down your properties menu, click add, offset paths, there it is. So offset paths, you'll see that it automatically jumps and does something. So our path is offset, and what we want to do is duplicate it. So right now you have your settings right here, and if I click and change copies to 5, you'll see what happens. So it starts to create these offset concentric shapes. And so we can adjust the size of these, so the amount. So if you go positive, it's going to be outside or beyond the shape. You can also go negative, which goes internal. So it only goes as much space as you have, and so -2 looks like the closest. But I'm gonna go +2 and see how that creates that sort of groovy look. You can change like the spacing in between things, so the offset from the original or the miter limit, adjust the edges of things. You can also adjust the edges round versus kind of miter cut, which is like a straight edge or beveled. So there. So as you can see, you can start to create some really cool, let's go a little bit more. So those are overlapping, but still pretty cool. So you can imagine layering these things on top of each other. So say we have our groovy text. Let's change this from having a stroke to a fill. Let's change the color. Let's just make it, I don't know, let's go pink, something super groovy. So now you can, you'd have to combine a lot of animations to animate this whole thing on and off. But of course, like everything in After Effects, you can animate each property individually. So let's go down to our, where do we have our text? Oh, down here in our shapes. So we can adjust our copies, and let's just animate that from 0 to 5. Ooh, that's kind of cool, huh? Interesting. So you can play around with it. You can also do it with shapes, get some pretty interesting effects by repeating shapes this way. And yeah, just another tool in your tool belt of After Effects. Cheers. Welcome to this brand new section of the After Effects course. In this section, I'm going to be going over a number of skills and effects that you should know how to do in After Effects because they come up so often. They don't really fit in with other sections about shapes or starting out your animations or 3D or things like that. So I'm putting together them here because before we move on to those more advanced real-world situations, I want you to know these ones. So the first one we're going to be looking at is how to make objects or text, really any layer, appear out of thin air, like this. And by knowing this sort of effect, you can do something like this, where it appears as if it's coming out of a line. And you actually know how to create a line like this, and you actually already know how to create the animation for the line like this. It's a little bit trickier than what we've done before, but let's walk through this entire animation. What this is basically called is a track matte animation. All right, so start a new composition. You can name it whatever. I'll call it track matte. 1920 by 1080 pixels, duration 5 seconds is perfect. Let's start out with our background. Command Y for Mac users, Control Y for PC users. I'll call this background. And so now we have this background layer, and I'll just lock it so we don't do anything to it. Next, let's add some text. So I'll just take my text tool, type in the middle, say hello. Now with this, let's make sure that it is aligned to the center, horizontally and vertically. And you can see that I'm using Open Sans and Bold. Open Sans is a free font you can find online. Before we actually animate this text, I want to talk about track mats. So to explain this, it's best if I just walk you through it. So take your rectangle tool, make sure that you have a fill set. You don't need a stroke, so you can turn stroke to 0, and create a rectangle that covers your text, like so. Doesn't matter what color it is. All right, so this is basically a shape that we're going to have our hello text appear into. There's another column that I want you to look at in your timeline called track mat. And if you don't see that, it might be because your screen is too small, and there will be a button down here that says toggle switches modes. Click that button to make sure that the track mat column appears. Change that for the hello layer from none to alpha matte, and make sure that your shape layer is above your hello text. So select alpha matte shape layer 1, and I can just rename this actually track mat. All right, so what happened was the track mat actually turned off, but we're still using it, because if we take our text with our selection tool, click on it and move it around, look what happens. The text appears where this rectangle is, but not where it isn't. So now you can imagine we're just going to animate from down here to up here. So let's do that. So bring up your position for the hello. At 1 second, let's set the position keyframe where it is now. And then say, let's make it slide in from the left, actually, if we want. So let's drag to the left, and I'm holding shift down so it locks to that sort of line. Now we can play through, and we have this text popping on. We can do our things like adding motion blur, enabling motion blur, F9 for easy ease, go into our graph editor, add our pop. You're all very accustomed to this. These are just the techniques that I use to make my animations look a little bit more dynamic. And so now you can see that text popping in. Cool, so how do we make it pop in from a line? Well, we just have to put a line right at this point over here. So the easiest way to create a line is with the pen tool. So take the pen tool, set the stroke to say 10 pixels, and now just create a line, click at the top, and then shift click at the bottom so that it creates a straight vertical line. And now we have that line going across there. If we want to make sure that it's perfectly horizontally centered, or vertically centered rather, click the Align tab and click the vertical center alignment. So now we have our text coming out of this line, which is a pretty typical effect you see in modern commercials and modern videos. How do we animate this line on? Do you remember what we did in the last section? It's called a trim path animation. So under our line, so let's just title this line. Let's go in and add trim paths. If you drop down the trim paths menu, we have our start and end percentage. Instead of animating from 0 to 100, what we're going to do is actually set a keyframe right now how it is for both the start and the end values. So that's at 1 second. And then if we go back in time, and actually we're going to play around with the timing of this, but if we go back here, let's move the end percentage to 50, which moves the line to the midpoint between these 2 points, and then the start to 50. So now in between here, and let me just turn off our text so I don't see that for a second, we have this line growing on. I'm going to add easy ease, make these a little bit faster, add motion blur to this. Then I'm also going to see when our text starts to appear. Oh, let's turn on our text layer. So our text appears right as the line is growing. Maybe I want it to go a little bit later, so I'll just click the text layer and drag to the right a little bit. Whoops, that's the track mat, the text layer. Drag to the right just a few frames. So now we have this line popping on and hello text sliding on. And we can quickly maybe make this line disappear once the hello text has gone through the line by copying and pasting our starting and ending keyframes, copy, paste. And now let's go forward. We can copy and paste these second ones. You'll notice something that's a little weird with the motion with the second one, and we'll see if we go into our graph editor that the timing is a little off, and that just happens when you copy and paste keyframes. So if you want to add that pop, we can select the keyframes, drag them in, make sure that we have them both selected for both the start and the end. So I'll just click the start ones. Add a little pop, just dragging in the handles for both keyframes. Okay, so if I select both of them by shift clicking, they should look pretty similar. Now if we play through, pops on, pops off, pops on, pops off. You'll notice though, right here, it's kind of weird that you probably can't see it, but I can see the line right here. You know, that's just a little glitch in After Effects. If I turn off motion blur, it's not there, but with motion blur, it's on. Don't know necessarily why it's still there, but to get rid of it, I can just trim the right side of this layer. I can either click and drag this to the left, so then it just disappears after this frame right here. Or if I undo that, there's a keyboard shortcut that I want you to know, Option right bracket. So Option right bracket or Alt right bracket for Windows users will trim the clip from the right side. If I want to trim from the left side, I can do Option left bracket. See how that worked? Undo, Option left bracket. So that's a quick way to trim layers. So now we have that animation. Cool, right? That's a track mat animation. You can do a lot of cool stuff with it. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about pre-compositions. In this lesson, we're going to learn about pre-compositions, which is basically a way to group multiple layers together. To see this in action, go to your documents and go find the drone shot that's available in the downloadable project files. So that's under the video folder. Bring that into After Effects. And then let's drag that into a new composition. So now we have this composition that is just this drone shot. Then let me just trim it to this area right around 9 seconds when the drone is flying over the ocean or the hill and we're seeing the reveal of the ocean behind. So about 8 seconds or so. And I'll go up to Composition, Trim Comp to Work Area. So now we have this 9-second clip. Okay, so that's ready. And the reason why I did that is because what if I create a title like this that has multiple layers, shape layers, a track mat layer, a text layer, and I want to be able to put all of these layers onto another clip. Well, I could actually go in, I can select all of these layers by clicking one of them and then shift clicking the top one, or by control or command clicking the individual layers and copying them, Command C, going to my new composition and pasting, Command V. So now I have all of these texts, but look what happens when I copied and paste them. The order is all off. So I need to move the track mat above hello, the line above everything, and now it works. But if I want to move these things around, if I want to make everything smaller, say I want this text to just be a little smaller, or maybe I want to add a drop shadow to everything, instead of going in and right-clicking, going to layer styles and drop shadow, for each layer, there's an easier way to do this. I'm going to delete all of those. So I'll go back to my track mat, and what I can do is pre-compose this. Select the layers you want to put in one group, right-click, and choose pre-compose. Now, it's going to pop up with a window that asks you to name your pre-composition. I'll call this Hello Title, and then just click OK. What happened in this composition that we're working on, the track mat, is those 3 layers became one. And you'll notice that the Hello Title became its separate composition in the project panel. I can open it up by double-clicking it there, or just double-clicking this pre-comp layer here in the timeline. So here we have those 3 layers that we pre-comped. It doesn't include the background. Now, if I go to my drone shot, I can take this pre-comp, the hello title, drag it into my project, and see here, we have the hello text appear. Now, hey, I can say, oh, well, I want it all to be a little bit lower and smaller. So I can move it down here where the hill is so you can see it better. I can bring up the scale of this entire pre-composition, scale it down, and say, okay, maybe that's good, but let's try it up here. Oh, I actually like it up there, but now I want a drop shadow. So here I can right click, go to layer style, add a drop shadow. And now we can see that there's the drop shadow applied to everything, the line and the text. So I'll go in, I'll adjust the drop shadow. This is just sort of a more stylistic thing for me with drop shadows. I typically like to increase the spread and the size and decrease the opacity so it's a little more subtle. I don't like those big, hard drop shadows. So something like that is typically what I like. That might be a little too harsh, but you can change it according to whatever you prefer. So that's basically what a pre-comp is. We'll run into this issue or this strategy of using pre-comps in future real-world projects. So just keep that in mind. One other thing to note is that the keyboard shortcut for pre-composing is Command-Shift-C, or on a PC, Control-Shift-C. And you can actually pre-comp pre-comps. So here I could take this drone shot and the hello title, and now I can Command-Shift-C, pre-comp it, and I'll call this drone with title. Okay, so this is getting pretty meta, but I have this drone with meta title, and now I can change this pre-comp. So I can make it smaller, I can duplicate it, Command-D, I can move it around, duplicate it again, move it around. So now I have these 3 shots, 3 little screens, because it's all in one pre-comp. So I'm going to undo this so we get back to this point here where we have the hello title and the drone shot. And in the next lesson, what I'm going to show you is how to easily and quickly reverse this animation without having to go back in and keyframe all of the different individual layers. There are multiple ways to reverse an animation. We could go into this composition and we can bring up all the keyframes for all of these layers by selecting them all. That's Command A to select all the layers in your timeline, and then pressing U to bring up all of the keyframes that we've adjusted. We could go through and animate all of these keyframes individually for each layer, but there's an easier way. So let's go back to the drone shot. And the way we're going to do this is through time remapping and reversing layers. So let's actually first cut this layer at the point where we want it to start the reverse animation. So let's go here, it goes on, and then maybe around here is when we want it to start reversing. So let's trim this composition. Remember the keyboard shortcut for that? Option right bracket, or Alt right bracket for Windows users. Now let's duplicate this layer. So Command D to duplicate, or Control D for Windows. Then right click this top layer, go to Time, and Time Reverse Layer. So this actually reverses the animation. It's hard to see, so what I want to do is drag this top one, the reverse, which I can title reverse so I know which one I'm working with, put it up right next to the end, and now it animates off. So let's just play through it so you can see exactly what's happening. The top hello layer is the reverse, so everything is going to happen backwards. So it pops on, now it pops off. So that's the quickest way to reverse an animation, by pre-composing first, duplicating your layer, and then reversing the top layer, and then of course putting them together. If I wanted to extend this, I can just move this out to the right, extend this right here until it meets up, and now we have a longer pause before the animation starts. Okay? Cool, thanks for watching. In the next lesson, we'll dive a little bit deeper into playing around with time in After Effects. Let's dive a little bit more into time and see what you can do in After Effects. For this video, use the puppy shot that I've added to your video folder. Add that to a new composition just by dragging it in. So first, let's talk about freeze frames. So if you go to a point in your video and you want to freeze the frame, for example, maybe you want to add a title or, whatever you want to do, go to that point, right click, go to time, freeze frame. So this is going to create a freeze frame for this entire layer at this point. Now, what if you want it to play up until this point and then freeze frame? Let me undo this. There's a couple ways to do this. One would be to literally just duplicate this layer like so, Command D, take the top one, go to time, freeze frame, and then trim it to this frame. So this bottom layer is playing, and then when it gets to this one, it pauses. So that's one way to create a freeze frame. Boop, there it stops. The other is through time remapping. So time remapping, if we right-click a layer, and you can do this for video clips, you can do this for compositions, for animations, for pre-comps. Click time, enable time remapping. What you'll see is we have this new time remap option, and there are keyframes. And you know what we can do with keyframes? We can change the speed of things. We can animate things. So there's a keyframe at the beginning and at the end. So if you want to actually speed up this clip, you can take this last keyframe and move it forward or earlier. So now what it's telling After Effects is that from this first keyframe to the second keyframe, we need to play the entire video clip. And so that's speeding it up. If you want to create a freeze frame, what you can do is go to the frame that you want to freeze, set a new keyframe, go forward until you want the freeze frame to stop, and then copy this keyframe and paste it. So now it plays, got our puppy jumping around, it freezes, and then it continues to play. Now, the only issue with this, though, is that now the distance between this second keyframe that we set and this last one is actually shorter than the actual time of the clip. Between this one, let me delete this, and this one, the timing is the original. So this clip is actually in slow motion, so it's a little bit slower. But by setting this keyframe, the same one over here, it's actually speeding up the rest of this clip a little bit. So if you want it to be the natural sort of speed for this rest of this clip, you'll have to move this last keyframe to the right, the same amount as this keyframe is from this one. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, please let me know. What if we want to slow down time? Well, to see that, let's go to our Finder, bring in our bees clip that I just added to the folder, drag that into a new composition, right-click, go to time, and then time stretch. So now you can stretch according to, the stretch factor. 100 is basically going to be no stretch. So if I click OK, nothing basically happens. This is just at the normal speed of the clip. So let's go back, right-click, time stretch. If I put it at 50, you'll see the time change. So if it's at 100, the duration of this clip is 10 seconds. 50 will actually speed it up. Over 100 will multiply it. So 200 will be 2 times the speed. So just click OK. So now if we play this, our clip plays even slower. So a little bit of slow motion. And After Effects does a pretty good job at slowing down footage. So if you're looking for a way to slow down footage, even at lower frame rates, it does a decent job at doing so without getting that sort of jittery, stuttery look. The other way you can do this, and I'm just going to undo what I just did so we have the original speed, is with time remapping. And so that's basically enabling time remapping and then extending the distance between these keyframes. So let me just go to the point where I want this clip to stop. So say there, set a keyframe, and then extend the distance between this first and second keyframe. And now it slows it down. So you can see there's lots of different ways to do sort of the same effect in After Effects. Some are more efficient than others, and sometimes it's just a preferential thing. Those are some cool time tricks. It also works for animations. So for this hello title, so let's go back to our drone shot. If you wanted to slow this down, you can do a time stretch, you can do the time remapping and make it slower. And it works really well with animations and motion graphics built within After Effects because it knows exactly how to slow it down without getting that jittery, stuttery look that you might get if you're slowing down video footage from a faster frame rate to something that's really slow. Awesome. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we'll move on to new and more important things that you should know with After Effects. Another stylistic technique you're able to do in After Effects is with blend modes. And this is similar in Photoshop or even Premiere Pro if you're aware of those there. So bring in the fire and ocean video clips and then drag the ocean into a new composition. So it creates that perfect comp for that video. And then drag the fire clip on top of the ocean. You'll notice that the fire is a little bit smaller. It's a little bit of a wider aspect than the ocean. So just bring up the scale and increase it. So S to bring up scale and then increase the scale until it covers. So a blend mode is basically affecting how two layers interact and how they appear. So you can see all of your blend modes under this mode column by dropping it down and choosing your different blend modes. If you don't see that column, there will probably be a toggle switches mode button down here. Just click that so you see the mode column. Another thing, and what I like to do because it really depends on what the mode is for what it looks like and what clips you're using, you can scroll through all of these different modes by clicking Shift and then the plus and minus keys on your keyboard that are right next to the delete key. So as you can see, I'm going through the modes, it's changing, and you can see what's happening when I do that. The way these two clips are blended changes. Now, some are different than others. There's some like screen and lighten that get rid of a lot of the blacks in the image. There's others like multiply that get rid of a lot of the light. So what happens is the top image, when we choose multiply, the bottom image appears through the highlights of the top video, so the brighter parts. If we change it to, say, screen, it's kind of the opposite. The back image or the bottom image shines through the darker parts of the fire shot, and the lighter parts are still there. Scrolling through these, I found that for this clip, Stencil Luma is a really cool one. It basically makes the bright completely transparent and the darks completely not transparent for this top layer. So the flame actually shows what's behind. And I thought that was a really cool technique. You know, fire and water, who knows what this video would be of, but I just wanted to show you how cool that actually could be using the blend modes. It'll also look different if you put the ocean on top. So if I put the ocean on top and I use the same thing, Stencil Luma, it's different. You get the orange from the fire. You don't get the color from the top layer. So how is this actually practical? Well, say we put the fire on top. Let's change it to, how about something where it looks like the flames are on top of the water, something like lighten. And if we make this smaller and we put it on top of the horizon, you know, this could be some sort of apocalyptic scene. It looks like the flames are coming from the edge of the horizon. Now, it's not perfect because as this moves, the horizon changes, and also there's this hard edge on the side. So to combat that, what I would do is create a mask. So take our rectangle tool, and let me just show you by changing this to normal so you can really see what I'm doing. And then make a mask around the edge and through the rest of this clip, and then feather it. So pressing F, you can bring up mask feather, or you can drop down the mask and the mask properties and feather the edge like so. Now, if I change the blend mode for this layer back to lighten, the edge doesn't look as bad. We can also just duplicate this and move it to the side. So drag it over to the side. And maybe one more time so we have it going across the entire frame. And you can see we can even overlay these on top of each other. Duplicate it again, put it on top. Duplicate it again, put it on top. So we're getting even more flames. And actually on this case, we'd probably want to create that feathering effect on the right-hand side of the clips too, so it's not that hard edge. The last thing I just want to show you is the blend mode of a solid shape layer. So if I take our shape layer tool and let's choose a blue actually, and then let's put this down here. Maybe we're gonna put a title card on the bottom, get rid of the stroke, and let's just change the blend mode to maybe like overlay. I like that one. I mean, if we move this up here, you can see that we can create this sort of bar across that is this cool kind of effect, and maybe add text over here, overlay, like so. Center that up, and maybe change the overlay text blend mode to overlay itself. You can get this kind of cool effect. Or if you want the video of the background showing through this text layer, let me delete the shape layer. What I can do is change the blend mode of the overlay text to stencil alpha. So now the bottom video layer is actually shining through the white text. Cool. So that's a lot you can do with blend modes. It's often a cool thing to play around with. So if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we'll see you in another lesson. After Effects has a great built-in stabilizer. Here's this video clip, shaky camera, that you can find in the project files. And I'm just looking at the first 5 seconds of it. And you can see that it has that sort of handheld quality to it. Some people like that, but oftentimes I get a little bit annoyed with it. I'd rather have it to be a little bit more stable and smooth. If you want to stabilize video footage like this, just right-click the layer and choose Warp Stabilizer VFX. This is the same type of warp stabilizer that's available in Premiere Pro, so if you know that, you'll know how this one works. Once you apply it, it's going to initialize and analyze the video clip that you've added. So the shorter the video clip, the better actually, so that it doesn't have to analyze everything. And also you want a clip where the shot is relatively the same. You don't want the camera to be panning around, changing the shot within this exact same shot because it's analyzing everything. So it's good if it's in one sort of location. And then once it does that, it will actually go through each frame and stabilize. And if you don't want it to have to actually stabilize everything, what I definitely recommend is trimming in to your comp work area. So if I cancel this, then I reanalyze, you'll see that it's only going to stabilize frames 1 through 127. So you can see it's kind of shaky right here, and then let's see what happens after this stabilizes. You'll see the orange bar stabilizing. Now if we play this through, look at that. Smooth, buttery. I love it. You get rid of those little hand jitters that you get when you're shooting handheld. You can control the amount of smoothing and stabilizing through this smoothness percentage. It automatically sets the settings to what typically works best with the warp stabilizer. The result is smooth motion and not no motion. If you want absolutely no motion, sometimes it can be done. It depends on the clip. Like this one is pretty good. See, look at no motion at all. And what's happening is it's actually sort of warping the image. It's rotating it. It's changing the position. It's scaling it so that there is no motion. Let me just show you what happens when I change the method from subspace warp to position, scale, and rotation. And then I change the framing to stabilize only. So this is actually what's happening. You can see that the frame, your video composition, is actually moving around. It's rotating. See, look how it's rotating around. So what it needs to do, or what this effect does, is it scales it, it crops it if necessary. And so you will be punching in a little bit on the clip, meaning you will zoom in a little bit more, but the result is you get this more stable look. If the no motion doesn't work for you, or even if the smooth motion looks a little bit wonky, because sometimes depending on how much camera shake there is, it can look a little bit digital, you can decrease the smoothness, and that will make it a little bit less stable, but better than having something that looks sort of distorted. And then just play around. If subspace warp doesn't work for you, try these other ones. Typically, this is going to be the best option though. To do an even better job, click under the advanced and do detailed analysis, and it will go through all the frames with more detail and try to stabilize it even better. But usually without this, it does a decent job. But even without this, it does a decent job. So that's the stabilizer right within After Effects. One cool thing that I like with the 2018 update to the After Effects Creative Cloud version is that when you choose a font, you actually have a preview of what the font looks like, and you can favorite fonts. So now when I scroll through these, I can actually see what it looks like and favorite them. So for example, if I really like Helvetica, for example, and maybe this Grobold font, and when I'm starting a new project and I'm trying to find the fonts I like, I can just click this little star button up there, and it shows all of the favorited fonts that I've chosen in the past. So this is just a cool way that makes editing and creating After Effects graphics a little bit more efficient, and one of the updates that I wanted to share with you. Here's a really cool update for CC 2019 users of After Effects. It's a way to have your animations responsive to time, basically. Great for things like lower thirds or titles where you might be using them across different projects and you want them to be a certain length in one project and then a little bit longer or shorter later without having to reanimate everything. So I have this basic lower third that I created. So it has the top bar popping out and then this bottom bar popping down below. You can see that I have all of my keyframes up. So it has 8 keyframes in total. It has curves and everything added to make the motion a little bit different. Motion blur added as well. Now, if I wanted to make this currently, which is 5 seconds, if I wanted to make it 8 seconds, what I would have to do is change the time of this comp. I would have to extend all of these layers, move all the keyframes. There's a quicker way to do that. So if I just work with me now, you're going to learn as we go. If I take my work area and put it over the intro, so I'm going to put it over all of the keyframes in the beginning. Then I right click and choose Create Protected Region from Work Area. What's going to happen is now whatever happens in here is going to be locked later on. I'm going to do the same thing to the end. So I'm going to move my work area to the end, just put it over the keyframes, right click, choose Create Protected Region from Work Area. Now, right now I could go in and adjust all of these keyframes, which is great so that you can go ahead and edit them later. Now, what happens if we bring this responsive time lower third into another video? Now we're going to drop this lower third onto this video. So right now it's 5 seconds long. So if we play through this, it's going to play person's talking, but say you want it to go a little bit longer. Now we can just extend the end to however long we want. Pretty crazy, right? So now we can make this 10 seconds and everything is safe. So the animation at the beginning isn't stretched or slowed down or anything. It stays the same, just the parts in the middle are extended. So you got to be careful with this. If there are other animations going on in the middle, those are going to be played in real time or the original time that's back on our responsive time composition. But whatever is on those intros and outros is going to be saved. All right, so now I'm back in the lower third that I created. If you want to get rid of these work areas that you're protecting, just right click any of those edges or the markers and just say delete this marker or delete all markers. I quickly want to show you a shortcut that might help you out. If you have an intro that you want to save or preserve, just with your composition open, go to Composition, responsive design time. And if you choose create intro, what's going to happen is it's going to automatically add that intro for you. So depending on how big your composition is, it's going to change length. But now we can just click and adjust this work area that's preserved by clicking and dragging the in and the out point of that shaded region. And it's the same for creating that outro. Cool, so this is a really cool effect or addition to After Effects that will save time when creating graphics that are going to be used over and over again. Imagine if you could automatically make an object disappear from your video frame. Now this is semi-easy to do with a still image, but in video it is still quite difficult until now. After Effects has released the content aware fill effect. This is basically a way of removing objects from a video. Crazy, right? So to do this, go up to Window and make sure you have your Content Aware window open or panel. It might be over here on the right-hand side. Now I have this clip of this hot air balloon that is moving behind this mountain, which is actually even tougher than if the hot air balloon was just in the blue sky. But basically what we're going to do is mask around our object and let After Effects do the rest. So to do that, you can create a mask with the pen tool or really any shape tool that you want. I'm going to use the ellipse tool to create a mask. Make sure I'm selecting our video layer around our hot air balloon. Now you will see that it has selected the inside of our mask. What we want to do is go to our mask that was created under this video layer and click subtract. Wow, it's a tongue twister for this one for some reason. Now the difference, one extra step you're going to have to do with this video, or if you have a video of a moving object, is you're going to have to actually animate the mask so that it moves with the object. You can see that over here in the second half of the video, the balloon is moving outside of the mask. So to do that, just drop down your mask properties, click the keyframe stopwatch button at the beginning of your sequence for the mask path. And then since this is pretty simple motion, I'm just going to go all the way to the end. And then I can literally use the keyboard up, down, right, left arrows to move this mask over to the right-hand side. And just check, make sure that our hot air balloon isn't peeking from behind this at all. The next thing we do is go to our Content Aware window. There are a couple options you have to pay attention to, and you might have to adjust these later on to make it work a little bit better. One is the alpha expansion. I increased this to 10. This is basically going to do like a little bit of feathering along the edges, and this helps blend in the content aware fill that it's creating. It's basically looking at what's around the edges of this mask, and it's going to fill in the edges with whatever it kind of recreates based off of that. And having this down to 0 doesn't always look that good because the edge can be a little bit too fine, and you can actually see the edge of the mask later on. So I increased that to 10. There are a few different fill methods that you might want to play around with depending on what your object is. But once you have this set, and for range, you want to check out work area if you have a smaller work area, like so, or just the entire duration of your work area or your video composition. And then you just click Generate Fill. Now this is going to take a while for it to analyze. You can see it's at 1%, 2%, of course, depending on how fast your computer is, how big of a mask you have, how much movement it has, how detailed it is. It's going to take a while, but just let this go and then we'll show you how it works. All right, and now you can see after it's been processed that the hot air balloon has disappeared. You can play with things like the alpha expansion and fill method to make sure that it looks proper. It might be different depending on your video. And again, if you have moving objects, you will have to create a mask animation or a path animation to move it with your whatever is moving in your frame. But of course, if this is a static image or something that is still in your frame, it will be a lot easier and less intensive on After Effects. But content aware, it's magic and it's available in After Effects now. So I hope you have fun with it. And of course, let us know if you have any questions about it. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how to create an Essential Graphics template that you can use in Adobe Premiere Pro right within After Effects. So here I've created a very, very simple lower third graphic, but imagine that you could do pretty much anything you wanted with motion graphics. You could have more images or shapes or animations in the background. You could have more text animations. Pretty much anything goes and can be built into a template. I have 4 layers here. One is one for each of the text layers and one for each bar that's behind. To create an Essential Graphics template, go up to Window, click Essential Graphics. This brings up a new window. Here is how you create it. So under Master, select the composition that you want to create a template from. So here I have one called, or this comp is called Lower Third Template. Next, the basic process is we're going to begin adding individual elements that you want to be able to edit within Premiere Pro. If we just save this as a template right now, you could still use it in Premiere Pro, but it would simply just import this graphic as is. You couldn't edit the text within Premiere Pro. But I imagine that you want to create templates so that you can replace the text and things like that. Maybe even change the color of the background bars. So to do that, we need to add properties to this window. Now you could go in here to your composition and find the properties themselves, or you can click this solo property supported properties, which is, as it says, the supported properties that you can add to a template project or template file. So you can see that under the text for Phil Ebner, you can see that you have the source text, which is the actual text itself. So just drag that up to our window. You'll see when it highlights blue, you can choose that. Don't pay attention or don't worry about this yet. You can also do things like, let's go down to our rectangle fill color. Drag that up. Let's go down to our motion graphics artist or our subheader text, and we'll add that. We'll also add our rectangle color, fill color down here. And that's pretty much all I would want the template to be able to do. But also, let's maybe add the position of this rectangle. So we have our rectangle path position here. So you can see if I actually adjust this here in the window, you can see that it can move in or out. And you might imagine that I want to do this because if this text is longer or shorter, I might want to make the position of this graphic in or out a little bit. And I should probably do that for the top one as well. So let's go up to rectangle path position. See how I'm adding these? I kind of want to move these around to the prop and layer them in order. So I'm going to put this position underneath this bar. So now we can actually rename some of these things. So maybe I call this one name text. Here we rename this to subtitle text. And then maybe the color subtitle bar color. Name bar color. The other thing you see here under the text is we have properties. So if we want to enable certain properties that can be edited within Premiere Pro, you can choose to have them available to change the text, the font size, or faux styles such as bolding, italicize. Maybe you don't want them to be able to change the font because you want them to use the brand font that you always used, but you just want them to be able to adjust the font size in case it's too big or too small or that kind of thing. Let's just enable all of these for this layer though, so you can see what it looks like in Premiere Pro. And you can see down here what happens when it opens up. And this is an update in the CC 2020 version of After Effects, actually. Now there are drop-down menus that are available in the templates. Before in the Essential Graphics panel, it was just sliders. So this is actually really nice that you have these drop-down menus available. So that's pretty much it. What we want to do at the top is give this template a name. So we're going to call this lower third template 1, for example. And then when you're happy with everything, you click Export Motion Graphics Template. We're going to save the project first. It's going to save the template. So you choose where you want to save it. Typically, if you're just working on your own computer, you might want to just save it in the templates folder. You might also want to save it to your drive or your computer in a different place so that if you are sharing this with an editor or someone else that works on your team or needs this file, you can share that as well. And of course, you can find the files themselves in the templates folder on your computer, but it might just be easy to save this to your desktop for now, for example. Click Save. You can also add keywords though if you want, so that if you're typing in something, for example, lower third, video school online, these kinds of things, so that it will actually have those keywords attached to this file. So when you are searching for a particular file in Premiere Pro, for example, it will show up. All right, now let's head over to Premiere Pro and show you how this actually works. All right, I'm here in Premiere Pro, and if you open up a sequence and you open up your Essential Graphics panel, if you don't have that open, just Window, Essential Graphics. If you save that template to your local templates folder, it should appear here. If you saved it somewhere else on your computer, or say you are sending it to someone or you've downloaded it from someone else, click this Install Motion Graphics Template button in the bottom right. Find your file, which should be a .mogrt file, M-O-G-R-T, and click Open. It might take a second, and then it appears here, lower third. Look how when I search for Video School Online, it pops up. So if you have specific keywords or specific set of graphics that you want to be easily accessible, adding keywords is definitely a good idea. Now, if I drop this into our timeline, we will change sequence settings to match this for this example. It's going to load up your template. Now, if I play through this, you can see that it has the graphic that we created in Adobe After Effects. And here's where the magic happens though. If we click on this file and we go to the Edit tab, now you can see all of the different properties that we can adjust. So I can adjust this to say Matt Damon, actor, and now this is what it looks like. But of course, we've added these other properties so that we can adjust where these bars go. For example, we can move our bar out so the spacing is a little bit better. There is one property that we did not add that we should probably add, and that's the position of our text. Because right now, I can't move this text left or right, and that would probably be good. But see, in the Matt Damon text or the name text, we have these properties for different fonts, so we can change our fonts if we want. It's orange juice. We have our size, so we can change the size. We could have our different faux styles. And we don't have those for our subtitle text. We can change the color of our background bar, for example, just like so. Amazing, powerful stuff. Like I said, though, and this happens when I'm creating my own templates, I realized I needed to add that position property of the text itself. So it might take a couple times for you to figure out exactly what you might need, and it's always good to test out your graphics in Premiere Pro before you send it to someone or before you finalize it, because there might be properties that you missed. So that's how you create a motion graphic template in After Effects that you can use in Premiere Pro. I hope this helped you out, and we'll see you in another lesson. Welcome to a new section of this After Effects course. I'm really excited about this section because we're going to put together all the things that we've learned so far and create some more real-world projects. I'll leave it up to you whether you want to complete all of these projects or not. I'm sure some might be more interesting to what you want to do with your own videos. If you go to each lesson, just play the first 10, 15 seconds or so, and you'll find and see what the graphic is that we're going to be creating. And then I'll walk you through exactly how to do it. But that'll give you a chance to just go through all of the projects quickly and see what you're going to be getting into. And this is also a section where I'll continue to add more lessons as time goes on, and I just create more tutorials for you. So thank you so much and have fun with this section. In this lesson, we'll be creating the simple clean lower third. You can have access to this project file. It's called clean lower third, or you can build it from scratch following these instructions. So first, with most titles, I like to build out the entire title before I actually animate it. So let's go ahead and start a new composition. I'll just call this LT fill. That's my way of just writing out lower thirds, LT fill. Duration 5 seconds is fine. So first, let's create our text. So taking the text tool, choosing a font, I'm going to choose Helvetica, bold for my name, and I'm also going to choose all caps and make sure it's white. Then I'll just type in Phil Ebner. Looks good. Now to change the size, let me select it, the selection tool, and then increase the size. Cool. Now let's add the other text. And so I'll take my text tool again, click down below Phil Ebner, and put a little description. For lower thirds, this could be anything. This could be a website. This could be a description of who you are. And usually I like to change up the size so that the description is smaller than the name. I usually put it below, like so. Cool. Now let's add our background shape layers. Taking our rectangle tool, I'm going to change the color so that I can more easily see it, because white would just match with the text. Let's just pick something like blue for here. It's kind of gray blue. I like that. And now let me zoom in here to 100%, pressing spacebar to move my composition in place. And now let me just create this bar behind the Phil Ebner text, or in front. But now I'll put this behind the Phil Ebner text. While I create real world projects, I really like to keep things organized. So I'm going to rename the layers name, description, just by clicking onto the layer, description, and then pressing the return key on my keyboard, or the enter key. Name bar. That's what I'll call that one. I'll align everything in just a minute, but let me just create one more shape for behind the Video School Online text so that pops out a little bit more. You don't necessarily need that though. And I'll just make sure I'm not clicking any of these layers so that I create a brand new shape. Let me put it behind the description, and I'll also select both the description and this shape layer and put it behind the other text. And let me select that shape layer and make it a little bit darker so it stands out or stands apart. I'll rename this description bar. Cool. So now let's align things, and I could use the align panel over here in the right hand side to do so. So if I select the name and the name bar, I can vertically align so that it's aligned better. For the description bar and the description text, I will do horizontal alignment. So there's equal space on the left and the right for this one. And then I can select these and move it up or down depending on what I want to do. Cool, so that is the basics of setting up our text. We can see it there. We can select all of it and we can move it around depending on what we want. We can change the size. Next, what I want to do is pre-compose the different aspects of this graphic so that I can animate it separately. So if I go to my original one, I have the Phil Ebner text pop on and then the Video School Online text pop down. And those are two separate pre-comps. So let me take the name bar and the name text, right click, pre-compose, and I'll call this name 2. So that's just the name. If I turn that on and off, you can see. And then same thing for the description and description bar, pre-compose, description 2. And the reason I do this is because once I animate this, which I'll be animating the pre-compositions, not the actual layers within the pre-comps, I can go back and change the name and description more easily. All right, so when I animate things, I like to put keyframes for the final position and then go back and animate how I want it to appear by going backwards in time and moving it off the screen. So let me go to 1 second. For both of these, I will select both and then press P on my keyboard to bring up position, setting a position keyframe by clicking the stopwatch icon right there. Now, if I go back in time, I can go back to the beginning or in the middle, depending on how fast I want it to go. I'm going to drag the name all the way to the left, okay? So this is cool. And then here, after the name comes on, I want it to start, the Video School Online text to start going down. But one issue I have is that I want my Video School Online text and the bar to be attached to this name. So whatever happens to the name happens to the description, and that's through parenting. And that's this column right here. If you don't see that parent column on your timeline, just click the toggle switches modes button down here if you see that. So for the description tool, I will drop down this parent column and attach it to name 2. Now whatever happens to name 2, which is this motion, happens to the description as well. So here, now I can take this keyframe, which I'm going to move over to the right, and then maybe go back right around here and drag the position up. Okay, so it's off the screen. So now the bar comes on and then the lower bar comes down. Looks pretty good, but we can make the movement and the motion look a little bit more dynamic by selecting all of these layers, right-clicking, going to Keyframe Assistant, and easy easing them. That's pretty good. Let's make it have a little bit more pop. With these keyframes selected, click the Graph Editor button. Make sure we're on the speed graph. Whoops, not the reference graph. I want the speed graph. I'm going to select all the keyframes by clicking and dragging over all of them here, and then click the handles to pull them to the right, and the other handles to pull them to the left. And now if I play through this, that's pretty darn cool. It has a little bit more pop. Let's add some motion blur to both layers and enable the motion blur for this composition with this button here. Let's render it out. And that's looking pretty darn cool. This last little graphic might come down a little bit too quickly, so let me draw this out right here. That's pretty cool. Maybe we want it to go a little bit earlier, so let's drag it back. So we want it to come popping down right there, so yeah, that looks pretty good. Awesome. So this is a clean lower third that now we can take and add to our other video projects. In the exporting and saving section of this class, I go over how you take graphics like this, the lower third graphics, and you work with them in other video projects. So if you're curious about that, check out that section. As I mentioned though before, you can go in and now easily change all of this stuff. So I can go into the name 2, change the name to Ashby Pup, who is my dog, who is sitting right next to me. I don't know if you can hear her. She's itching a little bit. So Ashby Pup, and maybe I want to move it to the right a little bit. And then for the description, I can change the description to my brand new dog. Maybe you want to change the spacing, or maybe you want to change the size of this shape by clicking and dragging in the sides. What I did there was just I double clicked the edge of the shape layer and brought it in. And now if we go back to our lower third, now we have this brand new graphic for Ashby Pup, my brand new dog. Awesome. I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and we'll see you in another real-world project. You can create some really cool transitions using your motion graphics techniques in After Effects, like this one, this sort of circular, round, radial transition. And this is done with some trim path animations, all within one single shape layer, which is really cool. So let me get out of here, and I'll show you that the way that you would use this is you can export it, and you can use it in a program like Premiere Pro, or within After Effects, you can line it up so that you have two clips. Right now, I'm just using this puppy and then the drone shot from the video folder, and it cuts from one to the next. Cool, so let's go ahead and create this from scratch. So start a new composition. I'll call this Transition 2. For the width and height, 1920 by 1080. For this, it's very important to make sure that it's the right size for your composition for the video that you're working with. The way that this works is that we go ahead and create one of these sort of reveals of this circle on and then off, and then we duplicate it. So how we do that is by taking our ellipse tool, turning off the fill so that there's no fill. So click the fill text right there, turn the fill to none. Turning on the stroke, so we can play around with the size of this later, and we can change the colors too. So for this one, let's start with sort of like a highlighter green. And then let's just create a perfect circle. So it doesn't have to be too big, that's pretty good. Let's put our anchor point in the middle. So take the anchor point, make sure we select our shape layer, and then drag, and I'm holding the command button down so it snaps to the center. And then let's put this in the center using the align panel of our composition. So to create the trim paths animation, go into the add button under the shape layer, click add, and choose trim paths. And let's move this trim paths into the ellipse by clicking and dragging it into the ellipse. Now open up the ellipse and open up the trim paths. Now you can see if I drag the end percentage, it reveals on or off. So let's go back to our transition, and you can decide if you want it to rotate on counterclockwise or clockwise. If you want it counterclockwise, just set the end to 100%. And then the start percentage set to 100, and then we'll animate the start from 100 to 0. So set a keyframe here at the very beginning for start at 100, and then let's just go to 1 second and animate on to 0. Another thing I want to do is going into the stroke options of this ellipse, I can change the stroke line cap from a butt cap to a round cap. That makes the end of the line round, which I think looks a little bit more fun and a little bit more funky. I'm going to increase the stroke width just like to 50 or so. So now we have this animating on, but we want to have it animate off as well. But for our transition to work, we need to complete this circle before it starts animating off. So the way we're going to have it animate off is the end. So it's going to go from 100 to 0, okay? So here at 1 second, once it animates on, set the end percentage to 100% and set a keyframe, and then go to 2 seconds, and then animate the end percentage to 0. So let's bring this in, and now it animates on and then off. Let's easy ease these, so select all of them, right click, choose easy ease, go into the graph editor, make sure you're on the speed graph, select your keyframes, and then drag the left ones in and the right ones in as well. So now it pops a little bit more, which I just tend to like. So one thing that you can play around with is if you shift the end percentage keyframes to the left, you can get some really cool animations. So it pops on, and while it's popping on, it starts to pop off, which is kind of cool. But because we have to complete the entire circle, basically we need everything to be all the way on before we start revealing to make this transition work. We need it to go to 100% and then start revealing the other way. Okay, so now we have our one ellipse, and then we just basically have to repeat this. So let me show you a quick way to do that. So let's go to 1 second, select your ellipse, and then press Command D, Control D if you're on a Mac, or on a PC rather. Now open up your ellipse 2 options. This is very important to understand. What we can do is decrease the size of this ellipse, but I don't want to do that under the transform properties. I want to do it under the ellipse path properties. Now let me tell you why. But first, take your ellipse tool, make sure you have the ellipse 2 selected, click the stroke color, and let's just change it to something else, so pink. So now the ellipse 2 is on top of the ellipse 1. If I decrease the size in the transform properties, look what happens. The stroke becomes skinnier as well. I don't want the stroke to become skinnier. I want the stroke to stay the same. If I bring down the size of our path, the stroke stays the same width. So let me zoom in here. And basically what I want to do is I want to decrease the size until it's just barely overlapped, just like so. Cool. So now both of these, if I zoom out again, both of these are animating on. Kind of cool, right? Okay, so let's duplicate this again. Now I know this is a little tedious, but it's going to get quicker as we select ellipse 2 or 3 rather, and let's change the color. Something like maybe like a blue. Go into the path settings, decrease the size until it's barely off. Cool. Okay, so now we have our 3 colors that are repeating. And same here, we have the 3 colors. What I want to do now is group these 3 layers into one group. So by clicking the add button, we can create an empty group and then put these 3 ellipses into this group. So I can take these 3 ellipses, drag them into the group, and now what I can do is duplicate the group. Boom. Mind exploded, right? So let me duplicate the group 1, press Command D. And now if I take the now transform properties of the group, I can scale it down. Whoops, but it's scaling down from the right-hand side. I want to make sure that it's scaling down from the center. So let me make sure that the anchor point of this group itself is in the center. So I see that if I click the group, it has this anchor point over here, which I can click and drag. The problem is that with this anchor point of the group, I can't press the Command key to snap it to the center of this layer. What can help me though is if I bring up the title action safe, so I know exactly where the center of this composition is, because I know that the center of this circle is where the center of this composition is. So again, let's take our pan behind tool, and now for the group, let's put that right in the center, like so. So if we zoom in here as much as possible, you can see, again, using the pan behind tool, I'm going to put it right in the center. Cool. Now, let's see what happens when I scale down. So let's fit 100%. If I scale down the group, now we're talking. So I'm just going to scale it down right there. Cool. So that's going to be group 2. Let's duplicate this one. And for this one, I'm going to make it even bigger. So let's scale up. So now the strokes of these outer circles are a little bit bigger because we are expanding the scale of them and not just the path, but that's okay. So again, I'm just duplicating and until we cover the entire frame. Group 4, group 5. And with group 5, we will be good, except for the center. So see, we have these all coming on. Pretty cool. What I did with the original one is in the very center, I just created one little circle that kind of fades on, right? So instead of just creating a bunch of little circles until it goes small, 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 I created one. Let's just do one more. So let me actually duplicate group 2. So that's going to be group 6, but the most inside one. And then bring up the properties and scale it down. So let me zoom in here. Okay, that's pretty cool. Maybe just a little bit bigger. Now with this one, I'm going to go into ellipse, 3? And I'm going to bring up the stroke size. So I'm going to increase the stroke size. And I'm also going to take down the ellipse path and make it smaller until it's a full circle, like so. And then increase the width of the stroke until it fills that whole circle, like so. So now it animates on like so. Cool. So I hope you got that. Basically what I did was I decreased the size of the stroke path, but I increased the stroke width. So now it's just this very thick stroke that is kind of overlapping itself and becomes that solid circle. So now let's fit up to 100% and see what this looks like. Awesome. So in this original one, the strokes kind of come on at different times, and then they come off at different times as well. The other thing that's happening is the whole thing is rotating. So if I go into our transition, let's close this all down, just rename this transition. If I bring up R for rotation, let's go to 1 second, or let's go to like half a second so you can see what's happening. And if I rotate this, the whole thing rotates. So from the very beginning, I'm going to set a rotation at 0. And then at the very end, I'm going to set a rotation at, let's say, -90. And just see what that looks like. Okay, that looks pretty cool. I like it. Okay, but now I want to stagger each line so it's coming on a little bit one after the other. Okay? So what I'll need to do is play with our keyframes. So I press U to bring up all my keyframes. Now this is going to seem like a lot of work to you, and it kind of is, but basically we have all of our keyframes for the start and then our end over here. So what I want to do is just stagger them one at a time. Now you could be very specific and say you want the middle one going on very first and then the second one going on second. I like it being a little bit more organic. So what I'm going to do is just start from the top. Now, if I zoom into my timeline, you can see a little bit better. If I take, and I don't want my rotation open, so don't worry about this rotation right here. But if I take all of these start keyframes, like this one, except for this top one, then move it over 1 frame, that's what I'm going to do. So then I'll take all these other ones except for those top 2, drag them over 1 frame. Take all of them except for those top 3. So I'm just going through and staggering them all on so each one goes on 1 frame at a time. Okay, selecting our composition window and the tilde key, I can see that's kind of cool. It starts with the ones on the inside and then it starts from the outside and goes in. And that's just the way that I had the groups layered. So if I press U again and then I open up my contents, you see that group 6 is the one from the very inside. Group 5 is the one on the very outside. Group 1 is the one on the next inside. So that's how I have them staggered. Okay, so now let's press U again. Go to the outside keyframes or the end keyframes. Make sure I can see them all. And this time, let's do the opposite. So taking all the ones on the top except for the one on the bottom, drag in 1 frame, then continue and do the same. Just leaving the one staggered like so. Kind of a cool piece of keyframe artwork right there. Okay, so here we have everything animate on and then off. Now, if you think this is too fast, what we can do is play with time remapping, or we can select all of these keyframes and then take the last one on the far right and then option click and drag to the right. So maybe we want that, like something like that. Hey, that looks pretty darn cool. Okay, so now we have this transition, and basically how it works is we take our video clips down here, and then we want to, and I can drag my transition to the right a little bit until where you want it to actually appear. And what we want to do is have it all go on, and then right when it all goes on, before it starts revealing, we want to cut this clip. So I can just do Option right bracket, and then take our next shot, say this drone shot, for example, and that's going to be underneath, and that's going to start revealing. So let me just drag this to the left to a point like where I want it. So now it's going to be revealing. So puppy, transition, reveal to our drone shot. Cool. So again, like I mentioned in the lower third project, I'm going to show you how to export projects like this with a transparent background. So if I turn off our puppy and drone, turn on our transparency, you can see that this has a transparent background, which would be important if you want to just take this transition and be able to use over and over and over again in, say, Premiere Pro, rather than having to bring in your two shots into After Effects and exporting it from After Effects. That's a lot of work. I would much rather just have this transition as its own QuickTime file that I can place over any cut that I want in my other video editing application. Cool, but I hope you enjoyed this. It's you know, a very intricate effect, but all in one layer. Isn't that incredible? I think it is. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another project. Welcome to this new project. This one is about using mask animations to do cool stuff like this, where you're having parts of the actual video environment sort of interacting with your text layers, or really any other layers that you have. How this saw kind of covers up the DIY text, and of course I added a little animation of this video text falling over to the side after it gets chopped off. I thought that was pretty cool. So you can use this project file. It's called Text with Mask Animation, or you can just bring in the saw MP4 file. So once you do that, drag that into the new composition window, and then let's find the part of this where we want to animate. So it's going to be right here around 6 seconds, and then it's going to go to around 13 seconds. So drag in our work area. Go up to composition, trim work, comp to work area. Now let's add our two text layers. So let's actually, what I'll do is just press T. I'll set my text to white. And what did I call this? Oh, DIY video. Yeah. So I'll type in DIY video. Okay. And let's make this a little bit smaller. Actually, what I'm going to do, this is going to be two separate layers. So let me take out video. One is going to be DIY, and let's add a stroke to it. So clicking this button right here for the stroke, we can add a stroke. Okay, make it a little bit smaller. So it's about the size of that pipe. Cool. And then also let's just rotate it a little bit. Press R for rotation. So it's kind of more aligned with this horizontal line on the tool, the saw itself. Now what I can do is duplicate this just by pressing Command D, dragging it over, and just double clicking and typing in video. So now we have our text. Now let's position it so it's going to be in the right position. So I want the video actually to be a little bit to the right more, so it's more in front of the saw. And DIY over here, so it's completely covered by the saw and then this saw blade cover. Okay, cool. So first let's animate the DIY text so it's sort of disappearing with the saw. So what I want to do is zoom in first so I have a clear picture of what I'm doing, and then go to right before the saw would start to cover it. And then here, with the DIY text selected, I'm going to take the pen tool and I'm going to just mask around this saw. So just clicking over around the blade cover, something like that. And around the blade. And then up and around. Up and around doesn't have to be perfect. Once I close this mask, what happens is the text disappears because this is saying that I want the text to appear inside this mask. Let me drop down the mask properties and change it from add to subtract. So now it appears wherever the mask is not. Okay, so now it appears outside of the mask. So let me drop down the mask and let's add just a little bit of feathering. Let's do like 5 points or something like that. And here I'm going to click the stopwatch next to mask path to set a keyframe there, telling After Effects at this point I want the path to be right there. Then what I can do is just go either 1 frame at a time, or sometimes you can jump ahead a few frames, and I want to move this mask along with the saw. So if I go forward in time, and then with the mask path selected, and then with my selection tool, I can just move this whole mask down just a little bit. Now let's go forward to about a second forward, move it down, like so. And if you want to make any adjustments to the individual points, because you can see here now when I zoom in, the blade goes a little bit lower. Instead of clicking mask 1 or mask path, just click masks, and now I can take the individual points and bring them down. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. Maybe put that up like so. Cool. Now let's go forward another half second. Select the mask path again to bring everything down a little bit, but now again, clicking mask to just bring down the blade part just a little bit more. Go forward even more. Select mask path, drop this down like so. And then here we'll again go into our mask points and bring that up just a little bit. And then go to the very end, take our mask path and bring it all the way down like so. Okay, so if I play through this close up, you can see how that looks. That's pretty darn cool. I think it makes it disappear. Now you can play around with this, and it looks like it's actually going behind the blade. Now I noticed that right around here it gets a little off, and that's because the speed is a little off. So I might have to set another keyframe. So here, let's make sure that it's not too far down. And then go forward a little bit and then just bring it up a little bit. Forward again, bring it up a little bit. At the end, it kind of goes down a little bit faster. So I think that looks a lot better. Cool, so now let's zoom out. And of course, zoomed out with not as much detail, it'll look a lot better. Cool, so that's how you get that look of the text kind of being cut out from the back with this saw blade. Now, what about this video sort of being sawed off and then dropping? Well, that's just with a simple rotation animation and then a position animation. So let me close down the DIY text, and right around here, I want the video to start sort of being sawed off. So around 9 seconds for video, press R. First, I want to make sure that my anchor point is in the bottom left-hand side of the video text. So if you take your pan behind tool, make sure that the anchor point is over here so that it rotates from that point, not from, say, over here on the top left. Okay, so make sure it's in that bottom left-hand corner. Set a keyframe right around here, and then go about to where it would be completely cut off, like so, and then start rotating it just down as if it was starting to bend or something. You can play around with this. Looks like it's pushing down. So let's see what it looks like. And then right around there, it's going to drop. So here, let's press P to bring up position. And then go forward, and it's going to drop because it's already gone through, and we're going to drop it down. Let's add motion blur, and then let's just bring in our playback area. And then we can just play with the speed of this. So if we want it to go faster, we can bring those together. But I also think that it needs to rotate a little bit more after it drops. So press U to bring up both the keyframes for position and rotation. And I'll go here and just rotate it a little bit more, like 37%. Maybe even more, maybe like 53. Let's try that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So that looks a little bit more natural, like it's heavily weighted on the right-hand side of the text, and as it starts to fall, it continues to fall that way and rotate that way. Cool, so let's play through this. That's pretty cool. You know, a lot of people use this kind of effect when with titles, you know, having your titles interacting with the scene itself, being revealed when people walk by, when cars go by, when all things kind of move throughout your frame. And that's one thing that you can do to make some more advanced graphics, have them interact with the video itself, not just have them on top of the video, but interacting with the video. Cool, let me know if you have any questions about this project. Otherwise, we'll just see you in another one. In this project, we're going to create this animated text bubble that is a very, very popular effect people use when showing what people are texting on screen. So you can follow along with this project called texting, or you can just bring in the texting video file and create it from scratch. So to start, let's just bring in that texting.mp4 file and drag it into a new composition. So what we want to do is first create this first sort of bubble, and then we'll add our text to it. So to create a bubble, what I'm going to start out with is the rounded rectangle tool. Click off of any layer in your timeline, so you're creating a shape, and let me change my stroke to 0 and change my fill to white. And then let's just create this nice little bubble. Cool. So to create that little, the little tip of the bubble, what I'm going to use is the pen tool. Let me zoom in so I can see a little bit better. And just using the pen tool, I'm just going to click and create sort of another just little tip like that. And close it down. It's fine. Cool. So that looks pretty darn cool. I can go in here, and if I want to make any changes to the path, I can. Make it a little bit more rounded, perhaps. Yeah, that looks, I like that a lot. Cool, so let me just rename this as bubble. And then let's add some text. So using the text tool, I can type in, what did I say in this other one? Meet me at the donut shop at 3. I was guessing what this guy was texting from this video clip. Okay, so meet me at the donut shop at 3, ... Okay, now let's just change this, make this smaller. Gonna make it black. Gonna turn off the stroke by just clicking and dragging this, making sure that's at 0. And let me see, for this one, yeah, I use upper and lower case, so turn off all caps and put it sort of in the center and maybe make it a little bit bigger. Cool. Okay, so now we have our text. Let's make it a little bit closer together. Yeah, that's good. Okay. cool. So the first thing that we can do is animate this being popping on like so. So that's just a rotation animation and a scale animation. So first I want to parent the text to the bubble. So take our parent pick whip and drag it to the bubble. And then for the bubble, if we rotate it by pressing R, we can rotate it down. But I want to make sure that the anchor point is at the very end of this little tip. So with the pan behind tool, let me find my anchor point. It's kind of hard to see. It's right here. Let me just put this down at the very bottom of this tip, okay? So let's set a rotation for 0 right here at 1 second, and then go back in time and rotate down, like so. Then press S to bring up scale. At 1 second, set a scale to 100%, and then go back and set it to 0. So that kind of pops on, but it doesn't pop on with as much pizzazz as this one. See, this one, it kind of bounces on. So first, let's press U twice to bring up both keyframes. Easy ease them by pressing F9 on the keyboard. That helps, but it's not amazing. So click the graph editor. With the speed graph, let's just select both keyframes and drag them in. So this adds that pop that I'm always adding. But I also want it to kind of pop on and then shrink. So see how this pops on? It over rotates and over scales and then rotates back and scales down. And that can be done with the value graph. So if we click on scale, we click on the keyframe on the right, what we can do is take the handle and drag it up. So this is going to actually make it go bigger than 100% and then scale down. And then if we take the rotation, click on the second one, and then we click the handle and drag down, it's going to rotate from 107 degrees to -7 and then back to 0. Hey, that looks pretty darn cool, I think. Okay, so that is our animation of the bubble. Then we want to animate on our text, and that's actually very simple to do in After Effects. That is using the typewriter effect. So typewriter. So we have typewriter right here under animate in. So go to right when this pops on around 1 second and then drag the typewriter effect on here. If you press U on your keyboard with this layer selected, you see 2 keyframes for this animator that was just added for the range selector. So it's going from 0% to 100%. And basically what that's saying is that it's animating on from 0% of the letters to 100%. So if I change this 100 at the end, so let's just move that keyframe right there and turned it to 50, it would only animate on 50% of the letters, right? So I undid that. So this is pretty cool. I might want it to start sort of animating on a little bit earlier. So let me move them a little bit earlier so they're animating it on as the bubble pops up. One thing that I don't like about this though is that the text goes on all at the same pace. And when you're texting, it goes on sort of sporadically. So you might text, meet me at the donut shop, and then there might be a pause, and then at 3, and then a pause, and then ... So what we can do is basically animate the time. So let's go to right when the donut shop is on, set a keyframe, so that's at 76%. Let's take this to the left, and then copy it and paste it. So now there's this pause. So meet me at the donut shop. Let's actually make it even faster. Drag those to the left. Meet me at the donut shop. Pause a little bit longer, and then at 3, and then we're gonna send another keyframe. There's gonna be another pause, so let's copy this keyframe at 91%, paste it. So now there's these pauses that make it a little bit more organic. Yeah, see, I like that. Meet me at the donut shop at 3, ... And this guy's like totally picking his beard or his nose, which is kind of funny. Cool. So that is cool. And then what we did here was we just had it fade off. It kind of rises up and fades off as another text comes in. And I thought that was just kind of a cool way to transition to the next text. So first what I'll do is go to, after this text goes on, press P for our position of the bubble, set a position keyframe there, and then go forward about a second, and then move it up. And then what I'm going to do is also press T for the bubble. At the very beginning of that position animation, set the opacity at 100%. Press U to bring up all of our keyframes so that we can see where it goes all the way up. And then at this keyframe, decrease the opacity to 0. So that's cool, but when you parent things, opacity doesn't affect the parenting. So even though the position of the text moves, the opacity of the text doesn't change. So I'm going to have to copy these two opacity keyframes by dragging over them, copying them, Command C, then clicking on my text and pasting them, Command V. So now both of them fade off at the same time. And if I press U on my keyboard, you can see those two keyframes for opacity are there. Okay, so when this pops up, we want our other bubble to pop on with whoever is texting back that says, sounds good, nom nom nom. Okay, so what we can do is just duplicate the bubble. So duplicate, put this on top, press U, and what I'm gonna do is delete the scale and rotation keys at the beginning, okay? Then I'm gonna drag this over to the right and press U or P when I have bubble selected, because I want this to rise up as the bubble is rising off. So here, when the bubble one is off, let's set a position keyframe for this one. And then over here, let's drag it down. Okay, and we're gonna fade it on. So set a keyframe for 100% here, and then 0% at the beginning. Okay, that's cool, but this thing is not the right orientation. So we want it to be flopped. So to flop it so that the point of the bubble is on the right, right click, go to transform, and click flip horizontal. So now it's horizontally flipped. Now the problem is that because we flipped it, now the position is all out of whack. What I can do is use the anchor point, which is our saving grace in all of these situations, and drag it over to the right. So using the anchor point, I can drag this over to the right. And then maybe I want to just drag the whole layer over to the right so it's staggered just a little bit. So press U. So see how the keyframes are now staggered just a little bit. And then change the color of it so that it's something different, maybe like a blue, so that we see that it's different than him texting, so we can see that's from someone else. The other thing too is that I want to drop the opacity actually of this bubble. So here the bubble is a little transparent. You can see the background. I like that a little bit. So actually what I'm going to have to do is press T, and for this keyframe right here, set it at, let's try 75. Yeah, that works. So now for this bubble, we'll set this keyframe where it's 100% to 75, and this one as well to 75. Okay, so it stays at 75. And then let's add our text. So take our text tool, sounds good, nom, nom, nom. And for this one, I didn't have it typing on because it makes more sense that it would just appear with the text. You don't see someone writing to you, typing it out. So here, when it's already on the screen, let's parent it to the bubble 2. And then let's copy and paste all of this opacity. So all 4 opacity keyframes, copy them, paste them to the text. Maybe let's make the color of this shape a little bit lighter. Still want it to be blue, but just a little bit lighter. Meet me at the donut shop at 3. Sounds good. Nom nom nom. You know, maybe you want it to be a little bit more of a pause. Something like that. You can play around with it. Cool. So this is a basic sort of text animation, something that a lot of people you'll see in real world projects and real world TV shows, commercials, really everywhere you're seeing these kind of text bubbles. Now you can get fancy. You can add different effects, change the bubble style so it's a little bit different, change how the text appears, the font, everything like that. But now you know the basic process and how to come up with something that's fairly clean and professional. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another project. In this project, we're going to design this mobile app with these flat animations, sort of a user design, simple user design animation. And there's lots of aspects to this, so I'm going to break this project down into several videos, one where we're building out the app, one where we're animating it, and then one where we're adding some more effects like this cool little reflection down below. So you can follow along with the weather app animation project, or you can build it completely from scratch. So let me just break down what's happening in this. So first, within the phone sort of itself, you have this app where this weather app has the morning, day, and evening, and each of these has a little pull down where you can find more information like the temperature, if it's sunny or cloudy, the humidity. You could add any information that you want. And so this runs through a couple different options, pulling down to see the morning and also the evening. And then also with the morning, you see that we have this animation of the sun. It's spinning around, and then you have like a cloud here, and then the night. Okay, so lots of cool stuff going on. So the first thing we want to do is build out the app. So to do that, let's start a new composition. Now for this one, we're going to make it the size of a typical screen on a phone. And a lot of screens nowadays are the 16:9 format, but vertical. So for our width, we would choose something like 1080 by the height, 1920. Now that's a vertical 9:16 aspect ratio. So now if you click open, you see what that looks like. I'm going to turn off the title action safe just so we have a clean project. So let me set up our background layers. That would be these 4 tabs basically. Let me rename this to app. So first choosing our rectangle tool and then choosing the colors. So I kind of went with this sort of orange, sort of red look. With your timeline selected, double click the rectangle tool and that will create a full rectangle. Go up to the view options and click show grid. This creates a grid on your composition that's not in your video itself, but it just helps you align things. And if you go to view and make sure snap to grid is on, that's going to be helpful too. So I like naming these background layers to the name of the tab itself. That will help us. So for this one, we'll call it morning. Then I will duplicate it. Call this one day. I think that's what I called. Yep, day. And I will change the color, just something a little darker and maybe a little bit more orange. Now let's move this down, and you'll have to count it out, but if you move it down 6 spots in the grid, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 blocks, then it's going to be evenly spaced. So let's duplicate this, call this evening, and change the color to maybe something even more red, a little bit darker. Move it down 6. I'm holding the shift key down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There it goes. And with the snapping on it, it does help. Duplicate this one more time. Call it night. Change the color to maybe something like a little bit more purple. Something like that. And drag it down 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there we go. Make sure it's lined up. Okay, there we go. So now we have our 4 tabs, which is cool. And we can turn off our grid now. Next, let's add our text. So for the top one, I will just choose our text tool, click here, make sure we have it set to white. I'm going to use regular Helvetica, and I'll call this day. And then let me just remember what information I have. I have the temperature. So within this text layer, I'm just going to press return and add a new line, 56 degrees. And on a Mac, that's option 0. So on a PC, it should be like alt 0, I believe. Then I'm going to press enter a couple times. Sunny and humidity. So sunny, humidity at 25%. And for these two things, I'm going to make them smaller and a little bit closer together. And with these top two, I will add a little bit more space. So what I want is that the sunny and the humidity text to be below this line. So let me just bring up the scale just a little bit and make this a little bit bigger. So you can do this with the sizing of the text, or you can do this with the sizing of the layer itself. So like that. So now if I put this below the morning, and this should actually say morning, what am I doing? That looks pretty good. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So now that's behind all these other tabs, except for the morning and the degrees. Let me duplicate this and put it in front of everything at first and drag it down right there. And we'll call this day. And I can make up everything from scratch. So 78 degrees, sunny, humidity, we'll put at 10%. And then put this behind our evening and night tab. Duplicate this, bring it in the front, drag it down. Evening, we'll make this 63% or 63 degrees. Cloudy, humidity at 34. Put this beneath, duplicate it one more time, bring it on top. For now, I'm just going to leave it here, change it to night. I'll do 53, or 53. Let's do 52. Clear. Humidity will be at 9. And let's just drag this down. And then I want to parent the text to the different layers. So I want the humidity text to be parented to night, the evening text to be parented to evening, the day text to be parented to day, morning to morning. So now if I bring up the position of morning, I can drag this up or down, and that works well. Now let's create the different icons. So one is going to be the sun, one is the cloud, and one is the star and the moon. So starting with the cloud, which is the easiest one because we've created this so many times, take your ellipse tool, change the fill to white, and let's just create clouds. So let's just create our little cloud. This might be too big. Rename this to cloud, bring up scale and make it smaller. And then put it right there. And I'll put this underneath our night tab. And let's just try to align it. That's pretty good. And I'm going to bring up the evening text. That looks good. And then I'm also going to press T and drop the opacity to like 25%. So you don't really see it until the tab is opened. See how the sun kind of pops on until it's opened? All right, next let's add the night. So to create a star, we actually have a star tool, which is cool. So select that and just click and drag and create a couple stars, however many you want. And then to create a moon, it's fairly simple. So I zoomed in here. Let's take our ellipse tool. And what I'll do is I'll create a quick circle like this. And then I'll take another circle and move it like this. So it's kind of overlapping. And with this one, what I'll do is change the color to the background. So now it just looks like it's a moon because the ellipse 1 is the white one and the ellipse 2 is on top. Now this created a new shape, so let me just cut these, Command X, and paste them into our other shape layer and make sure that they're behind our other star layers, which is good. And I might need to move this star layer up just a bit. Okay, cool. Now let me rename this to moon and then delete our shape layer. So now if we move this here and press T and drop the opacity to 25%, I'm going to parent this to night. With the cloud, make sure it's parented to evening. One thing that will also help organize these is by keeping everything the same color for each tab. So if I select moon, night, text, and the night, then change the color, I'll just start with red. And then for these next three, I'll change it to lavender. And then for the day text and day tab, just make orange, morning, or let's do cyan. Okay, so now it's a little bit easier. Next, let's create our sun. Now, this is going to be a little confusing, so you need to follow along precisely with what I'm doing. So first, take your pen tool. We're going to create the sun rays first. Turn off the fill, so make sure the fill is set to none, and set the stroke to white, and 8 pixels is fine for now. Now, with no layers selected, let's go and turn on our title action safe and zoom in to our composition and just create a sun ray, just clicking once and then twice. So we have this little line coming from the center of our screen. Okay. So I'll rename this to be sun. So what we could do is just repeat that and create a bunch of different rays, which might be good. But I want to teach you how to use the repeater function, which is another tool that you can use to do all kinds of cool stuff. And one we're going to be working on in a future project too, to create fireworks. So underneath your shape layers, you have this add button that we've seen before, and there's this repeater option. When I click and turn that on, what happens is we have repeater 1 added to the contents underneath shape 1. And you'll see that 2 other lines were added. And so this is an easy way to copy shapes or repeat shapes. The key is that you have to make sure that your original shape is in the center of your composition, or this is not going to work. So make sure it's perfectly centered, or it's not going to work. I repeat, perfectly centered, or it's not going to work. Because, let me show you. What I can do is change the number of copies. So let's say we want 8 sun rays. And then we drop down the transform properties of our repeater. And notice that we have these settings for things like position, rotation. And what I'm going to do is first set the position to 0 and then the rotation to 45. Now that creates a circle of all of our sun rays. And why does that work perfectly for our 8 little lines? It kind of gets a little confusing, but if you divide 360 degrees by 8, you get 45. So, for example, if I wanted 9 rays, then I would change this to 40. If I wanted 10 rays, I would change this to 36. And you can see if I increase or decrease this, it can fan out. So divide 360 by the number of copies and choose that as your rotation, and it will become a perfect circle. Only if it's set up in the middle of your composition at the start, though. Now what I can do is under my shape 1 layer, not under the repeater settings, I can take my transform tool and move the position out. Ooh, crazy. You can see how many cool types of effects we can create like this. So let's move it out like so. So we create the sun rays. Now I can take my regular ellipse tool, turn off the stroke, change the fill to white, and create a perfect circle and put this right in the middle. Cool. So now we have our sun, and let's take this ellipse, cut it, and paste it into our sun layer, and then delete this shape layer 1. And now we have our sun that we can put on, we can put on our morning and day. And let's make it a little bit smaller. And then, of course, with our opacity, drop it to 25. And then for the day, what we're going to do is just duplicate this and put it, and actually for the sun one, we're going to put under morning and parent it to morning. Change the color to cyan. Now for sun 2, I'm going to put this above our day. I'm going to move it down, and I'm going to make this partly cloudy. So I'm going to attach this to our day, make it orange. And then I'm also going to duplicate the cloud, put this down here, tab it up, maybe make it a little bit smaller, like so, and make it orange as well. And parent this to our day. Cool. And then for our day text, I want to make sure, and let me solo this so I can see what it says. I want to make sure it says partly cloudy now. Unsolo it. So now we have the basic app designed and set up, ready to animate. So I encourage you to follow along, get to this point, and then in the next few lessons, we'll start to animate and then build out the actual project that looks like this phone right here with the reflection and the animation. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in that video. In this video, we're going to animate the app portion of this project. So what I did in the original one was have the different tabs sort of open and close. And as they open and close, the different sort of icons in the background became more opaque. There's one tool that I want to mention, or one column that we haven't gone over before, and it's this column right here called the Shy Guy column. And if you click on this, nothing's going to happen right now, but you see that this little icon of this little shy guy, this shy person, hides. And this allows us to clean up our workspace when we have layers that we don't necessarily need to see anymore. And so, for example, this text information right here is great. It's already parented to the night layer below, and we really don't need to see it anymore. So if I click that off, and then I enable the shy layers up here, it makes it disappear. It's still here. We can still see it in our composition, but it just cleans it up a little bit. So if I click this off for all of our text layers, and even for now, we can do it for our sun and our moon and cloud layers. What happens is we get a much cleaner timeline. And once you see if it's enabled and you click something off, then it automatically disappears. So we'll have to turn it off and then turn it on and then re-enable to get it back to how it was. Except I don't want that cloud, I want the night layer. Okay, so now for the first animation, I'm just going to animate the position of these different layers. So select all, Command A, press P to bring up position. Then I'm going to start around 1 second and set a keyframe for all of these just by clicking the stopwatch icon, and that sets a keyframe for all of them. And then I'm going to go forward to 1.5 seconds, and let's decide which ones we want to bring down. I think let's pull down the evening and the night tab. So if we take the evening and the night tabs, select both, and drag it down, that's pretty cool. So that's going to pull down. We want it to pause. And then let's copy these keyframes for each of these layers. And I do that individually. And then let's go forward. And actually here, let's set a keyframe for everything. Because right now we're saying everything is right here. And then at 3 seconds, let's decide what we want. So let's set everything back to how it was originally. So I'm copying and pasting this first keyframe. But now I want to decide what we want. And maybe what I want to do is actually bring everything up so we see the night. So select all these keyframes and drag up until we see the night. So now everything, let me click off so we can see it better. And let me turn off our title action safe so we can see it even more clearly. Everything drops down, it pauses, and then everything pulls back up as if you were swiping up from the night. So you swipe down for the day, you swipe the evening down to see the day, and then you pull up the night. Cool, right? And then at the very end, let's just copy and paste all these keyframes. And notice that I do them individually because if I grab all of these keyframes, copy, and then paste, what happens is it duplicates the layer, not the keyframe. When copying and pasting keyframes, you have to do it on an individual layer basis. So copying and pasting, whoops, let me get that one. And then at 5 seconds, let's just copy and paste the first keyframe. And the reason why I want to do that is because I want to create a perfect loop. So I can loop this animation of the app working. So you see how it loops? At the end, it's the same as the beginning. Now let's just select all of these. Let's add motion blur, enable motion blur, and add easy ease. So select all, F9 on my keyboard, go into my graph editor, make sure I'm on the speed graph, select all of them, and then take the left keyframes, drag to the right keyframes, drag to the left. Let's see if that looks good though, because sometimes the popping effect doesn't necessarily look as natural for these kinds of things. I think that looks pretty good. I think this goes a little too fast right here. So I'm just going to extend this like a 1/4 of a second, and I'm happy with that. Okay, so the other thing that's going on is when the tabs are opened, the icons in that tab become more opaque. So what I want to do is disenable Shy Guy. I'm going to turn on the cloud and the sun for the day tab. Select both of those and then press T. When it's closed, I'm going to set a keyframe for the opacity right here at 25. And while I'm at it, I'm just going to set it here at the end for 25 as well. And then I'm going to go to the middle and bring it all the way up to 100. And then at this keyframe, all the way at 100. And for this, I'll easy ease, but I don't need to necessarily go into the graph editor. So F9. So that's good. And then on the evening one, so here, let's go to our evening moon, press T, set a keyframe there, one at the end, and then in the middle, we'll bring up all the way to 100% for both of those keyframes. Then F9. Cool. The other thing that was going on in our original comp was that the sun was actually just spinning the whole time, which I kind of like. So let's go into our app and go to the very beginning, closing down everything. Let's find our sun. Press R for rotation, set a keyframe, then go forward and then just rotate, not too much, maybe like 45 degrees, and then drag that keyframe to the end. And then I'll copy these keyframes, go to our other sun, which is on the top in the morning. I still want that to be rotating, and paste it. So now if I press T, or R rather, you have those rotation keyframes for both of these layers. So let me render this out and let's play it with the space bar. All right, here you go. So You get the sun rotating. Okay, this is pretty cool. What I noticed though is that the rotation, it jumps when it gets to here. So we're gonna have to find a spot where it rotates here where it matches the first keyframe, and it's right in the middle. So 36 should look good. Yes, 36. So it's right where the rays are, where one of the rays is perfectly up and down. So that last rotation keyframe should be 36. And that looks good. Cool, so that's how you animate the app, the user design part of it. In the next lesson, we're going to be putting it all together in this little iPhone screen. We're going to be adding the background and the reflection and the motion as well. Thanks so much for watching. First, let's create a new composition. Now, this could be whatever you want. I'm going to do regular 1920 by 1080, but say you want to put this, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do 1000 by 1000, as if we were going to post this on something like Instagram. I'm going to add my white background, Command Y, Control Y for you PC users, and make it white. And that looks pretty good. I want that clean white background that we all see in, modern sort of design and app and tech stuff. Then I'm going to first rename this to app, or I'll just call this iPhone. Then I'm going to take the app and drag it in here on top of our white solid and drag it down, or make the size smaller. Something like 30 is pretty good. Next, what I want to do is create the iPhone outside layer. Now, I know the new iPhone 10 that's coming out, which by this time it's probably an old phone. They probably have like an iPhone 25 by the time you're watching this. But I know they're getting rid of the home button, and that's why I don't want any more home button. So what I'm going to take is the rounded rectangle tool. I'm going to change the color to sort of a dark charcoal color. And then what I'm going to do is just click and drag around, and I'm going to have to edit this. And I'll rename this to iPhone. Okay, so let us zoom in. I'm going to lock my app layer so I don't touch it. Take my selection tool, and let's just try to make it so that the edges are the same width. And I can align this center, horizontal, and vertical. And that looks pretty good. Maybe the top and bottom is a little bit bigger. Maybe we want everything to be a little bit bigger, actually. Actually, no, they're trying to get rid of all those edges on all these phones. So let's do something like that. Looks pretty darn good. Okay, so now we have our iPhone. The next thing I want to do is pre-compose this. So it's just one thing that I can control and move around. So select the app and the iPhone, right click, pre-compose. I'll call this phone with app. And now I can create my reflection. So what I want to do is duplicate this, just Command D while I select it. Let's rename this to reflection. Let's rotate this 180 degrees and then drag it down. And what I'm actually going to do is parent this to the phone so that if I move the phone up or make it smaller, which I'm going to do, it looks good. Next, let's drop the opacity of the reflection. So press T on your keyboard to bring up opacity. Let's drop it to 50, maybe even, let's see what I used here. 50, yeah, so 50 looks pretty good. And then the thing that I think makes this, sells it a little bit more is this sort of fade off. And I did that with a simple mask animation. So, or mask and feathering. So with reflection selected, I can take my pen tool and then just click. Actually, maybe just click, and let's extend this. And cool, that looks pretty good. We can change it later. Press F to bring up feathering. Let's feather this out. Now let's actually just move this up just a little bit. So we just get a little bit. And the cool thing about this, and again, why I think it sells it, is that you see the animation in that, and it makes it so easy. You don't have to like animate this separately, create some sort of custom shape. You're just using pre-comps, rotations, masks, and opacity to get this nice reflection. Okay, so to make this a little bit cooler, what I'm actually going to do is add a 3D rotation. So if you want to make it like this, all you have to do where it's going across the frame is just do a position animation, make it go left to right. Pretty simple, right? And do that to the phone with app layer. But what I'm going to do is enable 3D for both layers, press R, and what I'm going to do is a simple Y rotation. Now, I don't want to go too far because this is After Effects and these are 2D layers. But if I just go to like -7 or something like that, set a keyframe for -7, and then go to the end and set one for +7, I think it sells it pretty well. That's very subtle. Maybe we want to go a little bit more. And actually, let's rotate the other way. So 10 to -10. And maybe let's just do a little scale animation too. So scale, we're going to zoom in. So scale right there. And then at 85. And let's move that to the end actually. And then in the beginning, let's go down to 80. So it's just slowly zooming in. And it's got this subtle rotation, which I think is another sort of cool way to animate this. Clean, nicely designed, and can you believe that this is something that you could do yourself? You have all of the skills and the tools to do something like this, and we did this in less than an hour. You can, imagine if you spent a day actually working on an After Effects design or a user design animation for a real world app or something that's a little bit more complicated. You could imagine how cool that you could make something. But in this class, I just want to show you the basics, give you the tools, the basic steps to get to those more advanced features and projects, and then I'll let you take it from there. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this one. I really enjoyed teaching this one, and I'm going to go ahead and post this on social media. I hope that you enjoyed it, and if you can, post it on social media. Post your project, maybe change it up a little bit, at least change the colors, and tag me at Phil Ebner and at Video School Online on all your social media platforms. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Here's a little logo animation with a title reveal using a lot of the cool techniques we've learned, including some position animations, track matte animations, some feathering and mask animations. So a lot of cool stuff going on in this composition. As always, this project is available for you to follow along with. Simple logo reveal. The original one is called Logo and Logo Reveal, and then I'll be putting all of what I'm working on right this second into a new folder that you can follow along with too. Awesome. So first, let's create our basic logo. And if you open up the original logo, you see that it's just a square comp. Now you can do anything with this logo. You can bring in your own logo, and that's why I like creating a separate comp for the logo so that you can quickly replace it. And no matter what you replace it with, it will still be animated in this fashion. So I'm going to click Create New Composition, and first I'm actually going to call this Logo Animation. 5 seconds is fine, 1920 by 1080. So that's going to be our full animation. Then I'm going to create another composition called Logo 2, and this one I'm going to make it 1000 by 1000 pixels. And then we can just create a simple logo. So what I did was I used the ellipse tool, I made it white, and I just double clicked the ellipse, which created a perfect circle within this perfectly square composition. Then I just added a text layer on top with a V, which let's make it black for now, or dark gray, and make it really large. And this is for Video School Online. This isn't really my logo, but I just wanted to create something right within After Effects so it was easy for you to recreate as well. You could put a picture here, you could do whatever, And let me actually just use the align tool to align it. And I'm actually going to move it down just a little bit. Cool. So now we have our logo. Next, let's take our logo 2, or the logo you created in it, and add it to our animation comp. Here, let's add a background. So I'm going to press Command Y to create a new solid layer. And for this one, I will pick some sort of like orange color. Cool. Okay, orange, solid. Put this behind. Rename it BG for background. Looking at our logo reveal, what I'm going to do first is just this animation of the logo being sort of faded on like this, expanding on. So to do that in our logo animation, let's put it right in the middle. Let's bring down the scale. So pressing S to bring down the scale, I'll put it at 50%. Now I want to create a mask, a circle mask around this, and I'm going to do a mask expansion. So to create a perfectly circular mask, I can just select this logo layer and double click the ellipse tool, which is now the mask tool when I have a layer selected. The cool thing is that because this composition, the logo 2 composition, was a 1000 by 1000 pixel composition, the mask is also going to be a square, not an oval. If I did it on the background, for example, it becomes this oval mask. But because it's on the square comp, it becomes a perfect circle. If I drop down my mask 1 properties and then I play with the mask expansion, you can see what I'm going to do. I'm basically going to fade it on and reveal it like this. So let's go to 1 second, set a keyframe for mask expansion at 0 pixels, and then go to half a second and drag it down all the way until it's off the screen. Okay, and negative 500, that makes sense that this would be it because the mask or the size of this is 1000 pixels. So if it's decreasing by size by 500 pixels on each side of the composition, that would mean it would disappear. Let's go in the middle and add some feathering to make it look a little bit more organic. That looks pretty good. One thing that I noticed though, when I expand on the feathering, once it's already expanded on, the feathering effect still is in effect. So what I want to do is go to this first keyframe, set my mask feather there, say, let's just make it 150 to make it a little neater. Go to the next one and then make the mask feather 0. So let's bring in our comp time so we can play through this. Yeah, that looks pretty darn cool, actually. So that is cool. If we go back to our logo reveal, we see what happens, though, is this little ball drops down, and then it becomes this sort of logo. And that's actually 2 different layers. It's this drop layer, and it's just sort of an illusion that it looks like the logo itself drops down, then expands. So what I did there was I just created a little circle, which I can do with my ellipse tool. Make sure I don't have any layer selected. Shift, click, and drag to create a perfect circle, something like this. I'll rename this drop. With the align panel, I'll just align it to the center, horizontal and vertical. So at this point, right when the logo starts to expand, I want it to be here at this position. So press P to bring up position, set a keyframe there. But here at the start, I want it to be up above our composition, right? So I'm going to drag the y-axis up until it's off. So now it comes down and wow, that was really fast. So we needed this to go slower. So let's move this to the right to maybe like 1 second, which means we'll need to move these keyframes to the right or just this entire layer to the right. Boom. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Maybe I'll add a little bit easy ease. F9 on my keyboard. Boom. Boom. Maybe I want it to start expanding just a little bit earlier with the easy easing. Since it gradually goes into that fade, I need to bring this a little bit earlier. Cool. I like that. We can add motion blur to the drop flowing down. And I'll put this behind our logo too. That's cool. Then after the logo expands on, I'm just going to cut off the end of this drop layer just by dragging this in like so. So it's off completely, even if I don't see the logo. So that's really cool. The next thing I want to do is add our little text kind of pop out. So see how this text pops out like so? First, I want to create my text. So let's go here around 2 seconds. Take our text tool and I'll type video school online. Wow, and this is really large because I'm using the same settings for that V. Let's just play with the size of things and the spacing. I'm going to actually make it left aligned on the paragraph, and I'm going to change the font to white. Actually, for this one, I'm going to, yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, let's make it a little smaller. Cool. So the ending spot here is going to be vertically center, but just over to the right of the screen. Cool. With this logo, it's going to move over to the left. So before we move it though, let's set a keyframe here when it expands at 1.5 seconds for both scale and position, because I'm going to shrink it just a little bit. See how this shrinks down while it's moving over to the side? So back in our logo composition, so there it's there, and then here we want to shrink it. Let's just bring up scale to maybe 40, and then for position, press P to bring up position, and drag it over to the side like that. Now once it's over the side, I have a better idea of what our text looks like. So let me actually, just using scale, I'm just going to bring it down just a little bit. Make sure it's vertically aligned again. Okay, so that's kind of our final look. And also what I'm going to quickly do is make the V inside the logo the same color as this background. What I can do is get this orange color by pressing Command-Shift-Y or selecting this layer and going to Layer, Solid Settings. If I click this color, the color picker pops up and I have this hex code, which is the exact color of this orange, FE9814. If I copy this, then let me cancel out of this, then go into Logo 2 and go into the V and then into the character settings and into the color, now I can paste this color right there into this hex code. And that's how you pick and save colors and reuse them over and over. An easy way anyways. Now, I like that because it looks kind of like this V is cut out from this white little circle, which I think looks a little bit better. This text also has a little bit of animation to it in the original logo animation. See, it pops out from behind our logo. So we want it to be its final position right here. So let's press P and set a keyframe there, and also for S for scale. If I press U with that layer selected, we see both of those keyframes. Now, if I go back here when the logo's in the center, first let's put this behind our logo. And then let's drag it to the left and make it a little bit smaller. Just like so. And now it pops on from behind our text. Pop, doom, doom. But of course we need to get rid of this text before here. Okay. Now let's add some easy ease for all of these keyframes for both the logo and text animation, and then go into the graph editor, select all the keyframes and drag the handles in to give it a little bit more of a pop, and add motion blur to both layers. Awesome. So you can play around with the speed, the size of everything, but this is our basic logo reveal. I actually did this easier than how I did it in my original one. I used a track mat, which isn't really necessary for this layer. So what I did here was I added this track mat layer, which I basically just duplicated the logo. Now for the bottom logo, I called this track mat. And then for the Video School Online text, I changed the track mat to alpha inverted mat. So alpha inverted mat means that this text will appear wherever this logo or this track mat is not. So let me turn off the logo and you can see what's happening. So it's coming from behind that. So it's a kind of for sure way to make sure that your text, no matter what the size or position is, it's not going to appear when it's behind the logo. The track mat is just there to ensure that this Video School Online text only appears where the track mat is not, and that's the inverted mat. If I chose alpha mat, track mat, it would only appear where that track mat is. Inverted means where it's not. Awesome. So this is a cool little intro. I hope you enjoyed this one. It's just another real world project that I think knowing all the skills you have, just putting them together, it's like little building blocks. You can create these sort of more advanced animations, and it's just going to get more advanced as we go along with this class. Thanks so much for watching. The first thing that I did when creating this animation was just create the layout. And so that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to try to replicate this. So let me just put all of these files into an original folder, which you'll have access to so you can follow along and see what I did. Then I'll create a for lesson folder. All right, so let me create a new composition. And I'm going to walk through everything. So this is going to be a little bit of a longer lesson. I'll just call this Swiss Alps. Okay, so the first thing that I like doing is creating our background so that I can kind of tell what I'm working with. So I'm just going to press Command Y and choose sort of a dark blue because it was at night when we were doing this, and yeah, that looks pretty good. And I really want to make sure that I'm naming everything so that I'm very organized. Next, let's create our cabin. So let's go to our Alps composition, and actually first I'm going to create the ground so I know where I'm working with, and I use the pen tool to do that. So I created sort of like a dark brown, just like so, and then click, 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 just to create a little bit of difference. Make it a little hilly, something like that. And actually, I use sort of a dark blue, which actually I think looks pretty good. So maybe I'll do that. So I'll change this to, let me eyedrop the blue and then go from there to create sort of a gray. That's kind of what you see at night, you know, with the blue sky, the moonlight, everything is a little blue. So that looks pretty good. I'll rename this to be ground. Okay, so now let's work on our cabin, and I used the rounded rectangle tool, and I used more of like a lighter brown to create that. And I just did sort of a typical log cabin shape. So I created sort of one log like so. Then what I did was I just duplicated that log, which is rectangle 1 in this shape layer. So select that rectangle 1, duplicate it, Command D. And then if I press down on my arrows, it changes the shape layer position. But if I go into rectangle 2, go into transform, and then drop the position, that's going to help me. So now let's just duplicate rectangle 2, go into the position, drop it down. Now if I want to speed this up, I can create a group. Put that outside of all of the rectangles and put all 3 rectangles in the group, duplicate the group, and then take the group properties and move the position down. Okay. So that creates this sort of log cabin structure. Then to create a rectangle, or a triangle rather, basic shapes, Phil, we actually have this tool, the shape tool that we haven't really used, the polygon tool. So if I take that, and then I'm just going to change the color just subtly so there's a little bit of a difference. And then if I just click and drag, what happens is we have our pentagon shape. And within this shape layer, it's called Polystar. If we drop down that If we drop down polystar path 1, we see the points of this path is 5. That's why we have a pentagon. If we change this to 3, we have a triangle. If we change it to 6, we have a hexagon, etc., etc. So we want it to be 3 points. And then we can change, if we put the anchor point with the pan behind tool for this layer itself right there. Then if we rotate this around so it's perfectly flat, and then we change the size, which is going to be under transform, and let's just decrease the scale, unlink it, make it a little fatter. And then with our selection tool, we can put it here, and we can just increase the size, put it on top like so. Cool, that looks pretty good. Now let's take this polystar, cut it, and paste it into shape layer 1. And I'm going to rename this cabin. And then we can delete shape layer 2. I like to have everything organized. And then I'll put polystar 1 on top of our 2 groups. Then I added a door frame and then these 2 little windows. So for the door frame, I just used the rectangle tool, and I chose even like a darker brown. So with cabin selected, I'm going to create a door frame. And then a little handle. So with the ellipse tool, I'm going to select the brown of the cabin itself. Whoops, I don't want that. So let me actually just create the circle first. And then change the color to the brown. Nice. And now let's create our windows. So with the rectangle tool, just create a window. Change the color so it looks like, someone's inside. It's like a nice orange glow. Something like that. And then I want that to be duplicated, so I'll just duplicate that rectangle. And then with one of them, I will just drop it down. Cool, so now we have our cabin. Next, let's add our flag. So with the rectangle tool, again with our cabin, this could be a separate layer if we want, but I'm just going to create our little flag, change it to Swiss flag red, whatever that is. Something like that. That looks pretty good. It might be a little too big, so we can change the size and the position if we want. And then within rectangle 2, let's create a little square. Actually, not within rectangle 2, but within the cabin. Let's change that to white. That's pretty good. And I could rename all of these if I want, but I don't really need to. If I was going to be doing a lot of changing, I would. Let me just duplicate rectangle 2, or rectangle 5 rather, and then rotate it 90 degrees. And that will create our little plus sign. Nice. Cool. So now if I want to group these 3, so let me put this group on top and group rectangle 5, 6, and 4. This is our flag, which I can rename. And now I can move this around if I want. And I can make the group smaller or larger. Cool. I want it up there like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. A little different than my original one. Cool, so now we have our cabin. Let's add our hills and trees in the background. So for the trees, I just used the pen tool. And then again, I chose this blue, but made it even darker, more of a dark gray. And this is one of the things I just totally remember from the Swiss Alps was just the mountains behind the cabin, which was just insane. Insanely beautiful. So let me just do that. So I just created these sort of spiky trees, and let's put these behind our ground trees. And let me actually just make it a little bit darker. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. So really simple. And then our hill, what I did was sort of this hill up here. So with a new pen tool, unclicking any layers, just create this sort of big mountain. Okay. And I want to make this a little bit darker. Maybe lighter might work actually, like in light gray, and put this behind everything. And then to make that little sort of peak, I'm going to take my pen tool again and then create another sort of shape at the top for the snowy top. Oops. Okay, like that, and then change it to like a lighter gray. That looks pretty good. What I can do is take that shape and move it down if I want, something like that. Cool, so that looks pretty good. Now it's a little different than our original, but hey, I'm just playing around. Oh, okay, another thing I did was create this sort of path up here. And so let me take my pen tool, and what I'll do is just create a simple path, like so. And I want it whiter when it's at the front of the composition, and then it goes up to the door. And if I put this behind our cabin, looks like a path, kind of gives that more 3D effect. And let me rename that and change the color to more of like a brown, dark brown, something like that. Looks pretty cool. Now for the stars, I just use the rounded or the ellipse tool, and I used two colors. So one is white, and I just literally just clicked and dragged, and I was holding shift down, so they're perfect circles. See how I'm doing this? I'm just clicking and dragging. Now I'm not doing anything in front of the trees or in front of the mountains, but if I did, I could just put this layer behind those other ones and it would be fine. So I'll just say stars, and then I'll create another layer. So click off this and change to more like a yellow, just really subtle yellow, just to make it a little bit more different. A little bit more different. That doesn't make sense, Phil. Just a little different. I hope you guys have been enjoying this class. If there's anything that you would do to make it better, just let me know. And I'll put this down here, and I'll call this stars 2. Cool, so now we have our different layers, and if we want everything to be in this comp, I'm gonna use the Shy Guy tool just to close some of these things down. So like, for example, the path, the ground, the trees, the mountain, everything I can actually close down. Actually, I'll just close down the path, the ground, and the trees. And hey, what the heck, I'll just do all of these for now. And we just have our cabin and maybe our sky. So now we have our basic design. The next thing I'm going to do is create our firework, and that's going to come up in the next lesson. So that's a little bit more advanced, so it's going to take a little while longer. But now we have our simple design. Oh, one thing I didn't add was the moon. And a quick way to do that would be to take our ellipse tool, make it white, and let's just create a circle right here. And then another circle, whoops, like so. And then make that second circle the same color as the background. It's like the quickest way to make the moon. And if I put the anchor point in the middle, take my rotate tool, I can rotate it around, move it around wherever I want. Maybe I want it up here to kind of balance out this composition with the mountain over here and the moon over here, and then the fireworks are going to come up right here. Cool, thanks for watching, and in the next lesson we'll create our fireworks. Now let's create this little firework, and I'm going to do it in a way where it's actually not as much work as you would think. So here's actually what the firework looks like, and I just used one of these, and then I used a hue and saturation effect to adjust the colors in this original one and the size so that, you know, I can kind of just duplicate it and it looks better. Okay, so let's create a new comp. I'm just going to make it a square comp, 1000 by 1000, and I'll call this firework 2. Okay, so these are all going in the for lesson folder for you to follow along if you want. Do you remember using the repeater tool earlier? Well, if you didn't, let me show you how to do it. So the first thing I'm going to do is use my pen tool to create a little line. So I'm going to turn off my fill. So click fill and choose none. And then for the stroke, I'll start with 10. We'll see how that goes. Now I want to make sure I create this line in the very center of this composition. So let me zoom in here really close. Then with the pen tool, just click once and then shift click up. And there we have our line. I think it's a little bit too big. So let me set this, or too thick, something like 5. And then let's just tab it over. And if we zoom out, yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, so now when I do this and I drop down our shape contents, click add, and then click repeater, what happens is it adds these 3 points of our firework. For this first one, I'm going to drop down the repeater and add 8 points. Then I'm going to drop down our transform properties, change our position to 0. So it's all starting from the 0 point, so that's all right there. And then I'm going to change the rotation and rotate it around to 45. And if you remember from the other lesson, when you're using the repeater effect and you want things to spread out like a fan perfectly around the same point like this, you want to make sure that you create it along and in the center of your composition. You change your position to 0, and then you change your rotation to 360 divided by the number of copies, right? So 360 divided by 8 is 45. Now what happens is if we animate our shape 1, that same animation happens to all of these other points. So let me just show you. So say I take my transform properties for shape 1 and I move it out. Whoa, that is pretty cool. So let me fit this up to 100. So what's going to happen is we want it to come out from the center and pop out like that and then fade away. So let's set our position to 0 and set a keyframe. And then go to 1 second and take our position out to say right there. So now we have this animation. Now we just have to fade it on and off. So set a keyframe for 0 opacity. Here we can set a opacity for 100, maybe just a couple frames later. So it comes on and then it fades off. So at the end, it's going to be 100 to 0. So maybe here we'll set it to 100. So see that? The position goes up, and then it fades on, stays on, and then it fades off. Now we can play with the motion of the position and the speed by adding easy ease, selecting those keyframes and pressing F9, and then going into the graph editor. And then when you think about a firework, how does it move? The explosion is really fast, so it goes really fast from the start, and then it sort of slows down into the end motion. So let's take this last one and drag it to the left. So it ramps up, and let's take this one in even further. See that? It's more of an explosion like that. I like that a lot. And maybe we want our fade to be a little bit longer, so let's bring in this to like half a second. Nice, I like that. So basically we do this and then we replicate or duplicate these things. And so first let's actually change the color of the shape 1. So if we select shape 1 and choose like a highlighter sort of red, that looks good. And if we group these, so click add group, make sure this group is outside of the shape 1 and put shape 1 and repeater within the group. And now we can just duplicate the group. So if I duplicate this group, right now it's happening at the same time. So I have to shift these keyframes to the right. Or another thing I can do first though, just to see how it looks, is go into the group 2 settings, go into the repeater settings, and for this one I want to have more things shoot out. So maybe I want 12. And when I change that to 12, I have to change the transform properties of the repeater. So 360 divided by 12 is simple math, calculator, simple math, not my cup of tea. 360 divided by 12 is 30. Da, da, da. Okay, and then let's change the color. So if I select the shape in group 2 and change the color to like green, something like that. That's cool. So that's cool. These come out at the same time, and that actually looks pretty cool all happening at once. Or I can rotate it, or I can rotate the group itself. So if I go into the transform group 2 settings, I can rotate it to make sure I see all of the green, because before some of the green was hiding the red. So I might want to rotate it just a little bit, like so. That's pretty cool. Okay, so that's cool, but maybe I want to stagger it a little bit. So what I want to do is press U on my keyboard. I know that the shape 1 down below is the first one, and this top one is the second one. So if I take these keyframes from the top one and drag them to the right, I can offset just a little bit. Maybe a little bit later. That's pretty cool. Okay, so let's close this down and go into our groups. Duplicate group 2 one more time. Go into the repeater settings. Actually, first let's just press U and offset just a little bit more. And then go back into the settings, and we're going to change the color of the shape. So let's change the color to maybe like a blue, light highlighter blue, kind of very saturated. And then let's go into the repeater effect, and let's do, how about 24? Lots. So then 360 divided by 24 would be 15. So under the repeater settings, we want the rotation to be 15. So now that's lots. So that's pretty cool. And it happens a little late, so let's drag this in. Cool, so that's pretty cool. Now you can adjust the length of this, you can repeat this, you can create more, maybe make it a little slower. Let me take all of these keyframes, drag to the right just a little bit. That's pretty cool. Maybe I want to stagger them just a little bit more. That's pretty cool. Maybe I want to add rotation to the whole thing. So if I rename this firework, then press R, this is the rotation for this whole composition, or this whole shape layer itself. So if I set a keyframe for 0 and put that at the very beginning, and then I change it and drag this to after everything fades away, the whole thing rotates, which is kind of cool. Adds a little bit more to it. Cool, so now we can take these fireworks and put them in our Swiss Alps composition. So take firework 2, put it behind our cabin, and then if we drag through, we can see when it happens. And depending on if we want it in front of the trees or not, we would actually have to disenable the Shy Guy button and put this behind the trees. Maybe we want it behind the trees. That might look a little bit better. This is the moon. Let's rename this the moon. Okay. It's a little too big though, so let's scale it down. And now it's in the sky like that. That's pretty cool, but we want to see it kind of fly up. So see how this one, you see the little dot, it flies up. I think that's important. So what we're going to do in our firework is actually tab this over to the right, or move the whole shape layer to the right. And then before this starts to explode on, we just want a little dot in the middle of this frame. So I'm just going to take our ellipse tool, set the fill option to white, turn off the stroke, and then create a little circle and center it using the align tools. Okay. So that might be a little too small, actually. You can barely even see it. So let's go in here and press scale, bring up the scale. It's coming from this anchor point, so I need to realign. That's pretty good. And then I want to take it off as soon as everything explodes. So right here, when things start to explode, I'm going to cut this. So option right bracket and put this beneath our firework layer. So it explodes, and as it explodes, it disappears. And I might need to actually take this over to like 1 second so I have more space to work with, because we're going to animate the position of this so it's flying up. So here is where it starts to explode at 1 second. So we want it to be in the air at this point. So press P on your keyboard to bring up position. And then I'm going to go backwards to 0 and drag it down. And I'm going to drag it down below our ground. So it comes up and explodes. So let's play this to see how the speed is. That's pretty cool, but I want to easy ease these and ease it into the top part, because again, it's shooting off like a rocket. It's really fast in the beginning, and then it slows down to its final spot. Boom. Yeah, that's what a firework looks like. Cool. So now we have this all animated. What I can do to quickly duplicate this is duplicate it. So Command D. I can offset it just a little bit. So drag this layer to the right. And now to move it, I can't adjust the position easily because I would have to adjust both these position keyframes, but I can use my anchor point for this layer, pressing A to bring up anchor point and dragging it to the left or right. Now that looks cool, but I want to, just make it a little bit different. So I'll drag down and also make it a little bit bigger, for example. So playing with the size and the position. So that's cool, but it's the exact same colors. So let's change up the colors. An easy way to do that is with the hue saturation effect. So if you type in hue under color correction, you have hue and saturation, and I'll drag that onto firework and then drag the hue, master hue dial to the right. Maybe I want to bring up all my colors right there so I see them until I get something I like. Maybe something like, that's kind of cool. Boom, boom, boom. So that's pretty cool. And let me just do this one more time. So I'm going to duplicate this last one I did, which already has the hue saturation filter on it. Drag it to the right, the layer, so it happens a little bit later. Then press A to bring up our anchor point. Now let's put this behind over here. Actually, I'm going to put this in front of the trees. So let me disenable the shy guy, put it in front of the trees. Make it a little bit smaller. A, and bring it up higher. Something like that. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let me extend this so I see the whole firework show that we're creating. Nice. And let's change the hue and saturation of this. So change the hue to something different. Nice. That is looking pretty darn cool. Now it's a little different than our original one, but that's okay. This one's a little slower. This one had, I think, 4 explosions. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it had 4 explosions for the firework. So you can see how you can quickly add that, though, if I wanted to add another one in here. And that would affect everything in this layer because it's all pre-comped. Cool, so that's how we create this layer. And then the last thing we're gonna do is export this, which is, I'll show you in the exporting and saving section of this class. So I'm gonna take this composition that I created, the cabin one, and actually export it right within that section. So go ahead and watch that lecture so that you know how to export your own video, and then you can post it online and share it with us to see. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lecture. In this section, you're going to learn how to remove green screen background from green screen footage and also composite video clips together. So this is more the visual effects side of After Effects. And so here we have this footage of this dog, and this is actually green screen footage, and I put it on top of this background, which you see it has a little bit of motion to it. It's panning across the screen. You got some motion in the leaves. It's very subtle, but you got some motions in the leaves back here on the ground. The cool thing is that this is actually just a photo. And so I've been able to manipulate it to have some very subtle motion, because when adding this green screen footage of the dog on top of the photo, it looked too static and too still. So with this section, this is one of the projects that I actually provide for you. So in the downloads, there's the project folders download, and you'll find the green screen project, which looks like this, and you'll have the original project that I was working on. Now I'm going to go over working on it from scratch with you if you want to follow along. The first thing you need to do is download the green screen footage. There's free green screen footage online that you can find, and I provided links in the lesson before this. So if you didn't do that already, go to that video, and it's totally free. They've given us permission, but they don't really give a direct download to this. So I'm using KeepVid to download YouTube videos. So copy the YouTube URL, go to keepvid.com, paste the link, click download, and then go ahead and download the 720p version. That should be fine for working with this video clip. In After Effects, let's import that green screen footage, and at the same time, let's go to our Photos folder and bring in the grassy hill photo. Drag the green screen clip to a new composition, and we're going to be applying an effect to this green screen. We haven't looked too much at effects yet, but we've done a couple, and you'll see that there's a folder for keying. Keying is what we're doing with green screen. There's different effects that can clean up our key and stuff like that, but Keylight 1.2 is the main effect we're going to use. To apply any of these effects to any layer, just click and drag it onto the layer in the composition or onto the layer in the timeline. In the effects controls window up here, you have your different settings. So the first thing you'll want to do is, if you can, mask this clip so you can get rid of as much green as possible, so you don't have to make After Effects do extra work to remove it. So I'm going to take my pen tool with this clip selected. I'm just going to draw around this husky dog and close our mask. So now After Effects doesn't have to do any work. Well, look, I see looks up, so let's make sure this point is up above his ear or her ear. So that looks good. Now with the Keylight 1.2 effect, choose this little color dropper. There's eyedropper next to screen color. And then click somewhere close to the dog. Usually I go for somewhere in the shadows, so this darker part of the green. What happens is it will automatically try to remove the green screen. It's kind of hard for you to see, but there is this sort of cloudiness up here in the darkness. You see the background, and so we're going to have to clean this up a bit. To clean up green screen footage, there's a few things you can do. You can increase the screen gain, which might help, or you can go into the screen matte options. What happens when you remove green screen is you sometimes get these little white dots or these little black spots that are left over. And that's where we can use these clip black and clip white sliders. So when I drag up clip black, what happens is it removes all of those spots in the black area. So I want to do that until all of those spots are gone. If I go too far, I start to make my puppy disappear. So I don't want to go too far. With clip white, if I drag down, it brings back some of those highlights that might have got lost within our puppy. So if I, put it at 0, there might be parts of our puppy that are actually lost. So I'm going to bring this back down a little bit. You can also use this screen shrink or grow to expand the edges. If you expand, maybe you want to add a little bit of softness as well. So this will basically feather the edges. If you're playing through your video, I don't have too much of a problem with this one, but if you're playing through it and you're getting this sort of noisiness in it, you might want to increase the D-spot black or the D-spot white, maybe both of them. And you can see as I increase this, it kind of gets rid of those highlight spots where the details are. And so I might want to do that just a little bit. Bringing up the D-spot black brings back some of those details as well. With green screen, it's all about playing around. I don't like this highlight around the pup's ears, and I think that's from this grow shrink. So I'm gonna actually just shrink this down a little bit, decrease the softness as well, something like that. That's the basis of removing green screen from your background. Now, if I add a background color, for example, by pressing Command Y to bring up a new solid, let's make it red, Control Y if you are on PC. Now, if I put this beneath our green screen pup, you can see our pup is on top. You'll also notice that we have some red shining through our pup. And this is important to look at because this allows us to, again, play with our settings to make sure that we're not having any white spots that are being clipped. So if I drag down the white even more, we see that now we don't have any of those red spots coming through. Cool, so that's how you remove the background. In the next video, we're going to be starting our composite, and I'll be walking through some things that you need to keep in mind when you're layering different layers with green screen. Unless you want this sort of unrealistic look, a lot of times when you're using green screen footage, you'll want to add a background and put the foreground element, whether it's a dog, it's a person, whatever it is, in that situation and try to make it look realistic. So let me delete this red solid, go back to our project, take the grassy hill JPEG image and drag it beneath our dog. Okay, so that doesn't look too good. So we want to move this around and reposition it. So let me take our selection tool, bring up scale, drop the scale, something like so. And now we need to adjust the size of the dog to match the size of our background. So I'll take our dog, which I can rename dog here, bring up scale, drag it down, something that looks a little bit more natural, and then bring this down so it looks like the pup is sitting on the ground. Something like that looks pretty darn good. So that's the first thing, is just playing with the sizing of your background and foreground elements to make sure it matches. This is another area where I see a lot of beginners making mistakes. The next is playing with the color correction of our foreground or our background to make sure it matches. This foreground element, the lighting wasn't perfect, and so it's really orange. So if we go into our effects controls, there's actually some foreground color correction tools within the key light effect that we can play around with. So first drop that down and then click Enable Color Correction. We can decrease the saturation, which that in itself seems to be helping a lot. It's not too warm and we're still getting sort of like that color. This husky is mostly sort of a black and white brown dog. And then the contrast. We want to make sure that we're matching the contrast of our foreground to the background. And the background looks a little bit more contrasty than our dog. So I'm going to just bring this up just a little bit. In this situation, I've placed this dog in this shadow of the tree. So decreasing the brightness can kind of give that look as if it's in the shade, but I'm going to show you a different way to do that to make it look a little bit more organic in just a second. The last thing you might want to do is open up the color balancing tab. And this is how you can play around with the color balance. So if we increase the saturation just a bit, I know I just decreased it, but just increase it, and then we play with the hue. Let me just go crazy with it. So if I increase the saturation a lot, and then I play with the hue, you can see what's happening. So I might want to add a little bit. It was a little too warm, so I'll add a little bit of coolness to it. So something like blue like that, but I'll bring back our saturation. Maybe a little bit too cool. Let's just rotate it. Too warm now. Something like that looks pretty darn good. 231 and 5.1. So that's how you can color correct your foreground footage right within the Keylight 1.2 effect. What if I want to add that sort of shadow to the front of this dog? Here's what I would do. There's different ways to do this, but here's just what I would do. Duplicate your dog. I'm going to call this shadow. So remember, duplicate is Command D. Right click go to layer style and choose color overlay. This basically makes this dog all red. Drop down the color overlay settings, change the red to black. Now, what I want to do is drop the opacity, not here under color overlay, but of this shadow itself. So with shadow selected, press T to bring up opacity and drop that opacity. So now we're getting a more natural shadow on top of the dog that matches the shape of the dog. But I want to actually bring in this mask a little bit more to make it a little bit more organic. So if I take the mask path or click on the shadow, I can bring in this mask. So you can see maybe I want the shadow to start right here. You know, you see the dog, you see the shadow from the tree. It kind of comes along here. So maybe something like so might be good. Now this is a harsh shadow, so I want to feather out this mask. Something like so. The cool thing is now as the dog moves up, and then if the dog puts his head down, there we go. It looks like it's coming in and out of the shadows, which just looks a little bit more natural. Okay, so there you see the dog's head is down in the shadow, up, it's in the sun. And that kind of makes sense if there was light shining through the trees right around here. One thing that I haven't touched upon yet in the class is parenting. And this is a way to basically lock one layer to the next so that if you move one layer, it will also move another one. And because this shadow we want to lock to the dog, if we move the dog, I want to parent the shadow to the dog. So you have this parent column right here. If you don't see that, click the toggle switches modes button that will be here to expand your timeline. And you can do one of two things. You can either go to the drop down and select which layer you want it to parent to. So I would select dog. So now if I say take this dog and I want to scale it up, it also scales up the shadow. Another thing you can do, and the easier way to parent an object to another one, is to take what's called the pick whip, which is this sort of twirly gig thing for the shadow, and then drag it to the layer that we want it to parent to. So again, I'll drag it to dog, which changes the column. It's just an easier way. So again, if we move the dog layer, the shadow layer will change as well, because later on maybe we were like, oh, it's a little bit too big, so let's make it smaller. Let me just bring in this clip so we're just working in the first 8 seconds or so, or even like the first 5 or 6 seconds, and then go to composition, trim comp to work area. And now if we play through this, which because we're doing green screen, we're adding a lot of mass, we're doing a lot of effects, it will slow down your playback. So remember what we learned earlier. If you want to speed it up, change the resolution to like half or a quarter if you really want. And you can see that it gets pixelated, but it plays back more smoothly and more quickly. So now we have our green screen footage. We have the background. Let's add a couple of those details to make it look even better. Because right now, to be honest, just this dog sitting on this image, it looks a little fake. So we're going to do as much as possible to make it look like a natural environment. And that's coming up in the next lesson. The first thing we're going to do is add a little bit of motion to this photograph, as if the camera was panning across the scene. So what we can do is basically do a position animation of the background. But if we do that and we move the background from side to side, our dog is left in the middle, floating there. So to lock the dog to the grassy hill, so if we move the grassy hill, what do we have to do? We can parent it to the grassy hill. So now if we take the pick whip for the dog layer and attach it to the grassy hill, when we move the grassy hill from left to right, it moves as well. And the shadow, since it's attached to the dog, also moves. So now with that all set up, let's set a position for our starting point. And let's maybe just move it over to the side. And then let's go to the end of our composition and drag to the left. So if we play through this, we get a little subtle motion, and I love that subtle motion. I don't really need to see the dog right now, and it's taking a lot of bandwidth from my computer. So just to make things speed up, I'm going to turn off those layers. So cool, we got a little bit of motion. But in a natural environment, if you were looking at, if you're sitting on this hill, this tree wouldn't be completely still. There would be a little bit of wind. You might see a little rustling in the grass down below, a little bit of movement in the leaves. So let's add some movement. To add motion to something that is still, we will use the puppet pin tool. First, let's duplicate the grassy hill. And the reason is just so that if I do something to this layer, I can always go back and delete it. And it just makes it easier to manipulate the puppet pin area. So choose the puppet pin tool and now start placing pins around these branches. So I'll put one here, here, and again, make sure that you have this grassy hill layer selected, and then here, then also along here. And I'll explain why in just a second. Maybe here and here. If you press U on your keyboard, you find the keyframes for all of the puppet pins that we've selected or added. And we have this puppet with the mesh and all of these pins. And so what is happening is we've told After Effects that at this point, we want these pins to be here. Let's zoom in. So let's zoom in on these leaves so we can see a little bit better. Okay, so what happens when we move one of these pins? So let me go forward in time. So we're creating a new keyframe. Use the selection tool, and I move this. See what happens? The entire photo kind of warps. If I actually zoom out, you'll see that the entire photo itself is warping. And we don't want that. We just want this area of the photo to move. So to do that, we're going to create a mask. And we could have done this first, but I just wanted to show you how that works. So let me just create a mask around these branches, like so. Just around the edge of this branch as well. Okay, complete our mask. So if we turn off our bottom layer, this is what we're working with. I always like adding a little bit of feathering. So press F on your keyboard and increase the feathering just so it's a little bit more natural when it's blended with the image in the background. Okay, back to our pin tool. Press U on the keyboard. What we want to do is move all of these keyframes to the very beginning of our video clip. Then we'll go forward, and this has got to be very subtle. Let me delete this one that I had created. And let's just move these pins from side to side. So now, because it's masked out, the entire image doesn't move. Just move it just ever so slightly. And go forward, and we'll move it back. Just ever so slightly. The reason why I put in all of these other pins is think of them as joints of your body and think of these as your arm. If I didn't have these pins set up, then the entire image would move, but these are locked in place. So you have your shoulders locked in place. Here is your shoulder, here is your elbow, here is your hand or your wrist. So you're able to move your elbow up and down or your wrist around without actually moving your shoulders. So these are kind of your anchor points, and we need those to make sure that this part of the image isn't being warped. Because if this image warps, something like this, then it looks weird with the background. We don't want that. We just want this part of the image to move, just these branches down here. Let me extend these keyframes just so that it's really long. And then play through. And this is going to be render intensive. The puppet tool is render intensive. So if you have a slower computer, this might take a little while for it to render. So I'll render it out and then we'll see it play through. All right, now it's rendered through. Let me close this layer down. I'll just rename this leaves. And now just select off of that layer so I don't see the pins or anything or the mask. And now just playing through, you see just subtle motion as if, the wind blew that branch. And maybe it's a little too much, actually. We might want to make it a little bit more subtle. In a future lesson, we'll be diving into the puppet tool a little bit more and showing you how to use it in another real-world project. But this is just sort of a teaser into how that works. All right, so that's enough for this lesson. We added the motion to the photo, panning across, motion to these leaves. Now in the next lesson, we'll use a cool effect to add a little bit of motion to these leaves in the background. I wouldn't recommend using the puppet tool to add motion to this grassy area right here. It's just too small, too intricate. It's going to look really warped. The puppet tool works up here because it's the leaves on a white background, and so you're not warping that background, and so it looks pretty good. So for this grassy area, we're going to use what's called the ripple effect. So let's first turn off the leaves layer, duplicate the grassy hill layer, call this grass, go to your effects and presets panel and type in ripple. Under distort, you have ripple, not CC ripple pulse, but ripple. Drag that onto your grass layer. And the best way to visualize this effect and many effects is to take it to an extreme and then come back. First, let's set where the center of the ripple will be. So click this little target arrow right here next to center of ripple, then go over to your composition and just click anywhere around this grass. Then crank up the radius. You can start to see that the ripples go out. Think of this as like rippling water. Then to really see how this looks, increase the wave height and even the wave width. So now you see what's actually happening. And if you play through this, you get this sort of water-like ripple effect. We're going to use this effect, make the width and height really small so that it's just kind of making the leaves and the grass flutter in the background. So let's decrease the wave width to about 8 or so, something like that. Then let's decrease the wave height to like 4 or something. Now, if we play through this, let's just put our work area to like 2 seconds so we can see this. It looks a little bit unnatural. It's moving a little bit too fast right here. So let's decrease the wave speed to something like 0.5. Remember, subtlety is the key with most things in After Effects, especially with visual effects. Okay, now with the playback, you just see a little subtle motion of these leaves, especially if you look at these ones. Let me zoom in even more. It's kind of hard for you to see because the quality is pixelated now. But it's just, if you're following along, hopefully you see just that little bit of motion. If you want more motion or you want more exaggerated motion, you can make it faster with the wave speed or increase the wave height like so. The problem right now, though, is that we have this ripple that's affecting the entire image. So even the hills back here and this pole right here and the trees in the background, we don't want that. So we want to create a mask just around these leaves right here. So first I'm going to change the height back to 5 because I like that better. Then take our pen tool, make sure our grass layer is selected, and then just click over our grassy layer like so. Okay. So now if we play through this, and if we turn off our back grassy hill layer, this is all that's being affected. And again, it's probably a good idea to add a bit of feathering just so it blends in to the background a little bit better. Another thing I would want to do is actually add a mask around this little grassy area over here. So we can create another mask. Just select the grass layer, add a little bit of a mask around these leaves over here, like so. Press F again to make sure we have that mask feather. Now if we turn off Grassy Hill, you'll see that we have these 2 spots selected. But this ripple isn't really affecting this grass over here. So what we can do is duplicate this effect. So press Command D to duplicate it, and then change where the center is for this second part. So click the little target area and then put it right in the middle right there. So now if we play through this, we get a little bit of motion for both parts of the grass. So if you're happy with your settings, now we turn on all of our layers and then we play through, render and play. All right, playing through this, you get a little bit of that motion in the trees. We could continue working on this, adding motion to these leaves over here, but you get the idea for how you can make sort of a non-organic photo, a still photo, have some motion. And then of course adding our dog to it, looking like it's just sitting right there in the field. One quick tip for playback is if you want a full screen playback, just select the panel that you want to make go full screen and then press the tilde button, which is the one next to the number 1 on most keyboards, right to the left of the one below the escape key. And that makes it full screen, so you can play it back full screen. All right, I hope you enjoyed this section. You're really learning some real world applications of what you can do in After Effects. I'd love to see your own compositions and see if you did anything differently, if you were able to do some things better than me, or if you have any questions, of course, post them to the Q&A tab. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another section. 3D in After Effects. That's what we're going to be covering in this lesson. Of course, you are awesome, and this is a quick example of what we're going to be showing you how to do, creating this animated swinging text that's actually swinging in 3D space. You can see that the text kind of flies on, it swings forward and backwards, and then it rotates around and spins around as if it was rotating in 3D space. This project file is available for you to download in this section so you can follow along, or you can build it from scratch. The other project we'll be working on, or the composition, is this 3D space composition. And this is using cameras, null objects, which we'll cover in just one of the future lessons, and multiple layers to create this 3D scene. How does 3D actually work in After Effects? Because we're not actually creating three-dimensional objects. That's not what After Effects is for. But we can place 2D objects in 3D space and do animations and movements like this to make it look as if we are building a 3D sort of set or 3D composition. All of these different icons and graphics are also available in the download folder if you want to follow along. So first, we're going to look at text to show you how 3D actually works in After Effects. Create a new composition. I'll just call this 3D text. 1920 by 1080 is fine. 5 seconds, perfect. I'm going to take my text tool and I'm going to type, and I'll just create some new text. Hello. And let's make this a little bit bigger. I don't see my tool, so let me click this button so I see the edges, and then I'll make this bigger. So see this button right here? This is the toggle mask and shape path visibility. So those are the edges, so to make sure I can see these little points to control it, and the anchor point as well. Let me align it to the center, just because I like doing that. All right, so up until now, we've been able to do different animations. We've been able to move our position to the left or right, up or down. We've been able to rotate around just in this flat, not 3D world. But there's this 3D cube icon that enables 3D layers for your composition. So check that on for this layer, and you'll see that a few different options pop up. First, press P and you'll notice that a third number pops up. Well, the first and the second one, those are for our horizontal and vertical space. So that's our X and our Y axis. The third number is our Z axis, or our Z space. So if I click and drag this around, you can see that it's actually, well, it looks like it's just growing and shrinking, but it's actually moving forward and backwards. Think of it as this composition is your camera frame, and the hello text is moving forward or backwards. If I duplicate this, you'll understand this a little bit better. So let me just duplicate this text, press Command D. Now let's just change it so it's easier. Double click it. Just write fill. Now, if I take the position, the Z position of the fill text and drag it to the right, it's actually pushing it back in 3D space. Let me change the color so you can see it a little bit better. Something like this pink, just so you can see. So now this fill text is actually sitting behind the hello text. And we can actually move it forward too if we want. So let me set it back to 0. And let's put it to a negative number. And now it goes in front of the hello text. So you can imagine using keyframes, you can create some pretty cool animations just with that. Let me turn this off for just a minute and then show you about rotation. Press R with the hello text selected, and you'll notice that we now have X and Y rotation. Z rotation is just that typical rotation. Of course, this is according to our anchor point too. And then we have our X rotation. So this flips it around that way, around the X axis, and then Y around the Y axis. So if we move our anchor point, so take our pan behind tool, move this up, let's center it. So pressing the command key on a Mac, I lock it to the center, or it snaps to the center. Now we'll take our X rotation and it rotates like so. So you can create some pretty cool animations for having text pop on this way as well. And this goes for every layer, not just text, but if we put an image here, if we put, let's just take this actual Earth graphic that I provide. So if I take this Earth, scale it down, press S to bring up scale it down to like 24 so it's all in the frame. Take our selection tool, put it right here in the middle, turn on our 3D layer, press R to bring up our rotations, and if we rotate, you can see that this is just a flat layer. It's nothing more than just a flat layer, and you can kind of see that it's split between our hello text. Cool, right? Okay, so I'm going to do one more thing just to show you, to help you visualize what's actually going on. I'm going to add a camera. So go up to your Layer New menu. Remember, we use this menu to add solids in the past. Well, let's add a camera. This pops up with this camera menu. This goes a little bit more in depth and is very advanced. You can basically change your camera lens that you're using. You can change all kinds of things about your camera, your focal length, so that if you want a blurry background, you can do that by enabling depth of field, all kinds of stuff that we can go over in the future. But for now, just click OK. Nothing happens. But now, because we have this camera layer on our composition, we can use our camera tool up here. We haven't used this before, but now we can actually click in our composition and we could move around. So if I'm clicking and dragging, I'm just clicking and dragging, you can see that I'm moving around with a camera around our text. So this is, again, you can see how this 3D text kind of works. Let me undo that. Our camera tool has different properties. So if I click and drag, you can see that our position is changing. And we can animate these things, but there's actually a better way to animate your camera using a null object, which we'll go over in a future lesson. Another thing you can see once you have 3D enabled is a different view. So right now we have the main view of our composition. So this is how it actually will look for the video. But just for setting up your composition, you could change your view. So we can go on this menu where it says active camera to the top view. So now we see what's basically from up above, and you also see this red line up here. Let me zoom out to like 25% or even further, 6.25%. So you can't really see, it's kind of hard, but you see there's this triangle right here. This is basically the view of your camera. Imagine this at this point down here, this is your camera setup over here, and it's looking this way, and this line right here, this is what's in view of your camera. We can also add two views. So right now we're just seeing the one where we set right here, but if we choose two views, for example, we can see our main composition, the active camera, plus the top view. And this view is helpful just in case we want to move our Earth and be able to do it a little bit easier. So let me actually zoom in, fit up to 100%. Now using these arrows that are coming out of the anchor point. See, it's kind of hard for you to see, but there's a little Y, and then there's an X that pops up, and there's even a Z too. So if I take the Y, I can move it back like so. So now it's behind the hello text. Now if I take my camera tool and I rotate around our composition, you can see that the earth is now behind our hello text. I know this is kind of confusing because you might be thinking, well, what is this view over here? Is this what it's going to look like when I export? No, that's not what it's going to look like when you export. What it is actually looking like is the active camera. So make sure that if you don't have the active camera up, if say you have the back camera or something like this, which shows from behind, make sure you're understanding that this isn't what it's going to actually look like. You can even have 4 views if you want. So if we do 4 views, let's do that. So now we see the vertical, we have the right, we have the front, the active camera. We can change these if we want. Just click on each box, and then on this drop down, you can change it. So maybe we want the bottom view, or maybe you want some sort of custom view. So if I take my custom view, and then I take my camera tool, I can rotate around, and now this is my custom view. At this point, you're probably really confused, and we're going to take a step back. We're going to animate our swinging text, and then we're going to move forward with our 3D space animation. So let's back up just a little bit, and in the next lesson, you're going to be following along with this project right here, which is a really cool effect for introducing and exiting text. Let's create this swinging text animation. Create a new composition. I'll just call this one swinging text. 5 seconds is fine. 1920 by 1080. First, I'm going to create a background, so Command Y to bring up our new solid settings, or layer new solid, and choose whatever color you want. That's our background, and I'm going to lock that in place. Next, let's add our text. And when I build out my kinetic typography or just my titles, I like to build out the entire scene with all the text and then animate everything. That is just how I like to work. Under characters, I'm using the Futura font. Let's make it white. And then let me just create our text. U. I think this is a little too big, so let's just take that, drag it down. And then I'll duplicate it, making sure our shape path visibility is on. Drag it down, and I'm holding the shift key to lock it as I drag it down, so it stays straight, aligned with this top one. R. Take my selection tool again, then duplicate, drag down, and awesome. So build that out, and then I also want you to move the anchor point to the top of each text layer because we want it to rotate from that anchor point. So taking my anchor point, holding the command button to bring it to the top center for all of these. Cool, so what we can do is actually animate the first one and then copy and paste those settings to the second 2 layers. So with the U text selected, let's turn on 3D. Actually, let's do that for both of these other layers. Then press R. We're going to be rotating the X rotation. So like I always like to do, I like to set my endpoint first. So let's go to, say, around 4 seconds and set a keyframe for X rotation. This is our landing point. Then go back to 0 seconds and let's rotate this backwards. Now, this is a little confusing for some people. So typically you would think that rotating at 90 degrees would be perfectly sort of straight and you wouldn't see it because if you rotate it 360 degrees, it rotates completely one full turn, and then splitting that by 4, it should be kind of perfectly horizontal. But that's not how it works with an After Effects composition. Depending on where a layer is, you might have to adjust the starting rotation point. So I'm going to rotate this to something like about 98. So, or 98 to start out with. And we'll start from there because we want to swing in like so. But we want it to swing in, up, and then back and forward. So let's set another keyframe around 1 second. And we're going to rotate it all the way up to like -40, which is actually bringing it in front of the camera or towards you as the viewer. Then let's go back to 2 seconds, rotate it back to something like 25, And you can play around with these numbers, but so I'm swinging up to 40, back to 25, up to, let's do negative 10, and then back to 0. So if I play through this, you'll see it swing on, and okay, it's kind of lame. What we have to do is add some easy easing and play with the timing. So select all of our keyframes, F9 on our keyboard, and now let's go into our graph editor. So just like we did with the bouncing ball, what needs to happen is it needs to sort of hang up in time when it reaches the peak of its swing. So it's swinging down, it gets faster, 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 and then when it goes up, it slows down. So make sure we're on the speed graph, and then let's select all of these layers or all of these keyframes, and we're just going to drag them in. So you can see now if I select all the layers or all the keyframes and then take the points or these handles, it affects all of the keyframes, which is a quick way to affect the speed of multiple keyframes. So that's pretty cool. The one keyframe that I don't need to do that on is this first one because it's going to be going fast already. It doesn't have to slow into this animation right here. So I'm going to take this first handle, drag it to the left. That's pretty cool. But let's go back to our regular view out of the graph editor, and let's just make this a little bit shorter. So this first one about there, take these ones in like so. With the swing, unlike the bouncing ball, it kind of gets slower and slower and slower. The bouncing ball, when it bounced, it got faster and faster and faster until the last little bounce, but now it kind of swings fast, slow, slow, slow. So let's make this first one a little bit less fast or quick. And we'll also add motion blur to all these layers. So for all these layers, select the motion blur and enable it right here for our timeline. Cool, that looks pretty darn good. We can play with this, finesse the speed, but now you have your basic 3D swinging text animation. I can take all of these keyframes, copy them, just Command C, Control C if you're on a PC, then select both of these other layers, selecting one, shift clicking the next one, and pasting it. So Command V. So here's what I was talking about. With the rotation, so if I bring up the X rotation by pressing U for all my keyframes, at 98 degrees back, the awesome text is really on the frame. So I want to crank this down to something like 86. And then for the R text, probably something like 92. So let's swing that on, and that looks pretty good. Loop it a little bit quicker so I can just watch. Yeah, that looks pretty good. One thing that makes this animation look better is staggering the animation. So the first one comes down, and then as soon as the U text swings down, the R text starts to fall down. So let's stagger it. So with my selection tool, just drag this layer to the right. And let's go to where the R text swings down, right about there, and then start the awesome text right there too. You can kind of see that it's staggered and it looks like it's flopping down. That's our basic swinging text animation. In the one that I created originally, we have this sort of exit where they all swing around the vertical or the y-axis and they disappear that way. An easy way to do that is with a null object. A null object is basically an invisible object that you can use to affect other layers that are parented to it. So let's walk through that to explain it a little bit more clearly. To create a null object, go to Layer, New, Null Object. Now, when I did that, nothing happened. You see this little mark up here that shows where the quote-unquote anchor point is for the null object, but there's really nothing there. When I export this, you're not going to see this little red square, which is for that null object. It's just this sort of invisible layer. Think of it as an adjustment layer if you've worked with adjustment layers in Photoshop. Not that it adjusts everything beneath this layer, but that you can parent things to it. So instead of having to rotate all of these three layers individually, and also instead of having to pre-comp them, which we could do, we could pre-comp these three layers and then spin that pre-comp out with a rotation animation. all on this composition, we can parent them. So let's take these 3 layers, parent them to the null object, make the null object a 3D layer, bring up rotation by pressing R, and now when I spin the Y rotation, you can see that it is rotating our text. And actually, because our text is still swinging down, it kind of looks pretty cool. It's kind of like this matrixy kind of effect. That's kind of cool, actually. But what we're going to do is just rotate them out once they get down. So around 3.5 seconds, let's set a keyframe for the Y rotation. And then at 4.5 seconds, let's rotate to the right. So we're going to go to the left, go negative, actually with our dragging, and about there. So -90. So now if we play through this end part, let's just show you what happens. So it rotates, and it rotates off pretty much completely, which is good. But just to be safe, I'm going to trim these 3 layers to this point. So selecting these 3 layers, I'm going to press Option right bracket. So that's Alt right bracket for Windows users. And now they are off completely. Let's easy ease this text or these keyframes. So right click, keyframe assistant, easy ease or F9. And then let's play with the speed because it doesn't pop. So let's go into our graph editor, drag the 2 points in like so. That has more of a pop. One thing that I did with this text, actually, which is pretty cool, is it sort of rotates back and then it rotates off. So it rotates to the left and then it rotates right and it disappears. There's different ways to do that. I could create another keyframe here where it rotates to the right, or actually it's rotating to the left, but our Y rotation number is dragged to the right. And you could play around with the speed of that and that could work, but there's an easier way to do this. And that's with our graph editor. So again, going into our graph editor, this time we're going to our value graph. So we see that our value graph for the X rotation goes from 0 to -90. And that's that number right there, that green highlighted number. If I select this keyframe and take this handle and drag up, what happens is that now it's rotating up. So it's rotating to positive like 15 and then back to -90. So that's how you can quickly get that sort of opposite rotation before it rotates off. And doing those little subtle animations like that makes it look a little bit more professional, makes it look a little bit more dynamic. So let's increase just a little bit. Cool. It's kind of like revving up to go. It starts, then it speeds up and gets off our frame. Let's go back to our whole composition, play through this, and this is a really great animation that you can use for all kinds of kinetic typography, for all kinds of professional motion graphics for your own projects. It's one of the most frequently used text animations that I use for introducing new text to my viewers. Awesome. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, in the next lesson, we're going to be moving on to this other composition, working in 3D space, literally creating this 3D space scene. In the next few lessons, we're going to build this 3D space scene. And in this one, we're going to start by just building out the composition within the 3D space. So create a new composition, 1920 by 1080. I'll just call this one space scene so we know what one we're working with. 5 seconds is fine. Let's actually make it a little bit longer because I think a little more slower animation might work better for this. Okay, so now let's bring in our different graphics so we can bring them all in at once. So our sun, our moon, our earth, and our asteroid, drag them onto our timeline. And I like to order them in the way that they're going to be positioned in 3D space. So in the back is the sun, in the front is the earth, the moon is behind the earth, and then the asteroid is behind the moon. Right now, though, the sizing is all off for all of these files. And that's just because the file sizes for these images are off. if I bring the sun to the top, you'll see that it's a lot smaller than the Earth, but obviously in reality, the sun is many, many times the size of the Earth or the moon or the asteroid. We can play around with the sizing of things, both with the scale properties, but also with where it is in 3D space. Select all of your layers and turn on the 3D button so that we can play with them in 3D space. I like to start with one object and then kind of move from there. So let's start with the sun. So I'm going to turn off all my other layers. And now with the sun, bring up your position. And I'm going to just drag to the right. Now I already did this, so I know that around 20,000 is where we're going to start. So I'm just going to type in 20,000. So now the sun is really, really far away from our camera. Depending on the size of the image, though, it might look smaller or bigger. Now for you, it should look like this if you're using the same settings, but a different object might look different. For example, if we bring up the Earth really quickly, bring up the position, and type in 20,000, you'll see that it's still bigger than the sun, which doesn't make sense because if it's in the same position, the same distance from you, it should be a lot smaller. And that's why when we actually do this, we might scale it down. But the Earth isn't going to be 20,000 points away from us. Let's next bring up the asteroid. So let's press P to bring up our position. And I like to do these things fairly uniform and then play around with them later. So just from what I'm thinking, I'm going to put this at 15,000. Okay, so that's still pretty big. So I'm going to bring up the scale and then scale it down. So I put it at 15,000, which makes it smaller, but if it's not small enough, I can use scale to adjust it. Now with the moon, bring up position. With the moon, it's a lot closer to the Earth than the sun is, or maybe even this asteroid. So I'm going to put this at just 5,000. Then let's bring up the Earth, position, and we'll just leave this at 0 actually. The Earth, though, is really big. So I'm going to bring up the scale, drag it down. So we'll put the Earth about this size, so like 27%. And then using these tools, these arrows that pop up from the layer, I can drag it to the right or left. And you'll see if I bring up the position and then I click this X arrow, it adjusts just the X axis. So I can't even move it up or down if I tried, which is a good way to work with your 3D compositions if you don't want to accidentally move it up or down. If I just click this Earth itself without clicking one of these arrows and I try to drag to the right or left, it adjusts both the X and the Y. So let's just adjust this to the left just a little bit. And now we see that the moon is really big. So we're going to make the moon a lot smaller. So let's take the scale, make it like 50%, and we'll drag the moon a little bit to the right. Something like so. Now, if we take our camera tool, we'll be able to see this a little bit better. But remember, if I just click on the camera tool and try clicking around, nothing happens because we don't have a camera layer. So go up to Layer, New, Camera. That's fine, those settings. And now I can click around and you can see, kind of what's happening with our layers in 3D space. We can also change our view to, say, the top view. And if we zoom out, let's just do 12%. Actually, let's go to like 3%. What you can see if I use my hand tool to drag up is that you see the different layers. You can see our sun, our asteroid, our moon. Those are just those lines that right now are out of frame. And then our Earth is in our composition itself. Let's go back to our active camera. Fit up to 100%. So now we have set up our layers in 3D space. Let's make sure that the Earth is extended all the way. Next, we're going to add an animation. So that's coming up in the next lesson. Now to animate our 3D scene. You noticed earlier that the camera tool has transform properties. So we can animate these different properties, but there's a better way and an easier way to animate the camera, and that's through a null object. Let me show you though, just to explain why we're doing this. So I'm just going to create a quick new composition. I'm going to add some text. Hello. Let me also add a background. Perfect. We'll add our camera. Okay. So let's make sure that our hello text is 3D. Perfect. So if I bring up our camera and say I want to just do sort of a position animation of the camera where we're panning across this hello text. Well, you would think that if I just take the x-axis position of the camera and drag it to the left or right, we would just get that sort of subtle pan. But you'll notice that when I do that, it doesn't look like it's panning. It does this sort of weird sort of rotation, and it's not a direct sort of pan across. We want to use a null object. So if we go up to Layer, New, Null Object, just like we did before with the 3D animated text, now let's parent the camera to the null object and turn 3D on for the null object. Now if we bring up the position for the null object, you can see that if I adjust the position, the x-axis position, we are now actually just panning across. There's other sort of intricacies for why we use null objects for cameras, but basically it's just because it's easier to animate and it's just a little bit more intuitive than using the properties within your camera itself. Plus, I like being able to sort of undo things quickly. So if I want to go back, I can always just delete our null object and get back to where we're started. So in our space scene, let me add a null object. Layer, New, Null Object. I'll rename this Camera Control and then 3D enable it and parent the camera to the camera control. So remember what we did before. So with the camera, if I just do a position animation, it's not really panning, it's kind of rotating, which might work well for some animations, but if I just want to do sort of a pan across, I want to use our camera control null object. See, so this is a pan across, and you can see this is in 3D space now. You know, the objects sort of are layered, and then depending on where the camera is, you see the different objects behind. Pretty cool. You could create some cool animations that way. But we want this sort of zoom in and zoom out effect. So what we're going to do is take the Z space and really drag in. Actually, let's set a keyframe for this point right here, and we'll move that to the very end. And then we'll zoom in. So taking the last Z space, I'm holding the Shift button down to speed up our zooming until right about there, in front of the sun, something like this. So if I play through this, we get this kind of cool space scene. And maybe what we want to do is add some animation to the asteroid. Maybe we want the asteroid coming across the frame. So let's take our asteroid. Let's add some rotation first, and this is just going to be Z rotation because X rotation will look kind of funny since it's like a flat object. Maybe a little subtle X or Y rotation, but with Z rotation, let's just set it right there, put that at the start, and then we'll rotate it counterclockwise, something like that. Put that at the very end just so it's rotating throughout the whole thing. And we want this asteroid flying across the frame. So bringing up the position, let's actually take our X-axis position, drag it to the right. And now let's go. So our camera's moving, and maybe we can see, okay, so at this point it's flying in, and then at this point we want it across the sun already. So we will drag to the left. And we're going to drag it even further because we're going to drag this keyframe to the right all the way. So we want to actually make it even further, something like that. So now when we drag the keyframe all the way to the right, what happens is it goes across the frame, it's spinning, it's still spinning, it's still moving because we don't want it to just stop in the middle of space while the camera is moving backwards. Now let's play through this. That's looking pretty cool. The one thing that I note is that the moon, it takes a while for it to sort of come up after the asteroid flies across. So I might want to move that a little bit backwards in space. So what I can do is just bring up the position. So around here, we can take our moon, set the Z space to around 7,000 or so compared to what it was on the 5,000. So now when we play it out, the moon comes a little bit earlier on. The other reason I like using a null object is if we want to add another subtle motion to the camera using the position, well, if we do that with the null object, now we would have to redo all of these keyframes, because say I wanted to sort of rotate a little bit in between or move left to right. If I do that with the camera control, what happens is it just creates another keyframe right here, which it sort of changes the whole animation. It goes to this keyframe, then it goes to this keyframe, rather than having sort of a subtle camera turn or something like that throughout the whole composition. So now I can go under my camera tool, and then I could change the position of it. So say we want to start here and move that to the start of our composition, but then throughout we want it to rotate to the right just a little bit, something like that. So now let's move that keyframe to the end. So now it's sort of rotating away. If we want to go to an extreme, what we can do is rotate until the sun is behind the moon, which is actually pretty cool. With that, you can kind of tell that these layers are more of just like these flat layers. They're not really 3D layers, especially with the Earth at the end. To combat that, what we could do is just rotate the Earth. So bring up the Y rotation and rotate backwards just a little bit so that it looks flat to the camera. Now we have our basic animation. In the next lesson, I'll show you how to easily create a star field that's going to go behind all of these other layers. We have our space scene, but it still looks a little bare, and that's because we don't have any stars. Of course, we need some stars. To create stars, we're going to use a solid layer and an effect. So go create layer, new, solid, and make it white. And I don't know if you remember this, but a while ago when we were learning about solids, I talked about using them with effects. And this is an example. Find the CC Starburst effect in your effects and presets and drag it onto your white solid. Automatically, the solid turns into this sort of star-like field with all these little circles. But if you play through it, you can see that the stars are actually moving. So if I turn off all these other layers, play through this, this is a cool effect in itself, but I actually don't want our stars to be moving because we already have a camera move that will make it look like we're moving in space. So there are some settings that we want to play around with. One is the speed. So I'm going to set the speed to 0. So now these dots just stay still. The next, I want them to be smaller. So with the size, I'm just going to make them really small. Something like 20. It doesn't even let you go below 20, but 20 is perfect. Next, I'm going to put this behind all of our other layers. Now this is cool, but if I play through this, it doesn't necessarily look that good because the stars would probably be moving a bit while we're zooming out from the sun. So what we can do is just a quick scale animation. So bring up the scale for this solid. At the end, we will set it to 100%. And then at the beginning, we'll make it like 120 or so. And by doing that, it looks like it's shrinking, or it looks like you're sort of zooming out. There's a different way we could have done this by putting it in 3D space, which I'll show you in just a second, but just that simple scale animation, I think, looks fine. So let's actually delete that keyframe, both of those keyframes, and turn on 3D for this layer. You'll notice when I do that, it disappears, and that's because it won't be seen until at the very end when we see the Earth, because it's on the same sort of plane as the Earth, at the same point in Z space. So if we bring up our position for the Earth and for our white solid, which I'll rename stars, we'll see we're at 0 Z space. We want our stars to be behind the sun. So if I go forward, or even if I stay at the end, and I drag this down, or if I type in behind the sun, which is what, 20,000? So let's just put it at 21,000. So it's behind the sun, but now we don't see it. If we go to the start of the composition, we see it, but at the end, it's so small. It's only stars in this little rectangle. So let's bring up the scale. Press S to bring up scale, drag it up all the way until it's filling the complete frame at the end of our scene. So now you have your stars and you can see them from the beginning to the end of the composition. Both ways look pretty good. I actually like the first way that I added the subtle motion with the scale animation, just because the stars are a lot further back than the sun, and I'd want them to look like it's animating a little bit different. Here are both options. Here's the one with the original scale animation. I like the subtlety of it. There's not too much motion. Even when we're zoomed in on the sun, we know those other stars are really, really far away, and so they should be moving more slowly compared to the other option which we did with the 3D layer. There's no right or wrong, and you can kind of see which way you like better. But this is also a good example of how you can use both 3D layers and non-3D layers in a single composition. And just to clarify, so if I have the other stars, the non-3D stars, the 3D layer, this layer doesn't get affected by the camera motion at all. What's being animated is the scale with keyframes, but none of the other camera animations with the null object or anything will affect what this layer looks like. Only layers that are enabled for 3D are affected by that. All right, I hope you liked this section of the course about 3D animations. Now you can use these techniques in all of your other motion graphics and projects. We will be diving into using lights and building out even more advanced 3D compositions in a future lesson, but for now you know the basics, and we're going to move on to some other effects that are important and just kind of understanding how you can work with more effects from the Effects and Presets tab. Thanks for watching and have a great day. Welcome to this brand new section of the After Effects course. In this section, we're going over a new tool called rotoscoping. And After Effects in the latest CC versions has really updated this tool to make it easily to separate different aspects of a screen, including parts of a screen even when it's moving. This is a sample shot, and I'll play through this from a commercial that I helped work on for a local business. And what I was able to do was segment out and solo this cup of, it's like a fresh squeezed juice, and that has color, and then the background we separated it so it was desaturated, and then we were actually able to separate the boy here, which we added color to first, and then we brought up color in the background. And so there's lots of different things you can do with rotoscoping. You could do something like this, or you can take out an element from your screen completely and put it in another video. It's another way of doing sort of like green screen work. So we have the project file for you to work on. So go ahead into your computer After Effects folder and find this rotoscoping.mov file. Import that into After Effects and then just drag it into a new composition. Go up to the Roto Brush tool up here. Then to actually start using this tool, you'll need to double click this composition window. What happens is you open up the layer window, which is when you're dealing with the rotoscope tool and some other tools like tracking, you actually go into the individual layer within the composition and you have them in panels right here. So when you're looking at the layer panel up here, you're just looking at this individual layer up here. Now you'll notice that my mouse is this green little circle, and this is where we can make selections. So what you want to do is drag around the edges of whatever you want to select. So first, let's actually segment out this boy, and then we'll segment out the cup later on. So to make a selection, you just click and drag, and typically I'll just drag around the edge of my selection. It doesn't have to be perfect because After Effects is pretty smart at making a selection based off of the edge of things, and we can make adjustments afterwards too. So once you'll see that I'm dragging and I'll unclick, what happens is you get this pink line surrounding our boy, but you see also that there have been some selections that I don't want, like this little bit right here in the bottom left. So let me actually make this panel a little bit bigger so we can see a little bit more. And you'll also take note that my timeline indicator is at the very beginning of my project or my composition. So to deselect anything, just press the Option key or Alt if you're on a PC to get sort of an eraser rotoscope tool. And then just click within any area where you don't want to make that selection. So just like so. Oh, when I did that, a little bit more of his shirt that I do want got deleted. So let me go back here with my green tool. When I stop pressing the Option key, I get my green tool back. And that looks pretty good. So here's the thing. We've made this selection, but this is the selection just for this frame of the video. When I move forward in the video, say I just take my timeline indicator, move it up here, what happens is we don't get anything as our selection. If we go a little bit forward, After Effects tries to do a decent job, and here it actually did a good job, and it continued to make this selection, but sometimes it doesn't make the perfect selection. So you have to go frame by frame, literally, and edit your selection. And we'll get to that. It'll be a little bit more difficult when we're soloing out this cup down here. To go frame by frame, what I'll do with rotoscoping is put my time indicator at the very first frame and then go literally one frame at a time by pressing Command right arrow. So that would be Control right arrow for PC users. And as I do that, I can pay attention to what this selection is doing and making sure that it's selecting everything I want. And you want to make sure that from the beginning it's perfect, because if you make a mistake and later on you realize, oh, his eye wasn't selected or something crazy like that, if you make that selection at that point, it only affects from that point forward. It won't affect all of the frames before that. So what I noticed right here quickly is that his arm right here, his shirt, doesn't have a little selection. And I noticed that up here around the 5th or 6th frame. So I actually have to go back to the very beginning, make sure his shirt is selected properly, like so, and then go forward. So now I'm just Control or Command right arrow, and literally I would just go through this one frame at a time. This is a little bit tedious, but I would go one frame at a time. Another thing you'll notice is this little timeline here in our layer window right now. And then there's this little bar down here, which is the Roto Brush and Refine Edge Span. What this is After Effects automatically trying to figure out what to select in this time frame, but it only picked the first 17 frames. So to extend this for the whole clip, I'm just going to take this little part right here where you can see there's little arrows to the right, and then it stops, and then it's just this black bar. Click that and drag it all the way to the right. And now After Effects is automatically going to try to make this selection for me. When I undo this, let me show you. At this point in time, it makes that selection, but on the next frame, it doesn't have a selection. So I want to make sure I extend that all the way so After Effects knows to automatically try to make that selection. So literally just going through all the frames. So what do we do with this now? If we go back to our composition, you'll see that our boy has been selected from the background. And you'll see that there's some menu options in the Effects Controls panel to adjust how this selection works. And that's what we're going to be covering in the next lesson to make sure this looks as clean as possible. After going through your entire video clip that you want to make a selection for, and then going back to the composition window, you might see that some of the edges are a little imperfect. It's a little jagged. So we can use our Roto Brush matte options over here on the left to make some adjustments. It automatically has a couple things set, like the feathering and the contrast. But if I increase feather, for example, to 25, it gets rid of a lot of those jagged edges. Now we also get a little bit of parts of the image or the video that we might not want, such as this little highlight in the back of his right ear. So we can either go back into our layer by clicking the layer up here and making sure that we don't have this part selected. So again, going back to the very beginning of the frame and pressing Option and making that selection to erase it. And we could also decrease the size of our brush as well. The keyboard shortcut for changing the size of your brush on a Mac is Command Option, clicking and then dragging to the right or left. So for a PC, that should be Control Alt, clicking and then dragging to the right or left. So I might have to go really small and then getting in there and making sure it's deleted. So again, I would have to go through all these frames, make sure it's perfect. So that's one thing with the feathering. Another thing we can do, so let's put our feathering back up to 25. Another thing we can do is increase or decrease the shift edge. So by increasing, we're expanding the selection. By decreasing, we're decreasing it a bit. So we want to make sure it's not too far, because then you start to cut off his ears and parts of his body that you don't want necessarily to cut off. So that's one other tool we can do. Reduce chatter is another thing. So if you play through this video, or if you're using another video and you get some sort of distortion around the edges, even through this 1 second clip, we get this little chattering around the edges, a little motion, and we want to reduce that. So what I'll typically do is just test out a few different numbers, go up 25%, see how that works. If it helps, then maybe I'll increase it, and then play around with it till you see what works best. We also skipped over contrast. So this looks at the contrast of the edge compared to what it's next to. So for example, a lower contrast creates a more blurred edge feather look, because it isn't making a selection based off of a hard edge as much as something like 100% is. So 100% will really make edges nice and sharp, but sometimes that doesn't look as good compared to something like lower, but of course it depends on what you're working with. It also will depend on what your background is. So let me just turn down our rotoscoping. If I duplicate this layer by pressing Command D, and then you take the background layer, delete the rotobrush tool, and then say we want to just quickly make the background black and white with the foreground in color, I'll take my hue saturation effect in my effects and presets panel, drop it onto the background rotoscoping layer, and then drop my saturation. Now this doesn't look too bad. This looks really good, and that's because the background is the same as what the actual background is. What if I add sort of a color background? So let's make a red background, something like this with a new solid. That was just Command Y to bring up your new solid and put it behind here. Now the edge looks a little funny. So depending on what you're doing, you might play with these things. So for example, I might shift the contrast up to 80, might decrease the feathering, depending on what looks best with my background. Another quick option to look at is this invert foreground background. So if you want to make a selection and actually delete what's on the inside, you can do that. Remember those old Apple commercials for, I think it was the iPod, where the people were, just a silhouette? This is a quick way to make that color silhouette of a person, just by inverting the foreground and background. Another way we can refine the edge of our selection is with the Refine Edge tool, which is also underneath the Roto Brush tool. Select that, and this is great for the edge of people's faces and head, especially because you have their hair. And what I would do is just paint along the edge of this guy's hair, and it does a better job at separating the small areas. And you can see as I paint along that the white part is the hair, that is the selection, and the dark part is the non-selected part. And so I should actually start this from the beginning. Always start from the beginning and do that. So go along like so. And so it's making that selection of the hair a little bit more precise. So if we go back to our composition, you can see that his hair is selected a little bit better. And now we have these options in the roto brush and refine edge effects controls to refine edge matte. So you have smooth feather, contrast, shift edge for those specific things. So if we want to add feathering just to that little selection, we can increase the contrast to try to make a better selection based off of the edges and the contrast in color from the hair to the background. And you can also reduce chatter for the hair. And they have two options, more detailed or smoother. This is going to be slower. It's going to take a lot more RAM and memory power. But if you're having a really tricky instance and someone's hair, you got wispy hair blowing in the background and it's really having a hard time making that selection, you might want to choose that. We can even go in here and use the refine edge tool for the part of the ear right there to get rid of that little white spot. And so now going back to our composition, you see that has been removed. So using both of these tools and these settings over here, you can really get a nice selection from your image. Now that we know how to make that selection, let's put this to use. I'm going to show you how to make that next selection of the cup down here, which is a little bit trickier in the next lesson. Then I'm going to show you how I created that actual graphic right here with the color sort of blending on as this boy sips his delicious drink. So to create this kind of animation where the drink is in color, we actually see the drink going up the straw, and that's through an animation. That's not actually the drink going up through the straw. And then the boy appears in color before the background. It's actually a simple sort of mask effect, mask animation. But first we have to make that selection of the cup. So let me duplicate this middle layer. Let me rename this cup. The middle one will be boy, and then the last one's background. So with the cup selected, let me delete the roto brush tool to start from scratch. With the roto brush tool selected, double click on this layer. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so I can get a little bit more close to my cup. Go back to the very start of this composition and then just make this selection of the cup, and we'll do the straw as well. Get in here between the fingers, and as you see when I do this, because the color of the boy's skin and the drink is more similar than compared to like his shirt and the background, a lot of his hand and arm gets selected. So I'm just going to option click to delete those parts of the selection. One other thing you can do before you start making all of your selections is play around with these settings right here. If I know that I'm going to add more feathering, I might want to increase my feathering now or shift the edge now so I know when I'm making these selections what it's actually going to look like. Another tricky spot was this logo right here next to his fingers. Because the lighting isn't perfect, we're getting a lot of these colors mixed together. So you have to go in, and when I was actually editing this commercial or this graphic for the commercial, it took me hours going frame by frame to make sure that it's perfect. Because even as I'm clicking there, it's a little difficult. Getting his finger right there. So I'm going to go through frame by frame. I encourage you to do the same. Make your selections. I'm just going to do it for the first 21 frames or so. And then we're going to meet up and we're going to add that animation. All right, this is by no means perfect, but let's go back to our composition. And now if I turn off the boy, you can see that we have our drink roughly selected. So to create that sort of animated straw drink going up the straw effect, I just used a simple mask animation. So I took my rectangle tool, I made a selection with the cup selected around the entire cup, and then I went into our mask path and I set a keyframe for this right here as our final spot, and then I went forward in time, or earlier, and I moved this path down like so. Once that renders out, you can see that now this part is deleted. And if I turn back off the background, you'll see what is actually happening. So the mask is moving up, and so is our drink. And it takes a little while for the render to catch up. And let me just add just a little bit of feathering just so it's not this hard line moving up. And so that's a cool way that I decided to make the animated drink go up the straw, because at this point, when it goes to the top, let me press U to bring up my keyframes, I want the saturation of the boy to start expanding. I was having some trouble with adding a mask animation to the boy, which is basically what I did. And sometimes when I have trouble, I think, what will solve this? Maybe a pre-composition will. Because sometimes when you add multiple effects, such as the roto brush tool and the mask tool, it doesn't work perfectly. And so what I'm going to do is actually pre-compose the boy. So make sure that the boy is on, and then pre-compose, right-click, pre-compose. I'll just call this boy. And now if I solo this layer, it's still just the selection of the boy. But what I want to do is take our ellipse tool, create a little circle around where the straw is, go under our mask properties, and set a keyframe for mask expansion here. And actually, I'm going to decrease this to -10 until what's inside disappears. I'm shrinking the mask. So actually a little bit further, -15. Still see a little bit right there. So that works. And then I'll go forward in time and then expand this mask. So it goes from his mouth basically all the way, and it doesn't have to go as fast. So I think I can decrease the pixels, add some feathering. So now I have this animation from -15 pixels to 872. So let's turn off the soloing. So now we can see what is happening. We've got the cup in color. We've got the boy fading on. It's really a lot faster than what I did in the actual ad. Then we'll just animate the saturation on this background layer. So what I'll actually do is I realize that I can't animate saturation. This is one of those instances where I don't have a stopwatch icon next to saturation. What I can do is just fade on and off this layer. So what I'll do is just press T to bring up opacity, set a keyframe, go forward in time, and drop the opacity to 0. Of course, that gets rid of the black and white version. So what I'll have to do is actually duplicate this layer, take the bottom layer, leave it at 100%, delete our hue saturation. So now it's kind of subtle, but when this top layer right here fades off, this little animation right here, you can see the background layer stays in color. So now this layer appears from the background. Wow. So I know this is kind of a short and condensed version of the actual effect that I did for the commercial, but hopefully by now you get the process, you understand what I was doing, you understand that you can work with both masks and roto brush together. Sometimes it gets a little wonky, so you have to use things like pre-compositions, make sure your selections are done properly. You got to spend a lot of time tweaking. I can see, his finger right here is selected, so I would have to go back in, make sure his finger isn't selected, make sure this full cup is selected, all of the juice you can see clearly. But these are the real world skills that you're learning that you can apply today. You can go out today, you can start practicing with this by yourself, and you can go out to people and say, hey, this is what I can do in After Effects. And if you can create animations like this, you can get a job with your skills. Thanks so much for watching this section. If you have any questions about this or anything else related to the roto brush, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll see you in another lesson. Welcome to a new section of the After Effects course. In this section, we're going to learn how to do screen replacements like this one that I recently did for a short film. And we're going to be using 3 different ways to do it. We're going to be doing one way, an easy mask. The next way is with a mask as well, but it's a little bit more difficult. It's actually going to be this shot, and we're going to be using 3D rotations and adding reflections to make sure it looks proper. And then lastly, we're going to be replacing a screen It's actually this screen right here, a phone. We're going to be using Mocha, which is another add-on tool that you can use in After Effects, which is great when you have a moving phone replacement like this and you need to quickly and easily replace a screen that's moving in your frame. So first, let's start out with our TV replacement 1. All of these shots can be found in the video folder of the project. So we've got TV replacement 1, 2, the screen replacement clip, and then I'm going to use this ocean clip as what's going to be on the screen itself. So for this first one, take TV replacement 1, add it to a new composition. Next, we're going to add the ocean, and let's just add it there. And we're going to put it behind our screen. So starting out, we can put it above. We can actually kind of place it where we want, but it doesn't really matter much right now because let's just put it below. Now, I'm going to take my pen tool, and I'm going to cut out this screen. And this screen is rather simple, but it's a little bit more difficult than a modern screen because it has these rounded corners. So let me zoom in just a little bit so I can see more detail. And then I'm just going to select this TV layer and then go around the edge. So clicking here in the corner once, dragging a little, going around the corner and dragging a lot so we get this curve. Going here, and I can adjust these curves later. So basically what I'm doing though is clicking twice around each corner to create this curve. We want to try to make sure that the curves match around every corner. Cool. So what happens when I complete this mask, it selects the inside of the mask. So let's go under our mask and choose subtract. So now this is quickly replacing this screen, but it's not perfect and it doesn't look very natural. So first, let me actually turn off the ocean so we get a better sense of what our mask actually looks like. Then just click the TV replacement layer to go into our different points and see, I'm going to add more curve. You can see the top of the screen up here, so I want to make sure we don't see that. Then when I do that, I gotta kind of adjust back this curve on the left. I can use both of these to affect it. Make sure this one is going out. And this one, I might actually just bring all the way to the right. There's this sort of edge that isn't part of the TV necessarily, but I do want to get rid of it. Something like that. And then down here, drag it down, drag it down. Okay, so that's a quick edit. I also want to add a little bit of feathering, not much, but just a little bit because the edges might be a little bit blurry. Now let's close this down and bring back our ocean. So if we play through this, and let me just zoom out to fit to see what this actually looks like. This is your basic screen replacement, but it doesn't look very natural. It doesn't match what it would actually look like on a TV screen. So there's a couple things we can do to make this look better. First, let's add a little bit of darkness to the screen, which we can do using the original screen itself. So if I duplicate this top layer, and then I reverse the mask, or just set it to what it used to be by changing the mask from subtract to add, now we get this screen itself. Now let's play with the blend mode to see what looks good. So pressing shift and then the plus or minus button on your keyboard next to your delete key, you can go through all of your different blend modes. What I want to do is make it a little bit darker and have a little bit of that reflection coming from the screen. So something like hard light actually looks a little bit more natural. So let me show you this. The on, off, on, off. So with it on, that looks pretty good. I might want to add a little bit more feathering to this. Something like that, and maybe expand just a little bit. So we're not getting some weird, funky, hard edges around the mask. So that looks a lot better to me. So that's one thing we can do. Another thing we can do is with these old TVs, the screen actually had a little bit of a bulge coming out. So we have a bulge effect in the effects and presets panel. So type in bulge, it's under distort, and drag that onto our ocean. You can't see it at first, but these are your settings. And if you increase the radius, you'll see that this is the part that's affecting the bulge. So let's increase it until it's about the size of the screen. But of course, we're going to have to move it. So With the bulge center, just click this little target button, and now we can go over to our image and click right in the center of the TV itself. And then we can click and move this around. And then we can adjust how big this bulge is. So bulge height, we can increase it, and you can see that's a lot. We don't want that. And you can actually decrease it if you want. That can give you a cool effect. I think a little bit less than what it was originally, which was at 1 would be good. So maybe like 0.5 or so. I'll test that. And we can turn on and off effects by just clicking this little effects button next to any effect. And that allows you to see, what it looks like. And when I do that, I can really compare the before and after. So I still think that's a little too much. So let me just put it down to 0.3. That's pretty good. Also, the radius will also affect how big it looks or not. So maybe increasing the radius a bit might make it look a little bit better. So playing through this, I think this is starting to look a lot more natural. With these old TV sets, though, it doesn't come in clear that often. So we can add a bad TV effect, which is under one of your animation presets. So if you just type in bad, you have these 3 bad TV effects. So if I drag that onto our ocean, you can see what is applied. You get all of these different effects in our effects and presets, and you can actually turn these on and off, see if maybe some are what you want, some maybe you don't want, maybe some are too much, and you can adjust those. So that's the bad TV one, which adds some grain, noise and grain. It adds a little bit of banding. Let me undo that. Let's take TV 2. So you can see that this adds a little bit more warp. It adds some saturation, which actually might look good for this TV itself. Then lastly, bad TV 3. This one, it's even worse. So it's desaturated. You get a lot of noise. This is, a weak signal coming through. So you can play around with those to see if you want. One other thing you can do if you want to be able to adjust this is add it to an adjustment layer. So go up to Layer, New, Adjustment Layer. Put that between the TV replacement and the ocean, so just on top of the ocean, because whatever you apply to this adjustment layer will apply to the layers beneath it. Now, if we add this bad TV 2 to this layer, it still applies to the TV, but instead of adjusting all of these effects, we can just adjust the opacity of this layer. So say we bring this down to like 50, for example, it decreases the overall effect that was added with this bad TV 2 without having to go in and decrease each of these effects individually. We can quickly do that with opacity. Even with 16 gigabytes of RAM, adding all of these effects can slow down your computer. As you can see, I'm trying to play this out, but it does take it a while to render out all of the frames. So you got to be patient, or you got to get a better system. I'm using an iMac that's a little bit older to record these videos. It's from 2013. I think it's an Intel i7 processor. I have a newer MacBook Pro laptop, which still has 16 gigabytes of RAM, but it has a better processor, and it does work a little bit faster. So when I'm adding a lot of effects like this, I tend to use that. So anyways, that was just a little side tangent. So I just want to play this through for you so you can see what it looks like. So that, I think, looks pretty darn cool, pretty darn realistic. Of course, this is very simple. The shot is still, there's no motion, so we don't have to actually move the screen itself. We're going to be showing you how to do that in a couple lessons when we use Mocha. But in the next lesson, we're going to still use this setup. It's the other shot though, and I'm going to show you how to basically create a replacement for this screen right here, which is rotated. It's a little bit more tricky, and so we'll get into that in the next lesson. Let's move on to our TV replacement 2 by taking that clip and dragging it into a new composition. And let me just organize this a bit more. Video, and drag all of these video clips into that folder. So I'm going to you're going to have access to this project file, and it's going to be the final project file. But as I'm working on this, I'd like to make it sure that it's a little bit more organized for you. Okay, so now with TV replacement 2, we are replacing this same TV. One thing that the director did when they were shooting, they used this green screen tape, which sometimes can help, but it's more beneficial when the shot is moving. For a static shot like this, which is just still, you saw in the last lesson that it's very easy to just mask out a TV and add, your replacement. So they didn't really need to do this, and this actually created a little bit of extra work for me because it's harder to get that perfect edge. Either way, let's get on with it. The first thing we're going to do is mask out this TV screen like we did in the past, but we're going to have to zoom in quite a bit more to get close detail. So I'm at 200%. And then again with our pen tool, I'm just going to mask around this screen. But of course, I want to make sure that I select the tape as well. Something like so. Just going around, going around, going around. And that's pretty good. Let me reverse this mask, press M on my keyboard, subtract. Let me add a little bit of feathering, press F on my keyboard, drag up the feathering to something pretty small. I think like 5 pixels even would be good. This is 4K footage, so it's pretty good for working with, screen replacements and green screen and all of this kind of stuff. All right, so that looks pretty good. I want to take that same video clip, the ocean, put it behind our clip, and actually let's put it in front to start. Let me zoom out to 100% so we can see it a little bit better. I'm going to shrink down the ocean clip. So press scale to bring up the scale, put it right in front of our TV. And we're going to use a 3D rotation to match the rotation of this TV screen. So let's enable 3D by checking on this 3D cube. And then with the Y rotation, I'm going to rotate until it matches sort of how the screen looks. Now I can actually put the ocean layer beneath our TV layer so we can see. And when I do that, I might be able to see better what matches. So it's almost like 90 degrees from the camera. And so as I do that, I want to make sure that, I don't want to move my TV replacement. I want to make sure that it's the right size. So I'm going to bring up scale. It's covering the whole edges. So I'm going to increase the scale to make sure it's covering all of those edges. So that looks pretty darn good. So if I zoom out, fit up to 100, you'll see that looks pretty good. I'm going to do the same thing that I did with the last one by adding a little bit of darkness to the screen itself. Duplicate this top layer, press M to bring up your mask, switch it from subtract to add, and whoops, I forgot. I realized that I couldn't do that with this one because we have this tape on it. So let me delete that. And what I'm going to do is add all of our effects to a pre-composition. So let me right click our ocean layer, pre-compose it. I'll call this TV screen for TV2. Double click it. And now what you see inside of our composition is just the video itself. So back on our TV replacement 2, if I bring up R, the pre-composition is what's actually rotated, which is good because now if I go into this pre-comp for the TV, I can add all kinds of effects that will appear on this screen. So what I actually did was I went into this pre-comp, I added the TV replacement 1 screen. So I dropped this on here like so. And then let's zoom out just a little bit so I can see everything. Then I increased the size of this screen, so the TV replacement, until it covered the whole screen. Moved it in place. And then I changed the blend mode. Let me remember what I did, hard light. So I always like matching, so I'll choose hard light. So that looks pretty good. Now if I go back to TV replacement 2, you can see that is applied in that screen. Awesome, right? So I can add the same sort of effects as well. I can take this adjustment layer, take it to TV screen 2, paste it. Make sure I extend it throughout this entire clip. And one thing I noticed is that with the TV replacement layer, it's only 4 seconds long. It's not going to go through this whole clip. So right here, it's going to turn off. So it's going to get a little brighter. So I can create a freeze frame for this layer. So right click, time, freeze frame. And now since this is a freeze frame, I can adjust it and just extend it to the very end of this composition. I want to make sure the adjustment layer is beneath that TV layer, so that looks a little bit better. So that looks pretty good. One thing though that I did in the original is have this sort of TV turn on effect. It started with some fuzz and then it turned into the TV screen itself. And you'll also notice I added this reflection, which I'll show you how to do too. But first, let's add the actual fuzz. And so to do that, I use a cool trick. So let's create two solids, Command Y. One is going to be white. Click OK. And then Command Y again, and that's Control if you're on a PC, and that's going to be black. Put the black solid beneath the white. And then with this top white layer, you simply change the blend mode to Dancing Dissolve. Then decrease the opacity, so press T to bring up opacity, and decrease, and you can see that it creates this sort of white noise, and depending on how you want it to look, you can increase or decrease the opacity. So I have those two layers now, and I'm going to pre-composition those into one that's called static, or white noise, or whatever. So now I have to make sure that I time the white noise turning on after she presses the button. The cool thing in After Effects when you're working with pre-compositions is if I go to this point in this composition, so right after she clicks the button, starts walking away, so right around here, then I double click into our TV screen replacement, it goes to the exact keyframe that I want. So now if I drag this to the right until it's off, you'll see if I go back to the TV replacement that it's off. Then I go one frame over and it's on. So just know that when you're working between pre-comps, that's how the timing works. So I just want to actually fade this on. So press T to fade on, set T keyframe for opacity, move that forward just a handful of frames, then set it to 0. Then of course I want this to be black first, so I don't want this ocean on it. So let me drag the ocean on over here. So now the ocean is off, so it goes from a blank screen to the static. And then up here, let's fade from the static by setting a keyframe for 100%, going forward, decreasing to 0, so it fades onto the ocean. Going back to our TV replacement, I realize that it doesn't come on till too late, so let me go forward to where I want it to fade on, or maybe right around here. Go back into our pre-comp and move these keyframes up. So it's just a quick sort of white noise, and then to the TV program of choice, our ocean shot. So now we have the full comp, turns on. One thing that I think the white noise looks a little bit too bright right here, so I can go in and decrease the opacity of these two keyframes. So let me go here and decrease that to like 80, maybe even like 50. Copy that over here. And now here it's a little bit darker. Cool, so we're getting there. The one thing that I did in the original was I added this sort of reflection right here, which I thought was pretty cool, because when you look at the original clip itself, this one right here, you do have this reflection of the window. So I was trying to figure out how can I match that. So what I did was I actually went into the composition, I added the TV replacement shot again. Then I created a freeze frame where this window is completely visible right there. So let me create a freeze frame right there. Right click, time, freeze frame. Now let me extend it. And then let me just drop the opacity a little bit to see what I'm doing. So let me drop the opacity to 50. Now I'm going to move this top layer over the TV. So I'm dragging it over to the right, using my rotate tool to rotate it, scaling it down, which you can do by clicking the edge and holding shift to lock its aspect ratio and just shifting it down if you don't want to go into the scale property down here. So that's pretty good. And let's put this below our original comp so we can see what it would look like. So something like that. I'm trying to match the original one. So let me open up our original. So that's kind of cool. Back into our composition. Maybe a little less of a rotation. Maybe a little bit bigger. So this is pretty cool, but you'll notice that in the original video that the reflection is only on the left-hand side of the TV. It looks like probably this part is reflecting, this part of the window frame is on the right-hand side of the TV. So let me create a mask for this. So let me zoom in, take our pen tool, make sure we have our TV reflection selected. So let me call this reflection so I know what I'm working with. Now mask around this like so. Add feathering, press F to add feather and increase the feathering, something like that. Maybe bring in these points like so. And then let me also change the blend mode. So I'm going to scroll through these until it looks more like a reflection. Something like screen might look good. Let me go forward to see what it looks like over the video itself. And that looks pretty good. I can also, let me see what, I'm at 50% opacity. I can decrease the opacity if I want more or less of a reflection. So now if I zoom out, hey, that looks pretty good. I don't know about you, but that, if you're watching this, it looks pretty darn natural to me. I don't think many people would second guess what that looks like if they're not looking very, very closely. So in this lesson, we did a lot with the screen replacement. We used 3D rotation to make sure that the screen matched the rotation of the TV in the frame itself. We used our different layer adjustments that we used before. We created white noise with a cool, simple effect, the blend mode dancing dissolve. Then we also added this reflection to the TV, getting creative using the original shot and actually using a part of the original shot, which was this window in the background, to create that reflection, playing with blending modes to make sure that it all looks good, and using those freeze frames to make sure that our different clips are extended throughout our entire compositions. I hope you've enjoyed this lesson. You're learning how we can use our skills in the real world. And in the next lesson, we're going to go over one more way to replace screens with Mocha, which is an add-on tool that you have with Adobe Creative Cloud. Are you ready to take it to the next level? Because this lesson hopefully will blow your mind as much as it did when I learned this skill. So for this lesson, we're going to be replacing this screen right here, which is a moving device. The camera's moving, the hand is shaking. And so in the past, if we were trying to figure out how to replace this screen like we did with the last two TVs, well, we wouldn't really know where to start. There'd be keyframe animations, all kinds of stuff, but there's a much easier way to do it with a tool that's built in to After Effects. So go to After Effects and take your screen replacement video clip and drag it into a new layer. This works best with any footage of this kind of green screen on a device. So it is beneficial to shoot or record your video with the device that has a green screen image like this, that has these little targets or something similar, so there's a little bit more detail, not just the green screen. You can do this for computer screens, for TV screens, mobile devices like this. Now, with this layer selected, go to the animation menu up here and choose Track in Mocha AE, which is this add-on tool I've been talking about. So this is going to open up another program, so wait till that opens. What happens is it starts a new project in Mocha, and it will match the settings of your video clip. So unless you want to change the location, which it will save the results, the data from what you're doing in this program to the same location as where the video clip lives itself, just leave everything the same. If If you want to change that location, it's this option right here. So I just click OK though. There's lots you can do in Mocha, but all you need to know is this workflow. So first, click the little pen tool with the X icon right there. Along the edges of the screen, click, and you don't have to drag, just click once and then click around the corners. And as you can see, I'm just clicking 1, 2, 3, 4 times. It's not perfect, but that's okay. Then right click when you're done. So just right click anywhere. So that's our first sort of selection. Then we have to go in and select the corners and fine tune it. So click this little S button, Show Planar Surface. Now you get this blue rectangle, and we're going to take the corners of this blue rectangle and move them to the corners of our screen. So I like to put them just a little bit outside of the screen because you get a little bit of that glow from the green screen along the edges, and this is going to remove that. It's going to actually remove the entire screen plus a few pixels out the edge. So go around each corner, make that selection, and you have that little pop-up that helps you see what's happening. And it's good if the screen starts where there's not a finger across the screen. So if you see that you need to move things out just a little bit more, that's totally fine. Next, we're going to let Mocha do the work, but there's a few settings you can change down here. So under pre-processing for minimum percentage pixels used, if you want it to do a little bit more work and have an even better result, type in 100. Under motion, make sure you check perspective because with this shot, there is a perspective switch with that screen moving around, even though it's subtle. And then just click this track forwards button. It's the one on the far right that has the T with the play button. So Mocha is going to go through the entire shot frame by frame, and it's going to track the motion of the screen. So let's let it do that. Once it's done, you can go scroll back through the timeline and see if it works. So you can just play through it and see if it was tracking properly. If you need to make adjustments, just go back to the start, move your points around. But if you're happy with it, which you should be because it does a really good job, click the Export Tracking Data button down here. From this menu, it gets a little confusing. What you'll want to do is just click Copy to Clipboard. Now, it doesn't seem like anything happened, but if we go back to After Effects, again, this is a confusing workflow, but this is what you'll want to do. Go up to Layer, New, Solid, or Command Y, create a blank solid and call this screen or whatever you want, and then press Paste. So Command V on a Mac or Control V on a PC, and you'll see what happens is that it basically moved this white screen to the screen itself. And if we scrub through this, now that white screen has replaced the green screen. Now the next thing we want to do is pre-compose this. So right click, pre-compose, screen replacement, and then make sure it's leave all attributes in screen replacement. Click OK. If we open this now, we have this full screen, and this composition is where we put any asset we want to add to the screen. So if I put in the ocean video, for example, what happens when we go back to the screen replacement is that it actually squeezes the ocean to this size. So this ocean screen is now squeezed. So we don't want that necessarily. So we want to find some sort of image or asset, or you could build a complete motion graphic composition within the screen that matches the sort of aspect ratio so it's not being squeezed. One example of this is if you go to the graphics folder, I've added an app screen image. This is just the screen of my home page for Video School Online. And if I bring that down here into the composition, well, look what happens. If we go back to screen replacement, it looks all funky, right? But if I go back here, right click, go to transform and go to fit to comp, what happens is it stretches this image to this full composition, but when we go back to screen replacement, it squeezes it back to the right aspect ratio. So I know it's really weird how this works, but that's what you're going to want to do when you're replacing your image. So here in the screen replacement, make sure that whatever you add, you right click, go to transform, and choose fit to comp. Or you can find that from the layer, transform, fit to comp menu. So that is basically how you can replace this screen. Of course, this would work too if you had a shot of this person clicking on the app. And then so if you want to animate the app itself, what you would do is animate whatever is in the screen replacement. If you think this is too bright, for example, what you can do is add a little bit of, darkness, add a new solid, make it black, and then decrease the opacity. You could find something from within this shot or from another shot and add some sort of reflection to make it look a little bit more natural. You could do all kinds of things within here to make it look better. But now you know how to use Mocha to replace a green screen that is moving. It doesn't actually have to be a green screen as long as the corners of the device are clear. Cool. So if you have any questions about that, please let me know. I know this is a confusing lesson, but just rewind and follow the steps step by step, and you'll be able to get it. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in another lesson. Here's an update for Adobe After Effects CC 2019 users or anyone using a future version of After Effects. Mocha AE has now been integrated within After Effects a bit more. So you have things like track data right within After Effects after you've done the tracking. Before we had to go back and forth, kind of redo it in Mocha, as you saw in previous lessons. So if you have a video that you want to track or replace a screen, for example, such as this video that I have, if you go to effects and presets and you type in Mocha, you have this effect. So if I apply this to this track now, or this layer, now you see in the effects controls panel, the Mocha effect. If I click on Mocha, Mocha opens up. You'll notice that the layout is a little bit different. You can have the old layout by going to this Essentials button and choosing Classic, but the new Essentials panel is a lot easier and user-friendly, I'd say. So say we want to replace this screen just like we have done in the past. If you create the X spline, if we click this, and then we just want to create that spline on the layer itself. So click around the screen, just like this, 4 clicks, and then right click to end that. Then we're going to click this S button right here to show the planar surface, and we're going to move this around the edge of the screen. So make sure that it's around the edge, even around the glow of that screen. It's going to look the best. Cool. Now, if we go ahead and track this data, just by pressing the track next, it's going to go through. And one thing that's been updated is that it works a lot faster as well, Mocha, this effect. So I'm going to let that go ahead and track through. All right, so once that motion has been tracked, all we have to do is click save. So click that save button down here, or file, save project, and then exit out of that. Now what we have is the tracking data right within After Effects to play around with. So to create a screen, what I want to do is similar to last time, we create a new layer. So layer, new, solid, white, doesn't matter what color because we're going to be replacing that information. Now I'm going to turn this off for now, but if we go back to our video layer, we're going to create track data right within After Effects. So click that button. We're going to use that layer one, which is the tracking that we did back in Mocha. So turn that on right there and select the layer, click OK. Now what we're going to do is export to the white solid layer. So export option, we're going to use corner pin with motion blur support so that if there's a lot of motion, there is some actual motion blur. This video, there's not too much motion, so it's not going to do too much, but I'm going to turn that on. And then layer export to white solid 3. And then apply export. Now, if we turn on the white solid, we see that this white solid is now tracked to the phone. If we pre-compose this, so if we select it, right click, pre-compose, select OK, or we're going to rename this screen. Now, if we open this up, it's a full screen that we can add video to, add our motion graphics to, whatever it is. So I'm just going to throw in this video layer right here. So we got this video. This is my old film reel, which it was the first thing I could find. So now you have this video in your phone screen. So you might want to go in here, play around with some of the settings. You add some reflection, drop the opacity, things like that to make it look a little bit more realistic. But the main premise of this video is that the bokeh effect is now right within After Effects to use, and we still have that data right here. So if you need to redo it or things like that, create a new mask or a new layer, you can do that right here within After Effects. Another thing I just noticed is that you still see a little bit of that screen on the left-hand side, so we can get rid of that with some spill suppression. So if we use the advanced spill suppressor, that gets rid of that. So that helps a little bit, or we can go back and adjust our tracking data, and that's cool. That's one thing that now that this is in effect, we can just go ahead, select that layer, click bokeh again. Now we're back here with our tracking data. So we can go ahead and adjust this, maybe move it just out a little bit so we don't get that much edge, retrack it, save it. I'm not going to save it here, but you would basically redo that process and in creating the screen. And again, it's right here within After Effects. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, play around with it and have fun. Welcome to this brand new section of the After Effects course. In this section, we're going to be learning the puppet tool and animating this graphic right here. So I've included this project file if you want to follow along and see what I've done, or you can build it from scratch using this owl.ai. It's an Illustrator file, and we'll be walking through this complete project. So find that and import it into your project. Create a new composition. 1920 by 1080 is fine, and I'm going to call it owl. Now bring in this owl.ai file. Place the owl in the middle of your composition just by putting it on the timeline. You'll notice that it's kind of small, and when I increase the scale, the resolution doesn't look that great. Well, After Effects has this great thing when you're working with vector files or Illustrator files, and it's called continuous rasterization. And it's this column right here. It's the one middle that we haven't talked about yet. It's this little, it looks like a little star. What happens when I turn that on is all of the edges become sharp. So if you're using vector objects, you can actually scale up past 100% and still preserve the quality. So the first thing we're actually going to do is put this owl into another composition, because we're going to be using this as a pre-composition where we add the blinking eyelids, which is going to be better if we put it in a pre-comp, but let's do that later. So first, take the owl comp that you just created and drag it into another composition and just call this owl flying. I'm just going to call it owl flying 2 so I can separate from the other one. Next, we're going to take our puppet pin tool, and we saw this in an earlier lesson, but I want to go over it in just a little bit more detail. So when you click on that and then you hover over and select one of your layers and then click on one of your layers, you actually put pins into your layer. And think of these as pivot points where if you select a pin, you'll be able to move it around. Now with one pin, it just moves the entire owl around. But when I put 2 pins in and I try to move one around, the other pin is stuck. So it's kind of like a puppet where you are attaching strings to different parts of your image. And this works good for these kind of character icons or graphics where it has a transparent background. So for this animation, we can literally do it with 4 pins. So 2 on where the owl's kind of shoulders are, where the wings attach to its body, and then 1 on each wing like so, because we're going to be able to animate these pins. And you can see just by clicking and dragging, we can move the wing up and down, and now the rest of the body kind of stays where it is. You do get some subtle sort of distortion in the eyeball and in the ear when you do that, especially when you go to an extreme. So to combat that, we can put more pins around our owl's face so that when we do move the wing, just the wing moves. If you really want to get intricate with how a wing can move, you can put pins, say here and here, and then you can move them kind of separately. So you could animate this end of the wing and then also move this part of the wing up and down if you want to do that. One thing you'll notice though, if I move this wing like so, it's kind of hard for you to see, but you see this little brown spot right there? That's just a distortion that we don't want, and that has to do with this mesh right here. So let me actually undo that move. And you'll notice if I zoom in really far on my mesh and I go down to where that little spot is, it's like a little cutout, this mesh isn't covering it. And we want the mesh to cover all parts of our owl. And you can see it down here as well. And if I move this pin up, whoops, part of its body gets left behind. So we don't want to expand the mesh. And you have this option right here. It's set to 3, but we can expand it to 10 or so. So that's the first thing that I do when I look at the mesh. I make sure that it's covering our entire object. Cool, so now I can turn that off. And that's pretty much setting up our pins. In the next lesson, we're going to be animating our owl and creating that flapping motion. To animate these, first I'm just going to delete this pin in the middle that I set. So now I actually have set 8 pins. Press U on your keyboard and you find that all of the pins that we have set, they have keyframes. And so it's telling After Effects at this point in time, at 0 seconds, we want these pins to be at this position. So we just have to animate them. So I'm going to go forward. I'm going to find this pin just by clicking on it and drag down. And I can use my pin tool or my selection tool. And I'm also going to find this pin tool and move it down about the same distance, just like that. Now I'm going to look at my timeline and I want to clean it up a little bit. So I'm going to close down all of these puppet pins that I'm not animating because I'm not really going to animate any of those other ones, just the ones that have the motion. So that looks a little bit better. So we just have pin 3 and 4 as the one we're animating. And actually at the very beginning, I want to move this initial position just up a little bit. So I'm going to go to 0 seconds and move these up. Now I can literally copy and paste these keyframes. So I can take both of these, copy and paste them, copy and paste, and you see that I'm going equal distances. Half a second till the first keyframe, then a half a second until the wings are up, then a half a second until they're down. And then I know that they have to be up at 2 seconds, so I can copy all of these. So now I copy 4, paste them, copy all 4, paste them, and then I can just go forward to 4 seconds, paste again, and take these 4 and paste again. So now we have our wings going up and down. One thing that looks a little unnatural is that there should be some subtle motion to the bird going up and down. And I'm also going to ease all of these keyframes just to make it a little bit more natural looking. I'll also be adding some motion blur to it, but that's a little render intensive with the puppet tool, so I'm going to do that last. So when the wings are up and then they're pressing down, the bird should move up subtly because the wings press down on the air and the body goes up. So what I can do just with the body of the owl, just with the position of this layer, I can set a keyframe here and actually move up. I'm pressing Shift and Up key on my keyboard. Then I'll go back to 0 seconds and go back down. And then I'll copy and paste these every half second, like so. And now it should look a little bit more natural with the bird moving up and down as if it was actually flying. Awesome. So that's how we animate pins. In the next lesson, we're going to be adding the background and then also adding the blinking eyes. Okay, so let's take this animation to the next level. So first, let's add a background. So in this composition, owl flying, I'm going to press Command Y and choose sort of a light blue for the sky. And I'm going to rename it Sky, click OK, and put this beneath the owl. And then lock it because I'm not really going to do anything with it. Okay, next, let's actually add the blinking eyes. So we're going to go into our owl pre-composition, And I'm actually not going to do this with the puppet tool, but we're going to use some skills that we've learned in the past lessons to do so. So zoom in, pressing Z to get the zoom tool, clicking and using the space bar to get my hand tool to move it into the center so I can work with it properly. We're going to use the shape tool to cover up the eye. So take the ellipse tool. It doesn't really matter what color this is because we're going to use it as a track mat. But just click the brown right there to make sure it's the same color so we can cover the eye completely. Now I'm going to click in the center, and then holding Command and Shift down, I'm going to create that perfect circle that we all know how to create now. Until it's about the same size as the eye, pressing V to get my selection tool, and then putting it over the eye. That seems perfect. If I need to increase the size, I can go into scale, pressing up S, and bring up the scale just slightly. Cool. Now I'm going to call this right eye, or left eye actually. Actually, it's the owl's right eye, but to me, it's left eye. So this is going to be a track map for the blinking eyelids. So we have to create the eyelids. So let's take the rectangle tool. This time it is important that it is the brown. So use the color picker to choose the brown, or you can make it sort of like a slightly off brown. And then let me turn off the left eyelid. And then I'm going to just draw two rectangles. One, I'm going to draw, it's going to be the lower half of this eyeball. And then the next one I'm going to draw, it's going to be the top half. And you notice that I just clicked and dragged. I didn't create a new layer for each rectangle. There are two rectangles on this one shape layer. And that just makes it easier to work with. Left eyelids. Let's put the eyelids underneath the left eye. For the track mat option for the left eyelids, choose alpha matte left eye. If you don't see the track mat option, click the toggle switches modes button that's right down here. Now the left eyelids only show where this left eye is. So let's animate these eyelids up and down. So drop open the rectangle 1 and rectangle 2 options, go down into transform, and go about half a frame or half a second and set a keyframe for the position for each of these, for the transform rectangle 2 and then the transform rectangle 1. Then to make it a little cleaner, press U just so we have those two keyframes open. Now go back about 5 frames, so I'm just pressing Command left arrow on my keyboard about 5 frames. Then take each eyelid and move it up and down. So for the top one, I'm going to move up. For the bottom one, I'm going to move down. Now this closes like so. Then go 5 frames forward. Command 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's Control on a PC. And I'm going to copy this first keyframe that I had just created. So that's the up position. So now we have our basic blink. So let's easy ease these. So select them, press F9 on our keyboard, go into our graph editor. And for this one, we're just going to go into the middle keyframe. And let me zoom in on my timeline so I can get the handles and take those handles from the middle one out because it really kind of slows into that one. That looks pretty good. Okay, let's get out of our graph editor. And now what I'm going to do is just copy and paste these keyframes kind of sporadically. So I'm going to just go up here, paste them, go up here, do one that's kind of quicker. So again, right there, one right here, and maybe one at the end. Then maybe I will speed some of these up, these blinks, and kind of it's a funny owl. It's a cartoonish owl, so it'll look funny if some are faster, some are slower. So for this middle one, I'm just going to select all of these 3 keyframes, press Option on my keyboard, and then drag the last one in. That would be Alt for PC users. Same for these ones. I'm just going to make it a little bit faster, just like so. So now if we play through this, we have our eyelid kind of going in and out, opening and closing. I think motion blur will really help, so click that on for this layer, and then also enable it up here. Now to easily do this for the right eye, what we can do is just select both of these layers, duplicate them by pressing Command D. Let's rename them so we know what we're working with. Right eye. And then for this one, right eyelids. And now if I press P, what's cool is, we animated the position of the rectangle within the right eyelids, but we didn't animate the position of the actual layer itself. And that's what this position is that I just brought up. So now I can literally just move this to the side, and it actually probably helps if I go to the keyframe where the eye is closed on the timeline, drag to the right, and now you can see that I can position it exactly where I want it. What I thought looked kind of funny is staggering the eye blinks with the owl, just a couple frames. So I'm selecting both these layers and dragging to the right. So now the left eye closes before the right eye. So let me zoom out and let's see what this looks like. Awesome. So the reason why I did this in the pre-comp is it'd be a lot harder to do on this layer that's already having the animation with the puppet pins and the position. And you might be saying, well, Phil, you could have done it here in this sequence or this composition and then just parented the eyes and the eyelids to the owl layer. So even if you move it around, what happens to the owl layer happens to the eyelids. Well, that's true, but not for the puppet pin tool. So when you affect the puppet pin tool, it doesn't affect things that are parented to it. So that's why I do it in the pre-comp, so that now when I puppet pin the pre-comp, say that 10 times fast, everything within that pre-comp is affected. So hopefully that makes sense. So now if I add motion blur to the owl, let's see what this looks like. All right, bringing this up full screen with the tilde key. All right, I think this looks pretty darn cool. We're going to add some clouds in the next lesson to give some more perspective to this animation. But this is awesome. This is what you can do with free images that you find online. If you search for free icons or free graphics, there's lots of sites out there that give you free graphics like this. I didn't design this owl. This is something I found for free, a Creative Commons animation or graphic, and we're able to animate it like this, which looks pretty darn natural. So in the next lesson, I'm going to add those clouds, but hopefully you've been enjoying this. I think this was a very fun project. I've had fun, and I hope you're having fun learning. Let's add some clouds to give this more perspective. So first, I'm going to turn off the enable motion blur so I can work through this a little bit faster. Then I'm going to create my clouds. Now this is one instance where I like using a solid layer and not a shape layer so that I can add some feathering to the edges of the cloud, which, clouds don't have sharp edges. So I want that feathering. So press Command Y to bring up your solid settings. Choose white unless you want a different color, and I'll just call this cloud 1. Then take your shape tool. I'm going to use the ellipse tool and create your cloud. So I'm just clicking a few times to create a few different circles, like so. Now I'm going to select all of these masks by shift-clicking the top one, press F to bring up feathering, and just increase the feathering to get that soft edge. Okay, so there's a couple different ways that we could animate this to make it look like the owl is flying in sort of that 3D space. The easiest is if I drop this down below the owl, and then I just do a position and scale animation. So let me do that. So let me bring up P for position and scale with S, and then set those first keyframes. Then press U to bring up those. And let me actually just move it into the place. So with my selection tool, I'm going to move it over here. That's the starting place. And then at the very end of our composition, I'm going to drop this to like 50% and move it up and to the left. So now throughout this composition, it looks kind of like the owl is flying away from the cloud, right? Okay, so let's do this one more time. So let me Command Y, create another cloud, okay. Ellipse, I'm just doing this really fast because you know how to do it and I don't want to waste your time. Selecting all the masks, press F to bring up the feathering. All right, let me put this beneath our owl. P for position, S for scale, U to bring up those keyframes. Let's drag them to the front, and then let's go to the end, and we will put the scale. Let's just do like 60%, which makes a little bit of a difference, and we'll move it up and just a little bit to the left. All right, so that's pretty cool, those clouds in the background. Let's add one more cloud that it will look like the owl is actually flying through the cloud, and we'll do that with a 3D layer. So the same thing, we can just duplicate this first cloud, press Command D, and then let's put it above our owl. Then press U on our keyboard, and let's just click the stopwatch icon to delete all of the keyframes that are on this layer for both position and scale. Then turn on 3D. Now with one keyframe, or just with position, we can create this animation. So let's bring the position forward. So with that Z space, let's actually just bring it down just a little bit. And then with the Z space, we're going to drag to the left. And I'm holding Shift down until it's off of the frame, just like that. Set a keyframe, move that to the beginning. And now I'm going to, again, move that back, just like so. And what you'll notice is it's not going through our owl. Why is that? That's because our owl isn't 3D enabled either. So let me undo that. Select our owl and turn on 3D for the owl. Now back to our cloud 1. If I take the Z space for the position and drag, you'll see that once it reaches 0, it goes through the owl, which is pretty darn cool. So we're gonna just do that like so, maybe to like there, maybe move it to the left a little bit. Now let's just see what this looks like. So it's going over there kind of through the owl's wing. So now let's take this last keyframe and move it all the way to the right. Okay, so let's play through this and see how it looks. It looks pretty cool, but it kind of gets small. And if it's that close to the owl, it should be a lot bigger. So we can just take the scale, actually, bring it up really big. But now when I play through this, the cloud kind of comes out of nowhere and it goes right through our owl. And I want to move it to the left a little bit. But moving it to the left with the position keyframes now will take a little bit of too much time, and it's kind of hard to judge where it's going to be if I go here and move the position, because remember, I can't just go here and move the position to the left, because then the cloud is going to do this kind of funky turn, which doesn't really make sense. But instead, what I can use is the anchor point. So if I press A on my keyboard, the anchor point is another way to move around a layer after you've set keyframes for the position. Now with the anchor point, I can just click and drag and move this layer over to the right here at the start of the composition, maybe even a little bit more. That looks pretty good. So it's going to fly through, and it's still pretty large here on the screen, but it doesn't fly right in front of us. So remember that you always have that anchor point as sort of your backup plan if your animation starts to look a little funny with your position and you want to move things around. Now I would make a few tweaks to this. I think the clouds in the background are moving a little too fast now compared to this cloud in the front. So a quick way to fix that is, let me just close down all of our keyframes by selecting all and then pressing SS. Then let's bring up the keyframes for the white, solid, and the cloud with U. Now let me go forward to about 1 second, set keyframes for the position, scale for both of these layers, and then replace these ones at the end with those new ones I just created. So this is kind of just lengthening out the animation, making it a little bit slower for those clouds in the background. You see what I just did there? We had that whole animation that was kind of fast over 5 seconds. So I just expanded that first basically second of the animation, which makes those clouds in the background move a little bit slower. Awesome. So this is the animated owl tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know if you have any questions. and we'll see you in another lesson. Here's a quick update with After Effects CC 2019 regarding the puppet pin tool. There are now some more advanced options for adding movement. So here I have this Illustrator file of this lady doing yoga. So initially, if you have your traditional puppet pin tool, you can see that I have a number of puppet pins added to this lady. And so I can do things, I can move her arm around, move her wrist. Depending on where I add puppet pins, I can do all kinds of stuff. And this is all keyframeable. But notice how if I do this, it's not really giving me all of the motion I would like with this static image. Now we have an advanced puppet pin tool. So if I go and hold down the puppet pin and go down to advanced pin tool, you can see that we have these green puppet pins. And when I click on one, you have more options. So you see this circle around it. This allows you to actually rotate around this puppet pin, around this joint. So now I can more naturally rotate this joint, or same with the wrist here. Rotate the wrist a little bit. And you also have this circle where if I expand it with this square, by clicking the square, I can actually increase or decrease the scale around that pin. Now, this isn't necessarily going to work for all of these things, but depending on how you're moving it, we can have her bending forward or something, doing her downward dog or whatever it is that she's going to do next, and we can move these all around accordingly. So the advanced puppet pin tool, it just gives us a little bit more motion control, and with the scale especially and the rotation, more precise detail in adding movement to our objects. Remember, you can keyframe all of these. Just make sure you watch the other previous lessons on adding motion with the traditional puppet pin tool to learn how to do that. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this new section of the After Effects course. In this section, I'm going to highlight a number of effects that I like using and basically trying to give you the know-how on how to apply effects and how to adjust them once you have them applied. So first in this video, there are a number of character and text effects presets that you can apply to your text, which makes it super easy to animate your text. Doing this individually with thousands of different layers, twirling them out and on with keyframes, that would take hours upon hours to do. Luckily, there's some presets to do it quickly. Those are under your Effects and Presets panel and under Animation Presets. Under that option, go under the Text Effects, and you can see that there's a number of text effects. So let me actually just turn this layer off, create a new text layer. Yes, I do. Yes, we want to learn new effects. Let's just align it to the center. Awesome. So back in our effects and presets, you have a number of folders under the text folder. To apply any of these effects, just take one of them. So let's go under 3D text, do 3D line zoom in, and apply it to your layer. Now, I will note that it will apply where your time indicator is. So usually they have keyframes that are automatically applied once you drop them on the layer. So if I want them to apply at the very beginning, put your time indicator at the start. If I want them to start at 1 second, put your time indicator at 1 second. Now place this effect on. And now if we scrub through this, you can see what happens. So let's just play through it. A quick little 3D line zoom in. This one's pretty simple. If I select this layer and press U on my keyboard, you can see the keyframes that are set up. Now, you don't necessarily have to understand what all of these keyframes do, but you want to know how you can adjust it. If you want it to go later or earlier, you can just select these keyframes, drag them to the left or right. If you want it to go slower, just drag them further apart or closer together to make it faster. Now, what do you do if you want to get rid of a text effect? Well, sometimes a text effect will pop up in your effects controls and you can delete it. If not, what you'll want to do is delete these keyframes. First though, I'm just going to close our Yes, I do text and then open it up. So you can see that we've added 2 animators. And remember how we were doing the shape effects where there was this little add button. Well, in the text layers, you have this animate button. So you can add these different animations to text. And those are these animators. So if I click animate, you can see there's a line spacing animation. There's a blur. There's a character offset, all kinds of different things. So to get rid of this text I've applied or this effect I've applied, just select the animators and delete. So now our text is sort of back to normal and we can add another one. So you have your animate in, you have your animate out. These are fade ons and fades off basically, or some way of appearing or disappearing your text. And then some of these are more just styles to text that's already on your screen. So for example, under fill and stroke, if we take something like flicker green, apply it, you'll see that it takes each letter and it has this like flickering effect to a stroke that has been added. So to undo that, I'm just going to press undo. Wiggly stroke with, take that. Another way to sort of add style to your text. I'm at half resolution, so it's a little kind of lower quality, but now I'm at full. So these are just things that you can do to quickly animate your text. You know, I can't go through all of them because it would take too long, but if you have questions about a specific one, please let me know. But basically, when you add one of these, so let's just take one more. Let's take an animate out. Let's do slide off right by character. And this is a good one to look at because see, what happens is it slides off each character, but what happens is it doesn't slide off the entire way. So sometimes we actually have to go into our animation and see what's happening. So let's go into our animator. And you see under animator 1, we have the range selector and the position. Under range selector, we have the start percentage that's being animated. What we really want to adjust is the position of this animation. So this position here is where they end. So let me zoom out just a little bit so you can see 25%. So if I take this X position and drag to the right, you can see that now everything moves off the full frame. So it moves it a little bit further. Let me undo that, go to the start. So you see that this text is just moving a little bit. Oh, there's the stopping point. But if I take the position and drag it to the right a little bit more, with enough space to make sure that all the text flies off the screen, that's good. So you can see that there's different things that you'll have to do when you apply these effects. Sometimes it's just changing the speed of these effects, when it comes on, when it comes off. Other times you actually have to go in and play around with the individual settings. And that's why I say play around with these. If you have any questions about a specific one, please let me know. Awesome. Thanks so much for watching. And in the next lesson, we'll move on to another one of my favorite effects. In this lesson, we're going to create this page turn effect. What you see is this page being sort of picked up and wiped over. Let me just turn off the background page so you can kind of see what is going on a little bit better. So it flips over just like so. Looks pretty cool for creating an animated book like this, or you can use it as a cool way to transition one video frame to the next. You can apply this effect to really anything. So let's build this from scratch. So I'm going to open up a new composition or start a new comp, call this book, whatever you want, 1920 by 1080, 5 seconds. First, let's build out our book. So take the rectangle tool. I'm going to choose a background color for the binding and the cover. So let's just do that with the brown, create this rectangle. Cool. So now I'll just call this back. Next, we want to add pages. So click off of our layer, change the fill color to white with our rectangle tool selected. Let's create our page. You'll notice that I have these little guides on my composition. And that's under this button right here, which is the title action save, proportional grid, and guides and rulers option. So if I turn off title action save, I don't have that guide. I turn this on so I can see the center of my composition. So with that on, you have this little plus sign, and that's the exact center. And that helps me create a rectangle like so by clicking and dragging and going perfectly to the center. Cool. Awesome. So that's one page, and we'll call this left page. We can duplicate this just by pressing Command D, and then with the selection tool, which I get to by pressing V on my keyboard, drag to the right, holding Shift down, just like so. And I'm gonna put a little bit of space between the two pages, like so. I wanna make sure that, well, first let's call this right page, and I wanna make sure that the anchor point is on the left-hand side of this page. So that's pretty cool, because now if we want, we could create a simple page turn with a 3D rotation. So if we turn on 3D for this layer, press R, and then do a Y rotation, you can see that we can flip this around, which is kind of cool. But there's a more organic way, and that's through our CC page turn effect. But first, let's continue by duplicating our right page, and we'll call this right page top, and then add some text to this page. So let's just click off of our layers. Hello. Let's select our text, make sure it's black so we can see it. Okay. Now I'm just going to put this on the middle of the page, and I'm going to pre-comp both the hello text and the page so that the effect that we apply to it is applied to both. So selecting both of those layers, pre-comping, Command-Shift-C, or right-clicking, choosing pre-compose. I'll call this page turn. So now the page turn has that top layer, or that top right page, and the text. So you can see, and I turned off that right back page. And let's just add some text on top of the right page. Cool, nice. Okay, so that's gonna be on top of our back page, which will appear after our page turns. So let's put that underneath our page turn. Cool, let me close down everything. Just select all, press SS on our keyboard just to close everything down. Now under effects and presets, type in CC page, and you'll see the CC page turn. And let's apply that to our page turn pre-comp. You'll see in our project tab or in the effect control tabs, we have these new options. What we're going to be animating is the fold position. So if you click on this little icon right here, this brings our little target to our composition. And if we hover our mouse over, now we can click where we want this page to start folding from. So let's just click in the middle over to the right. Now we can click that point and drag around, and you can see that our hello page is folding over. It's a little hard to see right now, so let's actually turn off our right page and our cool text. So we can still take that point, which is this little circle right there, and we just have to sort of figure out where we're going to animate it. You'll also notice that the back of this page, it automatically sort of takes what's on the front of the page and makes it a little transparent on the back. And those options are right here under back page. I don't really want that to look like that, so I'm going to turn off the back page. And you can basically reference any other layer you have on this timeline or on this comp to appear on the back page. So if I want the cool text, for example, we can have that hello on the front and then cool on the back. Now it's backwards, and that's because it's as if you're flipping the page over. I'm going to turn that off though. And now when I turn that off, it chooses a paper color, which is sort of this goldish. I'm going to make it more of a white, but a little off-white. So it's a little different than the original whites, which makes it easier to see. And I'm also going to turn the back opacity to 100%. So now we can see that the page is turning. It's not sort of a clear page. So we just have to animate this position. So let's take this point over to the right, set a position for the keyframe for the fold position, and then go forward about a second, and then take that position point and drag to the right to somewhere like there. Okay? If we press U on our keyboard, we can see those two keyframes. We can play through it. That's pretty cool. We can easy ease if we want it to sort of ramp up, make it a little bit more natural. And then if we turn the cool and the right page on in the back, we can see that appear. That's pretty darn cool. So you can do cool things like what I've done in the past is multiply this effect so that the pages are flipping over really quickly and then it lands on a title card or a title page or something like that. Very, very cool things you could do with this CC page turn. You can also affect the radius. So let me turn off the cool on the right page. So the fold radius shows how big it is. And it's, again, kind of hard to see. If I change the paper color, the back of the paper color, you can see a little bit better. So the fold radius makes it sort of more rounded or less rounded. So with more rounded, we might want to change the position of this to something like that. So it's not folding over the front left page. Something like that. So that looks kind of cool too. And we might have to change the front one now too. So we'll bring the front one down here. So changing the fold radius will affect the fold position. Then the light direction, if you rotate that, you can see it adds this glint to the background, which kind of makes it look more realistic too. Say you want to copy this to the page behind, there's something to keep in mind. So first we would have to pre-compose the right page and the cool text. So select both of those. Pre-compose, right click, pre-compose, cool page. Awesome. So it's easy because we can actually just select the page turn, click the CC page turn up here and copy it. So Command C, which copies everything we've changed here plus the keyframes. And now if we go after the hello text page flips over, maybe we want it to start flipping right here. So put our time indicator right there and then paste it, Command V. So now this page starts to flip over. But what happens is it flips over underneath our other page. And that's because this layer is underneath it. And that's because right here we do need it to be underneath. But here we need it to be on top. So what do? We just split this layer. And to split a layer, you can either go up to the Edit menu and go to Split Layer or Command Shift D. So similar to duplicating, but with that shift, it splits it. And we put this top cool page, the one that has the animation, on top of our page turn. So now here it's underneath, but here with the animation, it's on top. So if we actually go in here and we change the page color, for example, let's just change it to a blue so we can see more clearly what's happening. It folds on top. Okay, so that's just one thing to keep in mind when you are doing multiple CC page turns, that you have to play around with the layering. Awesome, I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and we'll move on to another one of my favorite effects in the next one. Another effect that I really like are the radial and linear wipes. So the radial wipe is this sort of pie cut, sort of circular animation. And you can see 7% of Americans think the moon landing was fake. And I just looked that up online, so I have no clue if that's true or not. But to apply either the radial or linear wipe, it's pretty easy. Let's actually just turn off our moon icon. Then I've brought in our moon, so let me place it on top. Let's make it a little bit smaller, covering our text like so. Now in our effects and presets, if we just search for radial, you'll see lots of different radial things. There's some presets. So if we want a preset, you can just take this radial wipe bottom preset. You can see what that does, but that doesn't look so good. So what we're going to do is use our transition radial wipe. So under the transition menu, apply that. So let me just delete this top moon actually. Up in our effects controls, you can see the completion percentage. So here you can animate the completion percentage. So we want it to go from 0% complete to, we're going to go to 93, because if we want to show that 7%, that's a 7% pie wedge right there. That's what we'd want to do. We can add feathering to this. So as it animates off, we have a little bit of feathering if you like that. You can change the wipe from clockwise to counterclockwise. So that's a quick way to reverse this animation, or both. So we'll kind of split and go around like so. And of course, if we press U, you can see your keyframes. You can make it longer, shorter, add easy ease, whatever you want. The linear wipe is very, very similar. So here we have this linear wipe wiping on this photo. It's a great way to reveal layers or take layers off of an image. So I've already applied this linear wipe. Let me go ahead and add another one to show you how you animate off. In our effects controls, type in linear. Under transition, take the linear wipe, add it to this layer. So now you see that I have 2 linear wipes. With the second one, we're going to leave the transition completion at 0 now and set a keyframe, and then go forward in time, set it to 100%. So it goes off, and that works because it animates on for this first linear wipe. I set the angle to 270, which I keyframe, but I don't need to keyframe. So the angle adjusts if it wipes on from the left, from the top, from the right, from the corner, at really whatever angle you want. And for this second one, we want it to be at 90 degrees, and we want to match the feathering. So the feather for the top one is 227. Let's do the same for the second one. So it animates on and animates off. And that's the linear wipe. Another set of effects I want to show you are all of the color correction effects. Here I have this video clip that you have access to. It's called Travelers. And under color correction in the effects and presets window, you see all kinds of different ones. Now these can do everything from adjusting the exposure, the color balance, the white balance, the saturation, but there is one that is sort of a catch-all that does all of this, and that's called the lumetri color effect. So take that and drop it onto one of your video clips. If you've used Adobe Premiere Pro, this is basically the same thing. So you have your basic corrections, which include white balance, and your tone, which is affecting exposure. So if I want to make this warm, nice video clip look cool, I would take my temperature and drag it to the left. So now if I drag it to the left, I can make this look sort of dreary and cold rather than that nice warm look from before. Under tone, you can adjust the exposure of a clip. Now this clip is only a 720p clip. It's a compressed clip, so it's not going to work as well as if you have a raw file that you're editing yourself. But you can adjust your contrast here if you want it super uncontrasted, or the individual parts of your image. So just the highlights. You can do that to bring down the highlights, to bring back some of that information in the distance. Or if we want to adjust the blacks, bring up those blacks, get that nice flat look that people really like now, or drop down the blacks to get it more contrasty. Under creative, there are several looks. So if you drop down looks, you can go through all of these and it kind of applies a specific type of look. SL Noir is a nice sort of film noir look. Turn it on and off with this active button. You also have under creative, sharpening, vibrant, saturation. So if we want to make it black and white here, we can. If we want to add more color to it, we can there. And I'm just going to jump quickly to the vignette. Here's a quick way to add a vignette to a clip. So earlier we learned about using a solid layer to create a vignette, which applies to your entire composition. This vignette will just be applied to the individual layer, but hey, if you're just editing a single video, you can do that with the lumetri color effect. With the amount, change the midpoint, change the feathering if you want it to be hard or softer. I don't do much color correction in After Effects, to be honest. I do most of mine in Premiere Pro, which if you have After Effects, you are probably a Creative Cloud user, which means you have access to Premiere Pro. And with the lumetri color effect, you have a great lumetri color panel in Premiere Pro that makes it easier to use all of these effects. And I'll link to a tutorial that shows you how to use that if you are curious on how to use all of the other options within the lumetri color panel, such as curves, color wheels, HSL secondary. But for now, all I want you to really realize is that if you want to make basic corrections to a clip, the Lumetri color effect is a great one to use. Thanks so much for watching. If you have more questions about color correction, please let me know. And like I said, I'll be linking to some more resources to expand upon this later on in this section. Here's an update for how we can color correct or color grade in Adobe After Effects CC 2019 or any newer versions. Since CC 2018, we've had the Lumetri color effect, similar to in Adobe Premiere Pro, how you have the Lumetri panel for color correction. We can apply this effect, which you can find in the Effects and Presets panel, to any clip. Now, we don't have the full panel here in After Effects, but if we drop down the curves, you will notice that there is a new set of features under hue saturation curves. So before we had the main RGB curve, which was a way to add contrast to your image or to specific colors. I'm going to undo that. But now we have a specific way of editing colors. We could kind of do this before, but it's laid out differently. So now we have this color bar right here, and say we start with this top one, hue versus saturation. So what we're going to do is basically be picking select colors and affecting the saturation of them. So we can go here and take the eyedropper and then find a color in our image. Say we want to desaturate the green, we can select the green, and you can see that it selects the green on this graph. It has 3 points, so if you take the one in the middle, we can move that up or down, and that desaturates or saturates that green. Now we can expand this range by clicking and dragging these outer points to the left and to the right to select more or less color. Let's undo that. We can also do this custom. So if we want to take that red, for example, and desaturate the red, we're going to put a point there. We'll put a point there as well. And then the way this works is it kind of loops. And so we're going to drop down that red there. And if you drag this over to the left or the right, you can kind of see the graph in one part if you want to see all the red. And now we can desaturate that red. So I'm going to undo that, but really quick, I will go back and select the green and desaturate it just a little bit. We want that red to pop. Now, if we move down, we have hue versus hue. For this, we're going to be affecting the hue or the color of a color. So say we want to select the red and change the flowers to a different color. We can select the red and then take this point in the middle and drag up or down. So maybe we want more of like a pink color, okay? So that's how you can quickly change a specific color in your image. Now, similarly to what we've seen in the past, we're going to move down to hue versus luma, and this is going to be the brightness or the exposure of a specific color. So say we think that pink is a little bit too overexposed, that part of this image. Let's take our color picker, click the flower, which selects sort of the original red. I'm going to increase this range and decrease the luma of this flower, just like so. So as you can see, this is a pretty funky example, but I just wanted to show you the new ways that you can play with color right within the Lumetri color panel, a great way for focusing on selective colors and adjusting them.
Now what do? We're going to use a null object. So go to Layer, New, and click Null Object. We've used these in the past. And this is basically an invisible object that we can attach properties to. In our tracker panel, click Edit Target and make sure that it's applying to the null object that we created. So for you, it might say null 1. For me, it says null 9 just because I've been working on this project file, so I've created a bunch of other null objects. But make sure it's on the null object that you've created in this timeline and then click OK. Once you have that target selected, click Apply. Now, before you do that, or before I do that, I'm going to show you that if I drop down our bird settings, you have this new motion trackers drop down. If I drop that down, we see our tracker 1 that we've done. If I drop that down even more, we see all of these keyframes. These are keyframes for the position and all kinds of things of this track point. Now, if I click Apply, We're going to say apply dimensions to X and Y. Yes, because I want it to apply to the X axis and the Y axis. You'll notice the keyframes turned red because in my null object now, if I open that up under transform, we have keyframes applied to the position of this null object. Now nothing happens. If I play through this, nothing is going to change. What can we do with a null object though? We can attach things to it. So if I go and I add some text, tweet, little bird, and let's make sure that's a good size. I'm going to make it white. I'm using the Garamond font. Don't use that often. Let's put it right here. And let's just go actually to the very beginning and position it where we want. Maybe we want it up here right now. Now, if I play through this, nothing happens. But if I go back to the very first frame and I parent the text layer to the null object using the pick whip tool and dragging to null 9, or this drop-down menu under parent, if you don't see that, just click the toggle switches modes button down here to null 9. Now, whatever the null 9 does happens to our text layer. That is pretty incredible, right? Really cool. So what you can do if you had any sort of mistakes in the tracking, you can go in and we can move this around. So say I go to this frame and I thought, oh, it didn't move enough. I can move not our text actually, we want to move the null, and we can do that just by clicking and dragging the position keyframes. So let me just go crazy though and put it over here, and you'll see what happens. Whoops, that frame goes all the way over here, but then this next frame goes back to where it was tracked. So you got to be careful, you got to be subtle with it. If you move one frame, you might have to move all the frames after that a little bit, depending on how it was tracked. One thing I did to make this look a little bit better was add a little bit of motion blur to the text itself and enable it on our timeline right there. That motion blur just helps a little bit, makes it look a little bit more natural to me. So that's the basics of motion tracking. So you can imagine you can attach text to a train going across your frame, or to, really anything moving in your clip. We could also attach sort of effects. Say we want to change the color of this bird food or this treat that's the bird is getting. What we can do is go up to Layer, New, Adjustment Layer. Now, if you don't really care about this, go ahead and move on to the next lesson, but I want to just go through the visual effects side of things more than just the motion graphics side of things. And then go into your effects and presets, go to Hue and Saturation, and add this Hue Saturation Color Correction to the adjustment layer. I'm going to put that right above our bird. Now let's change the hue, and you'll notice that everything changes, not just this little bird food. So what we want to do, right, let's go back to the very beginning, is create a mask around this adjustment layer. So I'll just go in here, and I'm just doing this really quickly, but you can do this a little bit more slowly if this was for a real project. Go around here. Let's press F to add some feathering. And there's different ways to do this. This mask is just the easiest way, the quickest way. Now, if we parent the adjustment layer to the null object and we play through this adjustment affects this area and it sticks with it. If it wasn't attached to the null object, it would just stay in that one area. Crazy, right? So this is how you can imagine if you wanted to add like flames or something on someone's hands, if someone's moving around and you attach the flames to the motion of the hand or the person running by, or if you want it to be on a house caught on fire, you can attach it to the house, and even if your camera is moving, the flames will be attached to that house. So let me just delete that because I don't really want that. And so this is the basics of motion tracking. In the next lessons, we're going to get a little bit more in-depth with the other versions, which include both rotation and scale tracking. We'll make this look more like it's in the environment. You see the shadows coming from the trees. We can see that the sun is probably somewhere behind the camera because of the way the shadows are. So an easy way to do that is just take the movie title, duplicate it. So I'm just pressing Command D. Now, for now, I'm just going to work with the top one. What I can do is just change the character color to black. Or if you want a quick and easy way to do it, go to your effects and presets, type in fill. Under generate, take the generate fill effect, apply it to the movie title, and then up in the effects controls, you can change the color of the fill to whatever you want. But for me, I'm going to use black. Now, it looks a little too blocky. So what I'm going to do for now, go back to character and take off the stroke. To get it to look a little bit more like a shadow, we want to add a little blur to it. So again, under effects and presets, type in blur. There's a blur and sharpen folder. There's lots of cool blurs down here. I like using the Gaussian blur. Drop that on that title. Let me turn off the movie title underneath it. You'll see here that this is just the title we're working with. And increase the blurriness. Something like 18 or 19 looks pretty good. Okay, now let's turn back our other movie title. Let's put the movie title 2 below and rename it to Shadow so we know what we're working with. And then we're going to zoom in and do a 3D rotation of the shadow. So if I click on 3D enable, I make sure my anchor point, which it already is, but if it's not for you, make sure it's at the bottom of the layer. Now I'm going to bring R to bring up rotation, and I see that my rotation is kind of funky, so I'm going to have to play with both the X rotation and the Y rotation to make this look like it's on the ground. Something like that. So just playing around with it. I don't know why my Z rotation was all messed up initially. Now if I position this around just by clicking it and dragging it around, something like that might look good. So let's zoom out. It's still parented to the null. So now when I zoom out, I can see it looks a little bit funky. Something like that's pretty cool. It's parented to the null, so it still tracks with the motion of the video. Nice. It's a little harsh, so let me press T to bring up opacity. Drop that down to like 50 or 60, something like that. Now, let's see. And that looks pretty good. Looks a lot more like it's in the environment of our video clip. Cool, so there's a lot that you can do with the tracker, and I bet you that when you start using the tracker on your own footage, you're going to get frustrated. It's not going to work properly. Remember the key things that I talked about earlier in these lessons. Make sure that you're choosing a point that has a lot of contrast. Make sure that it's not moving around too fast, that it's clear, that it's in the frame the whole time. Of course, there's ways to get around that by manually adjusting the keyframes of your clip, but it's going to be a lot harder. If there's things passing in front of it, that's going to be difficult. If there are subtle things that are passing in front of it, if there's moving around, turning a little bit, just make sure that outer box of the tracker is really large. Be patient because it will take time to go through your clip and analyze it, especially if you have a slower computer. And if you have any questions, please let me know, and I'd be happy to help out. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in another lesson. Welcome to this new section of the After Effects course. This section is all about motion tracking. What is motion tracking? Well, basically, it's attaching effects, graphics, titles, really any layer that we want in our timeline to something moving inside of a video clip. So take this as an example. We have this text that's moving along with this moving little bottle, little bird feeder thing. And it's attached to this so it moves with it. Now, I didn't do anything manually. I didn't add position keyframes or anything like that manually to track this and move it in this manner. I just did let After Effects do the work. Another example is like this one, where the text is actually moving along with the video clip. It's in the environment of that video clip, and the camera actually pans over this title as if it's panning over this Ferris wheel or going across this Ferris wheel. So both of these are things we're going to learn in this section, starting with more of a simple position tracking like this. So you could open up this project file if you want. It's called motion tracking, and it has the 2 projects that I've already set up, or you can follow along and build it with us just by importing the bird and Ferris wheel video files that are available in the video folder of the project resources. First, let's take the bird and add it to a new composition like I do with any video clip that I'm adding to After Effects. Then I have to decide what part of this clip do I want to track. I'm just going to take the first 5 seconds so it's a little bit more manageable. Go up to Composition, Trim Comp to Work Area. Now we just have this 5-second clip. You'll notice on the right-hand side that you have this tracker panel. So go ahead and open that up. If you don't see that, go up to Window, click on Tracker. Without anything selected, you can't really do much with this. But when I click the video clip in our timeline, all of these buttons are clickable now. This is a quick way to warp stabilize or stabilize the motion of your camera, which is what we did through the effects and presets earlier in this class. But what we're going to be using in this menu is the track motion button. So with your clip selected, click track motion. You'll notice 2 things. One, it opened up the layer panel. This is similar to the rotoscoping lectures of this class where we're diving into this individual layer. It's not the composition, but it's kind of like you're diving into this individual layer to do some more work. You'll also notice that this track point 1 has appeared. And I'll zoom in so we can see clearly what is going on. So in this track point 1, you have 2 boxes and then this little plus sign. The inner box is what we're going to put on our video clip to track. We can move this track point around by clicking inside the inner box and moving it around. Notice that if I click the little plus sign in the middle, we can't move around the box. It moves around that track point. So to move around this actual tracker, click on the inner side of this box, but not on the plus sign. And if you're zoomed out, that can be really hard to get right in there. So I do encourage you to zoom in to a point where it's a lot easier. Now, the inner box is what we're going to put on the aspect or the point in our video that we want to track. So let me zoom out really quick again. So we can track a lot of things. We can track this bottle. We can track this wire up here. We could track parts of the bird. We could try to track really anything, but the way this tracker works and what we're doing right now is that it is able to track points that have a lot of contrast in them. So what does that mean? It has a lot of bright and dark spots. That's how it tells if it's moving or not. So if we go through this clip, you'll notice that if we're tracking, let me actually just zoom in and show you as I do it. So if I take this square and we put it over here on this point, say we want to track this edge of this little bird feeder. And you'll notice that when I click and move it, you get this sort of zoomed in version of the square to make it easier to see what you're tracking. Now we're telling After Effects we want to track this point. And so when we move forward, it's going to see that this point is moving. And it's easy to see that because there's a lot of contrast. There's some bright parts, there's some dark parts. Also, the background is very clean. There's no camera movement. So it's going to be able to track this very easily. The other thing you can do with this is you can make it larger. So we can increase the size of the track point, the inner square, by clicking the inner edges or the corners and dragging out. And you'll notice when I do that, the outer square also increases in size. Now, why would we do this? Sometimes when you're trying to track something, the small square just doesn't work because it's not getting enough information to be able to track. It's literally looking at all of the pixels within inside this little square, and it's seeing how things are moving from frame to frame to frame. And that's how it tracks. Increasing the size of the square will help, but it will also take longer to process because it's looking at more pixels. So it's a balancing act, and you do have to be patient sometimes if you make this rather large. Now that's the inner square. What about this outer square? Well, this outer square helps the inner square figure out where it should go. So think of the inner square as the specific point you want to track with that little plus sign in the middle. Put that where you want it to track. And then the outer square helps tell the inner square where to go. So when I move this, the outer square sees that, okay, well, part of this has moved. We need this to move to the right. And that's just because things are changing in this outer square as well as in the inner square. I know it's a little confusing, but as you play around with it, you'll notice that if the outer square is really small, the tracking won't be as good as if you make it a little bit larger, especially if you have camera movement and there's a lot more detail. This is a very easy clip to track because the background is all blue. The other thing to note while you're trying to track things is that it's easier to track things when they're in the frame the entire time. So you might be thinking, well, I want to track this bird's eye. Well, that's going to be very difficult. You can do it manually, you could try to do it, but because the bird is moving its head around, and here you don't even see the eyeball, and the colors, while there's contrast right here with the dark of the eye and then the outside is bright, with the motion, and it's just going to be a lot harder. Having higher resolution video helps, like 4K, but it's still going to be difficult. So when you're starting out, try to find something in your frame that stays in your frame for the whole clip and is not covered up by something. It's not covered up by anything in the foreground. It doesn't turn around, that kind of thing. All right, so enough sort of prefacing all this. Let's move this to the point we want to track. So say we want to just track the edge of this, like so. I've moved my square over that. What do? Well, we go back to our tracker section. Two of these things we can skip for now. The current track, which is tracker 1. You can have multiple tracking points on any video clip. The track type, which is transform, which is what we're going to leave it, how this changes. And then there's these 3 checkboxes for position, rotation, and scale. Right now, we're just tracking the position, the motion of this little bird feeder. If the camera was moving, either zooming in, moving in or out, or kind of rotating left or right, we would have to do this rotation and scale, but we'll get to that in a future lesson. And then for edit, target, and options, just leave that. Now we get to the good stuff, analyze. So you have these 4 buttons. One is to analyze 1 frame backwards. The next one is to analyze backwards, and it automatically goes through your whole video. The next one is to analyze forward, the whole video, and then the last one is analyze 1 frame at a time. With this clip, we can just analyze the whole thing at one time, and you'll see what happens when I click this button. Notice what happens with this box. You'll notice that it moves along with this point, and you see that it's doing a really good job sticking with it, and that's because it has a lot of good information to track. If I was trying to track just a part of this bottle, a part of the sky, something like that that doesn't have as much contrast or data, it would be a lot harder. Awesome. So now we've tracked the motion. What do we do next? Well, that's coming up in the next lesson when we apply what we've just tracked to a new null object, and then we apply that to any other layer. Let's get a little bit more advanced. Take our Ferris wheel clip, drag it into the new composition button, and now let's just select the part where we want to track. So we're just going to go until the Ferris wheel is almost out of the frame. Right, we can go after the Ferris wheel is out of the frame, actually. That's fine. Go right there. And then for the beginning, let's just start around 5 seconds. That will work. Whoops. Take the end, drag in, trim comp to work area. Now in our tracker, click track motion. Okay, you can see that this video clip is a lot more complicated than the other one. First, the background isn't a clean blue sky. There's lots going. And then the camera is moving. So we're moving in space. Things are getting larger. So that's going to affect how we're tracking. And that's why we have scale. And there might even be some subtle rotation of the camera. It looks pretty clean, but it's hard to see from, the naked human eye. Let me just show you what not to do. So if I zoom in and let's zoom in just a little bit. Let's take our track point. Let me just put it, say I want to track the middle of this Ferris wheel right there. Now let's zoom out and let's just analyze. Okay, that actually did a very decent job of tracking that middle point. I thought it wasn't going to do as good a job, but you'll notice now, let's actually create our new null object, layer, new, null. Let's edit our target to make sure it's the null object 10. That's good. And then click apply. X and Y, yes. Now let's just add some text. We'll just say movie title. And let's just change this to Helvetica. Standard and make it bold so we can see it a little bit better. Let's also add a stroke. So just by clicking the stroke pixels to the right. And if you want to change the color of the stroke, just swap this fill stroke over here. If you want, click the stroke color, and we can change it to really any color we want. But I'm going to leave it at black. Now, let's go. We're at the start, so let me put this right here at the front. Let me attach it to the null object, and then let's play. So that doesn't look that good, to be honest. So it works, but it doesn't look like it's actually in the space of the video. And I want this title to actually look like it's sitting right there in front of the Ferris wheel. And the reason why it doesn't do that is because it's not affecting the scale of it. It's staying the same size here and here before it goes out of frame. So that's why what we want to do when we're tracking motion like this, we want to make sure that we have the rotation and scale selected. So let me just turn off the title right now, and I can leave that null object or I can delete it. I'll just delete it. Now if I click Ferris wheel, let me just click track motion again. All right, so let me zoom in to 100%. We can put this back on the middle of our Ferris wheel. I'm going to make the box just a little bit bigger so it has a little bit more detail. And then I'm going to click rotation and scale. You'll notice that what happened when I clicked either one of those is that a tracker 2 point popped up. I know it's hard for you to see. There's lots of detail here, but we have tracker point 1 that I set and then tracker point 2. When I click and drag this, there's this line that's attached to the track point 1. The way this works is that by tracking 2 points in your video, After Effects is able to track both rotation and scale because it's seeing what's happening between those 2 points, comparing those 2 points to each other. So what I found that works well is if we want to have this text or a layer within your video clip and your camera's moving, I like to find 2 points that are in relatively the same plane of field, so the same distance from the camera. So I'm not going to pick something in the background like this building right there, unless I want to put my text back in the building and track the motion of the building. Then I would put both points back there and add my text back there. But if I want to put the text right in front of this Ferris wheel, I'm going to track the motion of this Ferris wheel, and then maybe let's find something else that has a lot of sort of contrast. This car right here has a lot of contrast. See that car? It's white, there's dark, there's also some green, so that helps with another kind of brightness. And then let's zoom back out. So now when I analyze this, and let me actually go ahead and just click and add a null object. Usually I like adding the new null object beforehand. It doesn't really matter, but when I click edit target, now it's selecting the movie title. I want to make sure it's on the null 11. Okay, let's analyze. So it's analyzing both points. Seems like it's doing a relatively good job. Now, you'll notice right then, whoops, okay, right there too. Once this car was out of the video frame, it stopped working. The tracker point just stuck at the bottom of the frame. And then right here, right when that middle of the Ferris wheel is out of frame, it just sticks at the bottom of the frame too. And that's just because After Effects does not know what to do at that point. It's out of the frame. It doesn't know where to track. So all of these track points after those are out of the frame are kind of worthless. And I'll show you why in just a second. So now let me turn on my movie title. Go back to our composition. Actually, let's go into our layer. Make sure we apply this tracker to our target. So click apply, both X and Y, yes. Okay, so now we're back in our composition. Let's parent our movie title to null 11. Let's make it a little bit smaller. So I'm just going to go into the character, make it a little bit smaller, and we'll just set it right sort of in front of the Ferris wheel like so. Maybe just kind of hovering in this sort of open field area. Now when we play through it, it actually gets bigger as the camera gets closer. But look what happened after that point. So after that car leaves the frame that we were trying to track, whoops, this goes haywire. Okay, so what we're going to have to do is manually adjust these things. Or if we want, we can move this title closer to us. So if we move it closer, say right there, and then we play through, it's going to be off the frame by the time that this car right here is off the frame. So now it should be fine, but after that it goes haywire, so we'll make sure that we clip this clip of the text to this point. So after that, it's gone for good. So that's pretty good, right? So there's two different ways you can do that. You can move the text up, but say we don't want to do that. Say we want the text to be sort of back closer to those cars like so. Then what do we do? Well, at this point right here, when it goes haywire, and I can start to see it go haywire right here, what I'll do is go into the null object, press U to bring up the keyframes, and see we have keyframes for position, scale, and rotation. And just so you know that the scale is increasing, here it's at 100%, here it's almost at 200%. So it really is growing while the camera is moving over it. So here is right there is where it goes haywire. So what I'll do is just delete all of these keyframes up to that point. So I'm dragging over all of them and deleting them. And then what I'm going to have to do is frame by frame, or sometimes you can just go like a few frames ahead until you think it would be off camera and move it down with position. So if I just zoom in here really close, so that moved too fast. So I'm going to extend this. And you can see it starts to get smaller, which I don't want. So here I'm also going to set a keyframe for just a little bit bigger, maybe like 200%. That's pretty good, maybe a little bit bigger. 205. Okay, that looks pretty good. So you can see that I don't necessarily have to add keyframes for every position to get that motion now. One thing you might notice as you work on your own projects is that there might be some subtle little movements that you don't like. Now, there's a couple things you can do. You could either try retracking the motion to see if you can get a cleaner motion, or you can go into the individual keyframes and fix it, or sometimes deleting keyframes works. So sometimes as I'm going through this, I might see that there was one little spot where it jumped to the left a little bit. Maybe just delete that keyframe. Now, say I wanted a title back here in the buildings in the background. Or maybe I decide, oh, I actually want this movie title just to be up here, and I want it to kind of move with the building. Well, when I do that and I play through, it doesn't look that good because it looks like this title is in the plane of the Ferris wheel. It's not growing at the same rate. It's growing faster than the buildings are growing in size in the background. So if you want to move your title, make sure that you're tracking points in the space where you want that title to be. Does that make sense? I hope it does. If not, just ask me any questions in the Q&A tab